Hello there, hello there, hello there everybody. How the devil are we all? I am alive. Thank you for asking. How are we all? Are we well? There's no point having that light on in the background. You won't fucking see it. It's too early in the day. Hi Kev, I've heard you were really cool and handsome now. Oh, thank you for saying that I was an ugly cunt in the past. That's always good. I'm only playing, Dan. God bless you. Yes, we've got a special early one because we were gonna. You know how we usually do we do a question time on Thursday evenings. Well, No Justice was getting back late from that there London. She'd been to that there London. She got London ways. Yeah, and so yeah, we're doing it now basically. Zack Polanski's on. It should be good. Hopefully, I don't know. We'll see. I've deliberately tried not to. Zack Hughes and Phil are arguing about Zack on YouTube. Oh fuck yes. Well, I know what I'm watching after this then. Yeah. What was I going to say? So, by the way, someone linked me to that, so I've got the thing. Because that will be fucking fire. Yes. Why didn't that come up as a noise? Oh, there we go. Taking its damn time. Thank you, Carl Brown. Much love. Thank you for the gifty. Yes, I'll be. You can do the bits messages and the super chats and the memberships and the subscriptions, the subscribing with the Amazon Primes and the gifting of therefore and memberships. You can. I'm just saying. It would help if I set up the Google Meet through which No Justice and I will be communicating. It's a little bit like if you remember when we used to use telephones to ring people. It'd be like dialing someone's number. You've got a better chance of being able to speak to them than if you just don't. You dopey cunt. Anyway. Howdy doody. Yes, we've got Zack Polanski on the YouTubes. Not on YouTube, what am I talking about? On Question Time. Although I will be watching it on the YouTube. But what I might have to do at some point, if they copyright me again, is to flip the screen and put the filter on again and all of that jazz. Ken? Who the fuck is Ken? Who is Ken? Ken, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This is too sane of a time to go back to chat. Well, if I find out who Ken is, I'll pass that message on for you.
Hello, Kevin.
My name's Ken, I'll have you know.
Ken Stronger?
No, someone in chat typoed and called me Ken. So I just went on a performative little rant to amuse myself and nothing else. Frankly, how are you? Yeah, no, I'm good. How was Navarra in that there London?
Navarra Media.
Yeah.
It was good. It was good. I had there was someone from the Birmingham Dispatch, which was like a local newspaper, found Robert Jenrick's video from Handsworth that he did like a few months ago.
You don't need to telling me about the local newspapers and that.
I mean, obviously, I need to tell the chat about the local newspapers.
Fuck them. This is just me and you chatting. We're just in the pub. We're having a chat. It's fine.
But yeah, they got up the video that he made in Handsworth, and literally in the first minute, you see a white person on stream.
Of course you do. Like, it's 1 in 10 people that live there is white. Now, that's very low in terms of the overall number in the country, but that still means that 1 out of every 10 people on average will be a white person. So if you spent 90 minutes there, it's very unlikely that you didn't see a white person.
Yeah, indeed. So it was good. I managed to ask the question to the audience: do we think that Robert Jenrick is lying, blind, or stupid, or a combination of all three?
Well, I mean, lying is the main one because he's trying to do it for political ends. That's all that's happening.
He wants a race war. That's what he wants.
Yeah, no, it suits him perfectly to play to racist idiocy. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
at the expense of my city as well, which is not welcome, Mr. Jenrick. Can I just say?
Oh, did you know he's from Birmingham?
No, he's from Wolverhampton, and he's a posh lad, so he's not even really from Wolverhampton. No offense, but if you're posh, you can't be from Wolverhampton.
Literally, it's so fucking tilting. The people say, "Oh, he's from the area." He's not from the fucking area.
No. I mean, exactly. And that's not. I'm not even ragging on Wolverhampton because, like, in Birmingham, there's a thing called Birmingham posh, right? So there's like posh people, and then there's Birmingham posh. Like, you're not.
Well, the same is true in Manchester, right? Like, I grew up a load of people who would call themselves posh mangs.
Yeah, like, it's just, you're not posh, are you? Like, if you were that big a deal, why the fuck are you living here? Like, behave yourself. Wind your fucking neck in, lad. If I can get a bus past your house, you ain't that fucking great. Sorry, go on.
But yeah, someone in chat saying, did you see the weirdo right-wingers being anti-Semitic towards Zack? He changed his name. Yeah, Turn Left covered it with Kevin.
Indeed, yes. It's a very nice segment put up on their channel, which you should all go and check out and follow and like and all the rest of it, yeah. Indeed, yeah. Well, of course. So. And of course, the weirdest thing is that fucking old dickface, old crafty wank, literally did change his name.
Really?
Yeah, he wasn't born as
Darren Grimes.
Darren Grimes, no. And you know what? I absolutely support his decision. Apparently his father left them when they were very young, so he adopted his grandmother's name, who raised him, as his surname.
Yeah, perfectly reasonable.
Perfectly reasonable. But so why the fuck? But you can't then turn around and be like, well, Zack Polanski's lying to everyone because that wasn't his birth name. Go fuck yourself.
Especially given that the circumstances are far more understandable for Zack, given that that's the historic family name that's kind of Jewish coded because it was from from Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
And most people with Eastern European names who were living in the UK 100 years ago were mostly Jewish exiles fleeing pogroms, right?
I mean, literally, yeah. John Burkow's family were Berkowitz,
Exactly.
and shortened it for exactly the same reason. And by the
Literally
way,
just
I'm fine with anyone. If you want to keep your name the way it is, or if you want to change it back, you do you. Whatever you're fucking comfortable with. And that's the point. I've got no problem with Darren Grimes changing his name. If he wanted to call himself Abdul Rafiq, I don't care, mate. You call yourself what you fucking like. That's your choice, ultimately.
Literally, exactly,
I don't
100%,
mind
100%, you know. And turns out, right, you're perfectly reasonable as well to change it last time, because there was a lot of anti-Semitism in early 1900s Britain. Hence the reason why somebody, I don't know who could possibly have done this, issued a decree saying we want all the Jews out of Britain and into Israel.
I wonder who would have done something like that. That would be crazy.
A great friend of the Jews, clearly.
Did you name drop me on Navarre yesterday? I'm being told.
I did name drop you on Navarre, yeah.
I don't hate Birmingham. Some of my best friends are Brummies. Is that what it was? Am I your human shield?
Literally, I am Hamas.
You are Hamas. That is. You are Hamas. Yes.
But yeah, I am. Well, we're talking about Handsworth, and I saw about all this. You were saying when you grew up as a kid, you would play in football with all of the different multiracial people in Handsworth, right? And so for Robert Jenrick, who's never fucking lived, they never spent any time there other than 90 minutes to go and laugh at the pause. To him to denigrate those kind of people, and it was really tilting.
Yeah, absolutely. Indeed. Thank you to Lord Fritos for 60 months. Jesus Christ, I've been doing this long. Oh, I think I need to go and seek help, in all honesty. Is it illegal to say I support Palestine action? No, I should point out that's in quotation marks. So it is illegal to say that, which is why I would never say that. I was just reading you having said it, but in quotation marks, so it's not even illegal. Fact.
Indeed.
We live in a very serious country with serious laws.
Exactly. Again, it's really important to understand that we are just doing a public service here.
Yeah.
People might be out there unwittingly saying that they support Palestine action, not realizing that that's totally illegal. Yeah. It is legal to say the words, I support Palestine action. You're not allowed to say it, and you will go to jail for up to 14 years if you say it. And we're just doing a public service where we inform the people in chat that they shouldn't say the sentence that I just said, because that will get them arrested.
Well, exactly. Look, we're being pro-law and order. We're trying to stop people from, maybe inadvertently, committing a crime. In many respects, we should be being paid a policeman's wage. I mean, we are less racist and violent and misogynist than the police, so maybe we wouldn't qualify, but we are doing more to try and stop fucking crime.
True. We are out here. We're doing a public service, ensuring that people do not commit the crime of supporting the banned terrorist group Palestine Action. And as we've seen, plenty of people have fallen foul of this. They haven't heard our incredibly detailed and important public service announcement, and they've gone out holding signs saying the words that we said they shouldn't say, and they've been arrested for it. And they can go to jail for 14 years for being terrorist grannies, right? If they'd have heard our message, they might have done that.
Sure. How come Helena isn't live? I presume you mean on YouTube she isn't live, because she is on Twitch.
I'm on Twitch, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've already got it set up, so like if they try and copyright me, I'm just going to flip the screen and put a filter on it. And fuck you, because that'll be enough for the robots. Because it's not people doing this. Anyway, let's get on.
Let's watch some question time.
Question time. I've gone with the very sensible title of Zack Polanski Can Hit It Raw.
From the back, potentially?
Well, I'm just saying everything's on the table, including me. Right. Zack Polanski in Shrewsbury with some melters. Let's go.
Again, it's worth pointing out they've literally got fucking 4 right-wingers and Zack Polanski.
Well, 5.
Oh, it's true. There's 3 in a Bruce too.
Yep.
Tonight, question time has come to the banks of the River Severn in Shrewsbury. An historic market town in...
That's the shit water where I get my drinking water from. Yay!
Also, nobody calls Shrewsbury in Shrewsbury.
Yeah, it's Shrewsbury.
I don't know where that fucking pronunciation came from.
It's posh people being wankers. Oh, we've got to be different. We've got to be different. It's like microwave. It's nonsense.
But Shrewsbury is posh. Look at it. That's a posh city. That's a posh town.
It's quite a
But
posh
even they-
town anyway, yeah.
Yeah, but even they don't call it Shrewsbury.
No. Because they're dickheads.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's where the shrews come from. Every shrew. If it's not made in Shrewsbury, you can't call it a shrew. It's just a sparkling rodent.
Shropshire, known for its timber-framed building, its cobbled streets and Norman castle. Our audience...
Right, I don't want to be rude, but if you're in Britain and you still have loads of wooden buildings, it means you weren't important enough to bomb. The Luftwaffe didn't feel the need to bomb you. Is all I'm saying, okay? Check yourselves.
Members, as always, arriving here this evening, reflect the general political picture across the nation. And tonight they want to ask about the Gaza ceasefire deal, racial integration, climate, and cutting the welfare bill. Welcome to Question Time.
Oh, wow, so it's a really progressive agenda then. Awesome.
But you're not allowed to talk about migration.
Yeah. Oh, well, I genuinely, I have avoided watching anything, including clips on social media or anything, so I don't know what happens here. But here's my prediction. One of the right-wing wankers will whinge about, oh, you can't say anything now without yet being called a racialist. You can't even... People are scared to talk about migration. We've never talked about it ever. I guarantee you. Because it's their only fucking talking point.
Literally.
On tonight's panel, James Murray. He took over from Darren Jones recently as number 2 in the Treasury in Keir Starmer's latest reshuffle. For the Conservatives, the Shadow Culture Secretary, Nigel Huddleston, a former Google executive who became an MP in 2015 and helped run Kemi Badenoch's leadership campaign.
Luckily,
making his Question Time debut, the new...
I have already school-checked Nigel Huddleston. He did go to a state school, but of course he went to Oxbridge.
Naturally. Look at him, the little cutie pie. God, he's awesome. Let's go.
Leader of the Green Party, Zack Polanski, a self-confessed eco-populist who, among a number of policies, wants to tax the rich and legalise hard drugs. For reform,
and super boob. Come on now.
And look, you like big tits, I like big tits. I'm growing my own, quite frankly. Why is everyone upset about this, right? Surely this is something we can all unite around.
Exactly. The immortal science of anarcho-Marxist hypnoboobism.
Let's fucking go!
UK, Zia Youssef, the self-made millionaire who swapped business for politics and is now the party's head of policy. And the Daily Telegraph columnist...
You mean you're going to say what he wants to do, which is to slash spending by £300 billion? Zack wants to legalise drugs, but all of Zia Youssef's policies, we won't talk about them. No, we're just going to call him a self-made millionaire.
Or mention the fact
there's no such thing. Yeah.
Well, exactly. There's that for a start off, and also the fact that he left and then immediately rejoined because he couldn't.
Did you the fact that the Doge department that he runs for Reform UK got into government in Kent County Council, and immediately didn't cut anything and are putting up council tax.
Literally, they're raising council tax in Kent, having said that they were going to cut spending. It's almost like they don't know how anything works.
Literally, there's a direct quote in the Financial Times going, we expected to find loads of waste that we could cut. Turns out it didn't exist. Yeah. Yes, of course it fucking didn't.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Like, not just that, but what do you think councils do? Like, they got in there thinking, right, this is our opportunity to fucking get rid of migrants. No, councils are just like there essentially to distribute tiny amounts of money, by comparison, to like child safety welfare and collecting bins and keeping the lights on. Like, your actual wiggle room in terms of anything is very, very small. That's why, like, Nigel Farage doesn't want to do the job of an MP by actually going to Clacton and serving his constituents. Fucking Darren Grimes, like, does he ever actually do any council work? He's mostly moaning about irrelevant shit on GB News. Like, they don't want to put in the work because they don't understand fundamentally what it means to be an elected official in the first place.
Yep, 100%.
Annabelle Denham, who says there's now true equality at the top of politics, the right for men and women to be equally hopeless.
Going to mention that she was the head of the IEA and is just a paid shill for billionaires at any point? Going to mention that? No, okay.
But again, the same IEA that advised Liz Truss how to crash the economy.
And yet can still show their face in public. Somehow.
Yeah, literally.
Sam, here we are in Shrewsbury or Shrewsbury. Yes, depending on how you say it. Does that make
So you've been corrected, and you're still saying the stupid wrong thing. Like the locals went, no, that's not how you pronounce this, and you went, no, I'm going to, and then I'm going to mock you by repeating the thing you corrected me on, but still getting it wrong in the first place. You're a fucking journalist, man. Oh my god. I'm going to lose
Allegedly.
it. We haven't even started the first question, and I'm already pissed off. God almighty.
informed. Welcome to the panel and welcome to our audience here, and of course welcome to you at home. Do join in the conversation on social media if you feel so moved, otherwise just sit back and watch. Right, let's take our first question tonight, which is from Henry Whitaker.
Was Robert Jenrick right to complain about not seeing a white face in Handsworth?
So Robert Jenrick, who is the Shadow Secretary of State for Justice, a former immigration minister, made some comments which were leaked. Made these comments relatively recently, saying that Handsworth in Birmingham, which is just about, an hour from here, was one of the worst integrated places he'd ever been to.
It's a bit more than an hour away. No, yeah, that's. I mean, there's the crow flies if you've got no traffic, maybe.
You're free flying.
Yeah.
Seen another white face, and that's not the kind of country I want to live in. Since you asked the question, Henry, what's your view?
My view is we've never heard anyone complain about not seeing a blackface or pain.
Exactly. I mean, I made the point the other day that, you can walk through, parts of London, the rich bits, and it's just white faces. I suppose you might get the odd Saudi or something, maybe, but that's about it. Like, these are some of the most ridiculously unicultural, uni-ethnic places in the world. It's ridiculous. But that's fine, because they're all white, so it's not a problem.
Exactly. And again, the reason why people like Jenrick complain when they come to Handsworth or when they come to London or whatever it is because they come from areas that are literally 99% white. They are scared that their areas will look like inner cities, which of course they fucking won't do, because cities are where all the jobs are.
Yeah.
Basically...
You weren't happy with it?
No.
Okay.
You weren't happy with him questioning the fact that you're British based on the fact that you have black skin. Yeah, what a surprise. What a surprise he wasn't happy about that. Jesus Christ.
Nigel.
Yeah, I think the comments were made a few months ago, but
So
Robert
that's okay
has
then.
stood by them and defended them on the basis that it was a statement of fact of his experience of walking around that.
Well,
All my racism is lived experience. Ooh.
Yeah, you attacking his lived experience. This is outrageous. It's not very woke of you, okay? His lived experience is of feeling racial hatred towards people, and you have to respect that, okay? Like, what the fuck? We're now doing woke racism. Oh, God.
That area. Now, none of us were with him, but if he's making that statement, then I think that's a fair statement to make. What was most important, the bit that probably hasn't been talked about so much, is the commentary he said after about the concern that raised about the lack of integration and that he would like to see. Okay,
but again, I do have to ask the question, and I fucking desperately hope someone else actually does to these wankers. What does he mean by integration? Because he just saw some black faces and went, they aren't integrated. He didn't stop and talk to them. He doesn't know anything about them. He has no idea what their culture or life is like. Because he doesn't care, fundamentally. He doesn't give a shit about the area, the city, or those people. He just wanted to use them for, a racist backdrop.
Well, literally, he just turned up for 90 minutes, filmed some rubbish on the floor, and then left. And then went, oh, no white people here. Sounds like a lack of integration. I'm like, what's your fucking evidence?
And I love it. But fucking wankers from, the Bullingdon Club going on about everyone else, being weird little uni-racial fucking places where only one type of person exists. Like, you're part of the private school mafia, mate. You don't get to pretend to be, integrated. You're not the normal one. You're an aberrant fucking minority of sociopaths.
More societies and more parts of the world, and in particular, some of our major cities, where it is obviously and transparently more diverse, therefore signalling integration to the degree that he would like to see for, I think he specifically mentioned for his children, for example. So I think that was a fair point to make. Now, people may disagree with the language that Robert used. He's a very robust individual, but I say it was a statement of fact of his observation, making, I think...
Oh, well, thankfully he's not trying to become the top diplomat of our nation or anything. Because that would be really bad if we had a Prime Minister who had to negotiate on behalf of 70 million people who can't fucking watch his words and has no filter. That's great. No, that's fantastic. I really think we should have the fucking nuclear codes in this man's hands.
Very true, very true. And also him saying, well, like, it just means that the number of percentage of people of ethnic minority backgrounds bad for his children. I'm just like, sounds a bit racist, mate.
Yeah.
Quite an important point.
Did you agree or disagree with his language?
Well, I can't disagree with... he was making a statement of fact about what he saw, so that's for Robert.
Well, apparently no. Apparently there were white people. But maybe he just has, like, white blindness. I don't know.
To say, and he's better support him on that. I think the important thing, and quite frankly, it's good in some ways, we're now having a debate about the very point he was raising on integration or lack of in British society, and it is a concern.
Woman, there's a woman there who had her
I can't believe he tried to pull the lived experience shit. Honestly, that can't get my breath with that. Like, what next? Well, racism's just his kink, and you wouldn't want to kink shame him. Like, where do you go with this? Like, this is fucking nonsense. Oh my god. And like, do you think that's impressing any fucking Reform voters? Really?
You are, yes.
Like, is he going to have in his bio, you know, they, them, racist as his fucking pronouns?
We're slightly further back.
Handsworth has kind of always been a place that has been produced such amazing culture with poets like Benjamin Zephaniah, Steel Pulses. I think to say that it's fully integrated into our society is just...
Yeah, any area that can produce Tony Iommi and Benjamin Zephaniah is okay with me. That's fine.
Literally.
And Palmer from Emerson, Lake and Palmer as well. But I didn't know that until I looked that up the other day. Yeah, he was born and raised there, yeah.
It's unfair.
I know the other two. And there's loads of like old-timey people.
We would have had to have serious words if you did know who Tony Iommi was. Obviously you would have known. But if you hadn't, I'd have been like...
Yeah, that would be weird, as both a Brummie and a person who likes good music.
Indeed so.
When it's produced such amazing, talent and art.
Okay, what about the man here in the front?
I'm from Birmingham originally, and I worked in Handsworth many a time, and I can honestly say someone to come into my city, spend 90 minutes there and make that sort of statement is totally the way the country is at the moment.
Totally what?
How does that make the people who live in Handsworth, work in Handsworth, the people of Birmingham feel?
I think you're making a really important point there, because, by the way, I'm a West Midlands MP. I spend a lot of time in Birmingham. Birmingham is an incredible...
Where is this cunt an MP for? If it's like, if it's going to be one of those places where it's like technically just inside the boundaries, like it's going to be some countryside wank set. It's not Birmingham.
No, it's Adroit, Twitch and Evesham.
Evesham? Oh my god. Okay, yeah, posho wank. Yeah, okay. No, you don't get to be like, well, I'm from the West Midlands. So what? What the fuck? Oh, it's like when what's it called? The former Prime Minister was like, well, I'm an MP from Yorkshire. You're from Southampton, mate. Like, I don't care. It doesn't mean that's okay for you to defend someone being racially aggressive towards the people of a fucking different city. Or any city, for that matter. Like, there's no skewing this as anything other than just racism. And the fact that he went there for 90 minutes, that I think is the galling element of this. And having listened to some of the debate in Birmingham over the last few days on this, people are annoyed that he turned up for 90 minutes and just made his mind up. Like, he clearly doesn't give a shit. And we are aware in Birmingham that the people of Westminster, the creatures which exist in the halls of power, don't care about us. But make it less obvious, please. Do try and pretend you give a fuck.
And if people want to understand just how posh of a constituency it is, the constituency map shows that it is so big that it encircles half of Worcester. Right? There are
course it does.
There are bits of the constituency both north and south of Worcester. Like, it's just so obviously like Nowheresville.
Yeah, Evesham is literally the middle of nowhere. Little posh little town. Lovely place, don't get me wrong, lovely, but like, yeah, it's a Tory little town, you know.
Like, if you need to understand just how Tory it is, just how rural, just how posh it is, right? At the last election, the Tories got 40% of the vote, which was down 25%.
They had 2/3 of the vote. What the fuck?
Literally, exactly to the 66.7% in 2019, right? Like, it is quintessentially like the most Tory seat.
Yeah, that must have been one of the
possibly named.
safest seats in the country then. Sure, 66% or 65% of the vote is mental.
Literally.
You don't. At that point, you don't bother counting the votes. You just weigh them. They're all Tories. Question: do you count Cannock as Birmingham? No, that is a different place. It's a perfectly fine little place in its own way, but it's not really Birmingham.
Vibrant city. He was talking about the very specific area he was going in. Wasn't saying the whole thing about Birmingham, and actually we do celebrate diversity. That was the point.
No, it's
So
just those
I do.
foreign muck in Handsworth that's the problem.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were being racist about the people of Quinton. No, that's fine then. No, that's fine. As long as you were just being racist towards the people of Handsworth, I've got no problem with it.
literally.
Jesus
Everywhere else is
Christ.
fine. Selly not a problem. It's just this very specific area of multi-ethnic misery in Birmingham that's the issue.
I've got no problem with the subhumans of other areas. Just that area I'm not a fan of, you know? Like, what the fuck? Because the thing is, there's no way of defending it, really. Because you can't go on to say, that, well, it's not about the colour of the skin of the people, which he literally went on to say straight afterwards. Motherfucker, if it wasn't about that, why did you talk about that? Why did you mention it? If it's not relevant, why did you bring it up?
Spend a lot of time in Birmingham.
So
as to
he's
make
talking
it
about
so-
Robert
in
Jeffrey
one
spending
little
90 minutes
area.
there.
Look, I mean,
He doesn't know Handsworth.
well, Robert
He
himself.
doesn't know the people of Birmingham, and he doesn't know Handsworth. He
Robert-
spent 90 minutes.
Robert was
and
actually born in the West Midlands.
He was born in Wolverhampton.
Yeah.
Right?
He was born in Wolverhampton and went to a posh school, so he can't even really claim to be a Wolverhampton kid at all, really. Like, I don't know what the averages are for the country in Wolverhampton, but I imagine the private school education of the people of Wolverhampton is significantly lower than the average.
I'm going to check what the actual school was. Let's find out, shall we? Olaf went to... Oh, he grew up in Shropshire? Oh, he was born in Wolverhampton, but he grew up in fucking Shropshire and Herefordshire. His father was the finance director of a cooker company, and then a managing director of a fucking industrial company.
This is the most tenuous Midlander I've ever heard of, yeah.
Literally, I'm sorry. I'm fucking sorry, right? I'm sorry.
Shropshire!
That's like saying...
Once you start getting down to Hereford, you might as well be either Welsh or Bristolian at that point. Just stop pretending.
That's like saying that fucking Rory Stewart can treat himself as foreign because he was born on like a military base, right?
Yeah, it's maybe something like that.
Yeah, he was born in fucking Hong Kong.
Well, that happens, of course. I think was it Terry Butcher, the former England footballer, that was born in Hong Kong as well. Yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like, perfectly reasonable, for example, if Rory Stewart had been born in Hong Kong, had lived in Hong Kong all his life and was a Hong Kong citizen, for him to call himself a Hong Konger. Not unreasonable. Not unreasonable in the slightest, right? But you don't get to claim some kind of ancestral link to Wolverhampton because you happen to be shat out there and then you grow up in fucking leafy Shropshire.
Yeah, but no, basically, yeah, your mom shat you out in Wolverhampton and you immediately left. Okay, so you're not from there then, really, are you?
Exactly.
I believe he lives in a village of less than 200 people with one coloured black face.
Let's go around the panel.
It's
You're a little confused, but you got the spirit.
Yeah, okay, you know what? I'm going to allow him his one crime against wokeness there, that's fine. He gets the C pass. Because he's on the right place, heart's in the right place, bless him.
Exactly, literally. Yeah, that's all that really matters.
Also, who lives in a village that fucking small? Move. Go somewhere with concrete. You're mad.
says it all.
Zack.
I hear your anger, and I think you're right to be angry. I think we should all be angry when we had 14 years of Conservative austerity that shut our libraries,
Yes.
shut our community centres, and then to say integration is a problem. How do you expect people to integrate if you've taken away their services? Now, look, I'm going to Handsworth tomorrow. I think it's important that a political leader of a party actually goes to speak to people and spends time with people. The Green Party spoke to Benjamin Zephaniah's wife today about using his poem, British.
Nice.
I mean, I think that going on down this more kind of flowery line is good, but genuinely, I would just stuck on the austerity point. I'm going to go down to the people of Handsworth tomorrow and ask them what their problems are, and they're most likely going to tell me that the issues is that all of the funding for this area has been taken away because it had been transferred to leafy areas which already had lots of funding, because that's what Rishi Sunak was bragging about. You know, that's what I would just hammered on. The economics of this would have been my line here. Well, it's true.
Well, I think you can take a twofold approach to that as well, and say it's not just that services have been destroyed. It's not just that austerity killed these areas and killed all the services. It's that the traditional industries of those areas, and the north of Birmingham was essentially the industrial powerhouse of the city for a long time. Most of the factories and the Saltley gas works and all the rest of it are up in that area. And they've been completely destroyed now by neoliberal economics over the last 40 years, meaning that the upward mobility financially of previous generations of immigrants isn't there anymore. So you're literally there now just stuck in a kind of economic doom loop, unable to move on at all.
True, very true, very true. And
then you get posh private school lads from fucking Shropshire turn up and start, going on about how it's a slum, when it's they that caused the fucking problem in the first place.
Exactly. I mean, Robert Jenrick literally named his kid's middle name Thatcher after Margaret Thatcher, right? Like, that motherfucker does not know the West Midlands, because if he did, he would hate Thatcher, because, of course, everyone in the West Midlands hates Thatcher, because they took their fucking jobs away.
Yeah.
Also, thank you to Jack Meller, for the 5 gifties. That's incredibly generous of you.
Nice.
I'd also like to point out, right, just so we are absolutely clear on Robert Jenrick, he owns 3 homes, 2 in London, including a £2.5 million townhouse less than a mile from the Houses of Parliament, and I Manor, a Grade 1 listed building in Herefordshire, which he purchased for £1.1 million in 2009.
Isn't I Manor an apple house? Hey, I Manor. Oh, for fuck's sake. Go on.
Oh, right, I get it now. It's a Carolian manor house in Herefordshire.
I don't even know.
Carolian? 17th... dates back to the late 17th century and was built for Ferdinando George, noted for its interior plasterwork.
Good, excellent, good Anglo-Saxon name, that, Fernando George.
I like it. I like, literally, he's out here again going, well, this guy is clearly from the area. This man is the fucking poshest motherfucker you've ever heard in your life.
Yeah.
Working class hero, though, right?
Yes.
Bobby Ozempic.
Bobby Ozempic. I have been corrected. Terry Butcher was born in Singapore. Apologies. I said Hong Kong. Apparently it's Singapore, which is totally different. Yeah.
Not very woke here.
It wasn't very woke, and I won't be taking it back.
For those of you who don't know the poem, it's a beautiful poem that talks about what multiculturalism is, what it is to bring people together. I'm so glad you've asked this question, Henry, because ultimately we need to make sure that all politicians are speaking about migration in positive sense. Now, of course, there will be people who have problems with migration, but their problems are because they can't get a dentist appointment, because there's not enough council homes, because we've not invested in our communities. But none of these are problems of a black face. These are the problems
literally. Virtually all, anyway, of the problems that people bring up to do with immigration can be solved by providing more services. If you provide more services and invest in infrastructure, there isn't a problem. We know there are not enough houses. If there were no more migrants coming in, there still wouldn't be enough houses. We're not building houses, either private or public. And we're still selling off the very few public houses that we do have.
Yep, absolutely.
So, it's not the brown people that are the problem. It's the white wankers like Robert Jenrick, largely white. Some of them are quasi-Kwarteng, of course, but the vast majority of them are white people fucking you. It's the people in pinstripes, okay? Those are the people you need to look at. Thank you to Samo. You just said thank you. Well, thank you.
multimillionaires and billionaires and the politicians who haven't taxed them properly. We can change that. They're all political choices. Let's make different political choices.
Yeah.
True, but the most important point that someone has raised with me is that apparently I said shrews are rodents and they're not.
I didn't know that. I thought they were.
Fuck you, 255, you're a nerd. Shut up. They are rodents, and I won't accept anything else.
We didn't get the correct taxonomy for this small creature.
Exactly. Fucking geek.
We love you, really.
Well, look, there are massive issues with integration in this country. I think that is a fact, and I think many people in this country, ordinary, hard-working, lovely British people, feel concerned.
I will give that to Zay Yusuf. There is a problem with integration. Millionaire motherfuckers like you live in gated communities and think you can shit on everybody else and take away the public services that have already been starved enough by the Conservative government, right? Because you know you won't be affected. You are the people who haven't integrated. Rich motherfuckers like you.
Yeah, exactly. And actually that's true in Birmingham as well. The rich white people have hived themselves off into little enclaves. It's not quite gated communities because that's not allowed, thankfully. I'm not entirely sure how it's allowed in America, but it is true. This is what they do. They are not integrated. That's not the Birmingham that I know or like, frankly. And I think that's probably true of places in London as well. It's private school, Bullingdon Club, mafia wankers that are the problem. They're the ones not integrating. They're the ones that don't represent the people of Britain.
True.
Quite rightly, about integration in this country. I think Robert Jenrick is not necessarily the best exponent of those concerns, given he served in that Tory government as immigration minister, no less, when 6.5 million net new people were shipped in over 14 years of their government against... Shipped in, like they were being invited, like they weren't doing hostile environment evil during that entire period. Shipped in. You're just a nasty little wanker. You're just a very spiteful, hateful human being. And why is he on this show all the time? He's not even an elected official. They have MPs. If you do insist on ramming their fucking party down our throats, at least have an elected official there.
Then again, it might have to end up being Lee Anderson. We all know how that would go.
Hilariously. It'd be great banter content. Just him fucking desperately trying to think of a thought for the first time in his life. It'd be brilliant.
The wishes of the British people who voted against such mass immigration time and time again. Look, it is a fact that there are serious issues with immigration in this country. There are serious issues with integration in this country, in no small part because we had 11 million people gross, 6.5 million net new people arrived, fewer hospital beds. The Tories left the country with fewer hospital beds than when they arrived. They left the country with 4...
Okay, but how does your plan of cutting even more from public spending improve that in any way?
Answers on a postcard.
Yeah.
400 net new prison places. That is why people are so fearful about getting sick right now. That is why people are fearful of crime, and so many violent criminals have to be released early because we lack the prison space. So the Tories catastrophically mismanaged the...
But thankfully we did have enough prison places to lock up people for a conspiracy to cause public nuisance.
That's true, and also for holding up cardboard signs.
Well, for doing terrorism, I think you'll find, yes.
True, very true. That absolutely is terrorism. But again, like, he's pointing at, well, people are scared of crime. And I'm like, well, crime's down. Crime has continually gone down. It's whilst people certainly have a problem with some kind of low-level antisocial behaviour, which has increased, I think, because of the destruction of the social infrastructure in this country. Overall, actual crime numbers like violent crime and things like that are down. The only crime that's really up is fraud.
Yeah. Thank you, Crowman with bits, who says all landlords are bastards, which is true.
The country, and as bad as this Labour government are, nobody is more accountable for that than the Tories.
And they're in the check shirt.
Massive issues with integration, Mr. Yusuf. That's such a generalisation and such a polarised thing to say. The British public deserve better than that, to be honest. The vast majority of people in this country live very happily and very peacefully together. The Tories have done a terrible job. One other thing that Mr. Jenrick said was that Handsworth is a slum. It's a slum possibly due to 14 years of terrible Tory rule in this country.
Yeah.
But, Mr. Youssef, tonight you will say everything is about immigration. I challenge you not to mention the word immigration tonight. Because not everything in
Well, no, you say everything's about immigration, but it's not like Zia Youssef literally retweeted a thing that was so stupid it made my head hurt. We are now at the stage, dear chatterinos, of if it weren't for the migrants, we'd have flying buses. Literally. We'd have flying buses if it weren't for those Browns. I mean, come the fuck on, man. Jesus Christ.
Also, like, we do lock away violent criminals. I think you'll find that there are plenty of prison sentences out for people who committed public nuisance.
Yeah, exactly.
No?
Those people who were on that Zoom call, monsters. And thankfully the public is now safe from them. Phew.
Exactly.
this country is the problem of immigration. There are problems in this country, but it's not just immigration.
Yeah, well, listen, I'll respond to that directly. I'm afraid I am going to mention immigration because it is, according to the latest YouGov poll, the number one issue for ordinary British people, for voters across this great...
Right, but that's very much a kind of created demand problem. It's because you won't ever shut the fuck up about it. It's because the right-wing hate machine have stirred this up for the last fucking 30 years that it's become such a massive issue.
And you can see, if you look at the press coverage of migration versus the salience of it being an issue, the former precedes the latter, right? So it's not the news just report on what people's concerns are. The news creates people's concerns. There is a delay on people stating their highest concern as being migration after the press talk about migration being a problem. There is, as you say, created demand for this. And it's not just the press, of course, it's politicians too.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But we never talk about migration. That's seemingly all we ever talk about. When was the last time there was a question time with no question about immigration on it?
Exactly.
Great country. Of course, it's not the only issue. I couldn't agree with that more. And as someone, by the way, is a second-generation immigrant, whose parents came to this country in the early 1980s, and I'd like to think have contributed. They're given half a century of service between them to the NHS. Still,
I'll be honest with you. Having created you, I can't help but feel we might regret having let them in. Just those two specifically, because they've created an absolute cunt. Just saying.
Practice in their 70s at the NHS. And before people accuse me of not retiring them, all the money in my pockets could not stop them from giving care, because that's who they are. I am proud of what my parents have contributed to this country. I know how much immigrants have contributed, but it is absolutely true that there has been far too much mass immigration in this country. It has been to the detriment of this country. We've had enormous numbers of...
Do you need to say far too much when it's preceded by the word mass? Like, would there be an appropriate amount of mass migration? Surely, like, are you just going to keep adding scare words to the front? It's going to be far too much super-duper califragilisticexpialidocious mass immigration at some point. Like, where do you stop, mate? Is it scary enough yet, chat?
Tories are most culpable for that, but I'm afraid the Labour government are, frankly, pouring gasoline on that problem.
See, do you ever think it's the number one problem because you spend a lot of time spreading misinformation and fear?
True! True!
What is it that I just said was misinformation? Zack, with respect, you just accused me of spreading misinformation. Please tell me, and the people watching at home, what is it that I just said?
Because you've said the first bit, which is correct, that we don't have enough prison spaces, that we don't have enough NHS beds, and that we don't have investment in our communities. What immigrant has taken away those resources, as opposed to those resources being funded? So you can't blame austerity on one hand, but then say it's the immigrants. The immigrants haven't caused austerity. The same Thatcherite policies that you and your party support, and the Conservatives, of what have caused the devastation in this country. And you should take responsibility for that too.
Do you think there's 6.5 million net new people arriving inside 14 years, 11 million gross new people arriving in this country, against the wishes of the British people, by the way, who voted against such things in 4 consecutive elections? You tell me. You don't think that's going to put pressure on public
Well,
services?
first of all, we were told Brexit would bring down immigration. Actually, what it's done is brought up immigration.
And you
just
can blame
from other
the
countries.
Tories for that.
So there was a mess that Nigel Farage started with that when he gave misinformation
I
to the
don't
public.
believe Nigel Farage was in government for those 14
Oh, yeah, I think he was pretty around, though, and on question time.
Oh, right. Well, he shouldn't have made claims like 240 squillion quid a week for the NHS on the side of a bus type deal, should he? He shouldn't have been making claims about what the government were going to do post-Brexit, knowing that he wasn't going to be in that government. That was deeply irresponsible. One might say misinformation, indeed.
Or indeed the fact that before the vote in 2016, so let's have a Norway-style model where we have some level of European integration. No one's saying, like, we want no deal or to leave the single market. Then as soon as 2017 rolls around and these debates are happening, it's like, oh, we absolutely do need no deal. It's not proper Brexit if we don't leave the single market, right? What a fucking charlatan.
True. Also, just this answer alone surely has pushed the Green Party over 100,000 today.
Let's hope so.
I would think so. Because, by the way, chat, it went for last time I was on, I said, oh, they've just passed 90,000, a mental. And then the next day they passed 95. And that was before this.
He was not in government, I'm afraid.
Okay.
All right, tell you what. Should we hear a bit more from our audience? Man in the blue sweater.
When it comes to integration, why don't we stop talking about the colour of people's skin and start talking about shared values and social cohesion to start to bring the country back together? What are the panel's thought on that?
Okay, and let me just hear from the woman behind you as well in the glass.
I don't mind that as a concept, but, like, what are our shared supposed ideals? Because apparently it's a very median position to be like, actually, genocide's fine.
But I think it's only from our elected politicians.
Well, exactly, that's what I mean, yeah. The people doing, like, I'm sure Robert Jenrick would say that fair play and decency and the rule of law are a part of British culture, and then be like, but we absolutely should allow Israel to continue bombing. Yeah, that's cool.
And actively support it.
Actively support
like Robert
it.
Jenrick is like a absolute fucking crazy ultra-Zionist.
Yeah. Like, come on now, mate. You don't get to be like, oh yeah, the rule of law is really important. Except when British citizens get abducted on the high seas like it's the fucking 18th century again.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Hello. I was just thinking that if Robert Jenrick came to Shrewsbury and spent an hour, he would probably say there's no black faces, but it's just a generalisation. It has no...
Yeah, I don't think you'd have a problem with that, though. Also, I don't think there are any black people in Shrewsbury. I'm just going to... Look, I call it a bold statement, chat. I'm saying it now. Shrewsbury has no black people.
Didn't a black person from Shrewsbury ask this question?
The token Shrewsbury black guy. Dave. I don't know. All I'll say is, have you seen another black face in this fucking audience?
True.
Bearing whatsoever on the integration within our country.
James.
I think a lot of members of the audience have put their points really well this evening, and actually when the gentleman on the front row was speaking just a few moments ago...
Oh, I'm already asleep. You've put me to sleep already, my man. Fucking Megamind over here is absolutely soporific.
I did tell you yesterday that, like, he is on, like, Pat McFadden levels of dull.
Jesus Christ. This is your opportunity to stand up for fucking anything. To just come out and be like, actually, you know what? I think it's fine to not be a white person. I think it doesn't make you less British to be black or brown. That's fine. Say something, mate. Look, you don't even have to, like, you can still do we're going to stop the boats fucking nonsense, because you're obviously going to trot that shit out. But you could at least say something of worth. Please, for the love of God. The Labour Party still must have something, suppressed memory syndrome or something, right? They must remember when they used to vaguely believe something, surely.
Talking about Robert Jenrick turning up in somewhere that he just talked down the people there, talked down the place. You know, it made me deeply uncomfortable to see that happening. And actually people who know the area well, like yourself and like others who have spoken, and Andy Street, the former mayor of West Midlands, you know, he actually said it's an example of a really well-integrated place. You know, so I think there are people who know the area well who are talking positively about what the area has to offer, and I felt really uncomfortable seeing how Robert Jenrick approached it. Now,
I felt really uncomfortable. Oh, you are fucking worthless. Genuinely, I don't know what else to say. Birmingham is a city that you are going to have to try and win some seats in. This is your opportunity to stand up for the people of this city and try and begin to win back some love. And the best you could come up with was, I felt deeply uncomfortable about that. Get fucked. Get fucked. I don't even care. I don't even care if they elect some wanker from the fucking Workers' Party or whoever. You're going to lose all your seats. You've got no fans. Your stadium's shit. Right? You deserve it. You deserve nothing. You're fucking worthless.
Also feel uncomfortable when Keir Starmer talked about the United Kingdom risking becoming an island of strangers. He wasn't talking about Handsworth in particular, he was talking about the entire nation.
Well, the point he was making is about social cohesion, and that's actually a point which is being raised here tonight. And look, a lot of people here have talked about integration. And when people are talking about integration, integration is an important question for us to have. You know, we're investing £5 billion in local places to give local people that power over the local areas. But actually, it's not just about government. You know, this question about integration is not just about government ministers coming along and saying what we're going to do, as important as that is. It's also about all politicians, about people in the media, about all of us in our daily lives, playing our role in having a more empathetic society where we look after our neighbours, we have respect for each other, and we operate as one country.
The adults in the room have made me want to start hurting again.
I mean, it's just again, it's so funny watching them try and backtrack on this one and go, well, I didn't actually mean to say Ireland straight, but we want to make sure we have a cohesive society. I'm like, we do. The only people who are making our society uncohesive are the ones talking about the idea that there are people poisoning it from within, which is what you hear from fucking Reform UK.
Yeah.
They're deliberately trying to foment internal discohesion so they can exploit it for political ends, because, of course, the right wing can't run on the economy anymore. We've seen what happens when the right wing are in charge of the economy. It fucks it.
Yeah.
All right, let me just hear from some more people. Yes, the man there in the glasses.
I'm from Liverpool originally, which is a very multicultural city. I've lived in Birmingham for almost 10 years, or previously, and I work there at the moment. I've never felt that there are areas that are not approachable. I thought that the language that Robert Jenrick used was, it's endemic of the society that we live in now. It's driving divisiveness. The Reform Party is at the head of that table. The Conservatives haven't done very much for that. But I'd like to hear the panel say how we can move away from being as divisive with our language and how we can try and bring more inclusivity.
All right, let me hear a bit more.
Unfortunately, though, as I mentioned before there, being inclusive and trying to bring people together is not what Zia Yusuf wants. It's not what Nigel Farage wants. It probably isn't even what Nigel Huddleston, and definitely not what Robert Jenrick wants. They do want to sow division because they are exploiting the division for political ends. That is populism, finding an in-group and an out-group, the people versus the elites, and saying the elites are in the pocket of the people ruining the country. The divisive language is deliberate. So trying to plead for these people to not do those things is a waste of time, as much as I agree with the sentiment.
Yeah. What's this? Just hang on. If this is another link to some weird, okay, I'm just gonna block you, mate. Someone in chat going, I don't even know what the fuck they're doing. Posting links.
Also, thank you,
go on.
So thank you, the Jack Meller, for another gifty. Appreciate it.
Yes, indeed, yes. Don't forget, chat. You can gift memberships and subs and bits and super chats and all that to both channels. And
Patreon. Sign up on patreon.com/nojusticeMTG. I like having money.
Yes. Or whatever my link is. I don't know what
I'm
my
a
link
filthy,
is.
because I'm a filthy fucking capitalist.
True.
Yeah, I guess my biggest takeaway from the discussion so far on this is that both Kemi Badenoch on Radio 4 earlier this week and now our Conservative panel member here tonight both defend vehemently Robert Jenrick's comments. And then we have Mr. Yusuf, who not only is happy now throwing petrol on flames of immigration, but expands the issue to integration. Apparently we live in a very badly integrated country. You know, I lived in Shrewsbury now for about 5 years, and I've lived in Shropshire for about 30 years. You know, I think we here have seen an increase in the number of immigrants living in Shrewsbury. When I first moved to Shropshire, it was a whites-only area. Now, happily, we see a mixture of cultures, and I'm happy that I'm living...
Yeah, the mixture of cultures. The white Scouser before, and now there's a white Scotsman. Honestly, it's a melting pot.
I mean, but broadly, it is a good point. Again, we do have it is broadly, it is a good point that he's making. That we do actually have a pretty well integrated country here. I mean, you look at France, you look at like a fucking like the daily race wars they have over in France, right? Because they've got an actual like real neo-fascist party in the form of Rassemblement National that goes on fucking every day.
Yeah.
We have a really well integrated society, and I think that, quite frankly, the fact that you've got a Muslim man standing up here and being the one being ethnically divisive and racially divisive shows you just how well integrated our upper class is, regardless of race or ethnicity or of religion.
Yeah. Well, all of the parties have learned, whether it's Priti Patel or Shabana Mahmood or Zia Yusuf, if you put a brown face on the racism, you can't say, look, it's more difficult to attack them because what you're saying, the brown person is racist. That's crazy talk. That's just his lived experience.
And again, you know what unites Zia Yusuf, Kemi Badenoch, Suella Braverman, Priti Patel, all rich, posh, upper-class motherfuckers, right?
Yep.
They know that they can get away with making our country less united because they will be protected by their wealth. Yeah. It is as simple as that, right? Whilst it is important that we understand why race issues are the way that they are, and that racism isn't necessarily related to class, right? The fact that there is class disparity is what allows racism to fester as much as it does, because it's a convenient scapegoat that the upper class can use to everybody else to justify why the problems are not their fault.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Peter M, who says, for the filthy capitalist. Well, thank you, yes. No, I appreciate that. I will spend your money on acquiring the means of production.
Yes.
Being here in a culture which is becoming more enriched. As somebody else has said, I think if Mr. Jenrick had spent 90 minutes in Shrewsbury 10 years ago, would he have said, oh my goodness, this is a dreadful place, there are no black faces, it's not a country I want my children to grow up in?
No, he'd have said, this is exactly the country I want my children to grow up in because there are no black faces.
Literally.
Yeah. So, Henry's question was Robert Jenrick right to complain about not seeing another white face in Handsworth? But we've had two people now saying, what about the language and the divisiveness of language?
Well, I've actually found the response to Robert Jenrick's comments very troubling, because I think for too long people in Britain have not felt that they are able to speak out.
Hey, bingo! What did I say? What did I fucking say? They were obviously always going to... They've not felt they can speak up about... They've spoken about fuck all else for decades. That's all you dickheads talk about. You're boring.
It's true. And on top of this, right, it's fine to have a discussion about migration. It's a policy like any other, right? No one is saying don't talk about migration. No one is saying don't even talk about integration. Don't be fucking a racist. Don't be a fucking racist like Robert Jenrick. It's really simple. And the fact, quite frankly, that plenty of people do not feel okay to speak in a racist terms because it's been made socially unacceptable is a fucking good thing, right?
Yeah.
It's good that people don't feel like they can be racist when they are racist. Good, shut the fuck up.
Like,
honestly.
Well, and not just that, but like, let's flip it the other way and say, for too long, people have felt that they can't accuse people of being racist for fear of being shouted down. You see how silly it is, right-wingers? Do you see how silly and whingy and pathetic that would be as a thing to say? That is what you're saying about your position. If you want to say X thing, doesn't matter what it is, I then have the right to say, that's fucking racist. That I'm allowed to do that. And you can whinge as much as you like about that, and you know what I'm going to say? Oh, you're a pussy as well. Go fuck yourself. Like, I don't care. I don't give a fuck if your fifis are hurt by me pointing out your racism as racism. I'm going to fucking do it anyway.
That we have over immigration, that might be the numbers, the fact that in one single year we had net migration of 906,000 people coming here, not all of whom are going to be net contributors to our economy, but also people are concerned about the failures of integration. And yes, certainly relative to other Western European countries, we are a very successful multi-ethnic society, but I don't think anybody can deny that there is more work that needs to be done. And when politicians stick their head above the parapet and they express some of these views, and perhaps you might find the language that Robert Jenrick used specifically distasteful. But when they're then pilloried and there's an enormous backlash, it makes it...
Don't be nasty to the local racists. Oh, they might not want to speak up in the future. Good. If me calling them racist makes them think twice about being racist, I'm fine with that, actually. Yeah.
Exactly.
You can thank me later.
And again, like... how dare people hold politicians to account? I'm like, these aren't fucking special little fucking birthday boys.
Yeah.
They can put on their big girl pants and they can deal with incendiary comments from the public. That is quite literally their fucking job.
Imagine with a brass neck on it. For her to come out and say, the guy who just referred to an area of a city with tens of thousands of people in it, Handsworth is a very densely populated place. It's not big on the map. A lot of people live there. As a slum, don't do anything that might offend him. Don't be rude to him. You can't, as if you would use terrible language. That might insult and hurt his feelings. From the slum dwellers.
Okay, if it makes you feel any better, Annabelle, right? Robert Jenrick can lick my tranny bumhole. That's what he can do. That's what he can. I don't give a shit. I know. The feelings hurt. The streamer said the nasty words. Oh no. Yeah. Fuck off. Don't care.
See, she's not like this.
Clip that.
She's not
straight on the.
Exactly. She's not like this on Navara. I can't help but feel I'm a terrible, terrible influence. She doesn't. She doesn't say when she's fucking. When she's with one of the lads on Navara Media. She doesn't go. Robert Jenrick can lick my tranny bumhole.
I mean, literally, again, it's just this fundamentally is like, I'm glad that I can cut loose on stream. Fuck it,
Is that the official position of Greens Organise? By the way, can I just? Is that? Moving on.
I'll cut this out of the edit.
This isn't making the cut, lads.
More difficult for somebody else to come out and speak about it and express fears that they may harbour. And I think that is, as a consequence, too often pushes debate and discussion underground, and it pushes people who have often very legitimate concerns over immigration into the arms of far-right figures like Tommy Robinson.
Or Robert Jenrick. Look, don't act like the Robert Jenrick wasn't doing far-rightism. There's a reason that fucking Tommy Robinson and his ilk like what he said. Because he's saying the same shit they do. Don't be like, well, if you're against what Robert Jenrick said, you might push people into the arms of people who believe exactly the same anyway.
Exactly.
Dickhead. Has she said anything of worth? She's been talking now and she said nothing. Oh, don't be mean.
Man in the glasses.
I think we know who the racists are in the audience.
Originally from Mexico. My family is here with me since 8 years ago.
There's no way. They're shipping people in. There are not fucking Mexicans in Shrewsbury. I've been to Shrewsbury. There are no Mexicans there. There's not been a single tortilla ever produced in Shrewsbury.
I mean, maybe, hopefully, this might be the one time someone can get some decent fucking Mexican food in Britain.
True.
We went through the whole process of Tier 2 visa, indefinite leave to remain. Now we are citizens. And I can tell you for sure that the integration that we have, my sons, it's perfect. The welcoming of the country has been fantastic. And in the company that I work for, we have a lot of people that are from different places. So my experience here is that we can have a very good integration. I don't know why we keep insisting in divisive language and saying that is not happening, because it's happening.
And there, in the black top.
Whoa. Who the fuck put this poll up in chat? What's this about? Chat, can someone tell me, can someone assist me with this? What is this?
What?
Predict with channel points. I didn't realise, can other people do that predict shit? Dismiss this message. Yeah, I don't want that fucking shit. I did it. What the fuck? How are you a moderator on my channel? Oh, for fuck's sake. Unmod. What? Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I meant to ban him. Sorry, there we go. Yeah, he's done.
I think immigration and migration is always a political football where there's no answers for anything else. The NHS is on its knees. Social care is a major important thing to be looking at in the future. AI itself having an influence on jobs in the future for people that are up and coming and younger. Where's all the plans and all the arguments coming from the policy and different parties from that? There isn't anything. All they want to do is throw the immigration football around and just blame the migrants all the time.
Do you think there's too much about
True.
it?
I'm sick of hearing about it.
Yeah.
People are aware that our people are coming in. We've heard it for years. Every time there's nothing to be answered about, they just throw the immigration thing out again. And that's why the Reform Party is the answer, because of the immigration being an important thing to think about.
Can I just come in here? I think there's a couple of things I'd just like to say. First of all, if any of you had listened to the whole discussion that Robert Jenrick had, if any of you listened to Robert Jenrick's debate and discussion at Conservative Party conference, which we probably should have been talking about, you'd get a completely different feeling and a message of tolerance and inclusivity. That was the point. Maybe we ought to wonder why...
Oh, okay. He said other things in the past that aren't racist. It's not really a defence of the things he has said that are racist. Most murderers have interacted with lots more people than the number of people they've murdered. You don't give them time off for the times they didn't kill anybody. Like, come on
Attempted murder, maybe given the Nobel Prize for attempted chemistry.
Yeah, true.
Also,
did you see they didn't give Jeffrey Epstein's best mate the Nobel Prize?
No, they just gave it to Jeffrey Epstein's best mate's best mate.
That is also true. Yeah, the Venezuelan woman who
Yeah,
it allowed me to bring back a quality old school meme. I tweeted out the real winner of the Nobel Peace Prize this year is Juan Guaido. Fuck yes.
That's the thing, right? Is that she's not even like a human rights campaigner or anything. She's just somebody who wants Maduro gone so that her paymasters in American mega corporations can carve up the country.
She's just a centre-right politician. That's it. That's literally enough to win a peace prize. Not the people who just tried to get aid into Gaza and were arrested on the high seas by pirates. No. That's not a peace thing.
Or like
no.
one of the people that might have been up for it was like a Qatari negotiator between Hamas and Israel. Like, surely that's worth far more.
Yeah, that's actually something to do with peace rather than just being an opposition parliamentarian. Like, what the fuck?
It is
that's how you know it's run by like crazy Westoids. When they fucking give it to someone like that. Or they give it to Barack Obama. What a joke. Fuck's sake.
After he just like created the Libyan slave markets.
Brilliant. No, I think it was before then, wasn't it? Because I don't think he'd taken office yet. I think. I don't know. Anyway, I can't remember. Doesn't matter. Either way, he didn't deserve. He hadn't done anything.
Yeah.
During Conservative Party conference, a leaked message came out on a very minute thing, on a specific area, out of context, and was then sent to the media during Conservative Party conference. Come on, we're not that stupid. There is a reason why somebody did that, instead of, and to stop us talking about the positive things, for example, that we talked about at Conservative Party conference, or indeed all the other party conferences.
Hang on a minute.
Oh, like the getting rid of 150 squillion people, whatever it was. Yeah, it's so positive and wonderful. Thanks.
I mean, I think the only positive that came out of the Conservative conference was the HIV status of all of the people there who have nothing better to do than fuck each other, because otherwise the party would be meaningless.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
pretty much.
The Conservative Party is just, all it is just a sex den now. One can only assume that, given that they know that it's all over, they're going to have to make the most of it whilst they're still there.
Yeah, pretty much. Actually, the only positive really to come out of it, I suppose... Oh, just got your joke HIV positive. I'm with you. Right. Sorry. Yes, that was the penny finally dropping. Was the fucking... Did you see Kemi Badenoch singing Sweet Caroline?
I did, yeah, oh my
peak
god.
Peak memes. Love it.
Oh, dear Lord. It was I mean, we watched Kemi Badenoch get interviewed by Susanna Reid on Good Morning Britain, and she was like, I think people pity you. And I was just like, yeah, we do. I was just watching them, like, party of, like, 5 people there, holding, like, tattered flags, singing Sweet Caroline. And I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry, this is pathetic, isn't it? Oh, bless. Oh, bless.
Yeah. And it's nice because she really tried to make it seem like she had any future as the leader of that party. It was genuinely heartwarming to see that level of shite delusion. It was brilliant.
Yeah.
Love it.
Order to divide. It's exactly the point that has been made here. Some people play things in order to cause division, and we shouldn't be playing at that. And actually, if you were at our conference, you would have heard the difference.
So, hang on. So you've no problem with Robert Jenrick trying to divide the nation based along race, but the media shouldn't try and divide the Conservative Party. That's far more important.
Well, exactly. Yeah, they fundamentally believe they are more important than the people that actually have to live here.
Yeah.
Political parties talk about it in Parliament and get things through.
Yeah.
Sort things out.
Yeah. And believe me,
It's a simple
look,
answer.
and the conversation we've had today, I hear in my constituency all the time. We do engage. Immigration is a big issue, but we're talking about a much broader variety of things here this afternoon.
Woman at the back.
Are we?
Yeah.
I'd just like to say, I too come from South East London originally, lived in Shropshire for nearly 30 years.
Are there any actual native Shrewsbury people in this fucking audience? There's a Scouser, someone from fucking Mexico, a Scot, a Londoner. Are there any people from the fucking Midlands here?
I mean, it seems to be that, just like everywhere else that's posh in this area, it's full of people who got money
And then moved
bought
there,
a house
yeah.
in the countryside, working from home.
Yeah, true. The only people who live in these places that are from those places are people who clean the houses of these people.
Literally.
Fact that this is not a purely white town. I love Shropshire, I love
Yeah.
Shrewsbury. The other side to it is
And hopefully steal their shit. I'm just saying.
there are hundreds of people in this county who would not receive any social care at all or any care if we didn't have people coming to work in this county from other countries, and I welcome them all and say thank you.
That's nice.
So, look, it's great. We've obviously had a lot of people in this audience asking questions who clearly are delighted about the levels of immigration, and that's fine.
Do you want to be a salty bitch? You like being a salty little whingy bitch? Yeah? Okay, cool.
Genuinely great. But
Yeah, genuinely
I'm afraid
great, yeah.
this audience is not representative of the country. And right now,
Well, that
many people...
that is literally true in that they're all white and quite rich. Yeah.
And from Shrewsbury.
From where, sorry?
From Shrewsbury.
Thank you.
It is
Great
representative
country.
of the
Many
support
people
for
in this
reform,
country,
I might just point out.
Many people in this country feel massively betrayed by the Conservative Party, who, by the way, in their 2010 manifesto, their 2015 manifesto, their 2017 manifesto, their 2019 manifesto said they would bring net migration down to the tens of thousands. Instead, they left office with that number at over 1 million, and 6.5 million net new people arrived.
Okay, you're getting a little bit skipping record now. You've made that point like 5 fucking times, mate. Yes, we get it. We get the number. Okay? But also, he is actually making a genuine point. Conservative voters have been completely betrayed by the so-called Conservative Party. Yes. That is actually just true. That's why they're going... Well, not just going, they have gone in their droves to the party.
Over, yeah. Like, the problem, of course, is that one of the reasons why this betrayal has been allowed to happen is that literally at no point did anyone tell anyone the truth about what was going to happen if we did do what people kept saying that they wanted the Tories to do, which was essentially to make sure that our economy crashed, right? Like, in the last decade and the last 15 years, basically all of our economic growth has come from increased labour capacity, i.e. we had migrants coming here and they got jobs. Very little on innovation, like total factor productivity is low, capital investment is low, again because of austerity as well, right? Like, our economy would have fucking crashed. We would be in permanent recession if it wasn't for migration. And nobody decided to make this point. Everyone kept talking about, cultural enrichment. Fine, I agree with those points, right? But fundamentally, the Tories don't care. They just want to ensure that the economy doesn't collapse because they want to ensure that their voters keep voting for them. And they made the decision that having an economy that functioned was more important than doing the immigration policy that people wanted. And fundamentally, I agree. But you can't just keep lying to people about bringing migration down, knowingly or not going to do it, because you realise the necessity of keeping the economy afloat.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you, Crowman with Bitty Bits. Much love. And Kieran, you actually sort of raise an interesting question there. Does he not know how question time works? Fundamentally, these people don't. That's why they always whinge. If you go onto Twitter or Facebook or wherever you get your social media kick, to see the kind of reaction that Conservatives have to this programme, you can tell they just live in an echo chamber. Because any kind of dissension, any kind of different opinion is like anathema to them. They don't understand that other people think differently and have different opinions to them, which is why they shout like pedo at people, because they think, well, anyone who disagrees with me must be the exact opposite, i.e. is in favour of rape gangs or whatever. Like, they're just fucking mental. And so they exist in this echo chamber where they don't really hear alternative opinions very often. So that kind of equality feels like being oppressed. You know?
Exactly.
Inside their 14 years of government. And let's talk about the health service, because again, this is a lie that is peddled. You could restaff every doctor and nurse in the NHS, which is close to my heart because my parents have given their life to it. You could restaff every doctor and nurse with just 1 year's net immigration based on the rate of the last 3 years. And there is currently an employment crisis for doctors in this country. Look at the British Medical Association, who are on their knees pleading with the government, saying half of the homegrown British doctors who are in their foundation year do not have a job. Let me say that again. Half of the homegrown British doctors in their foundation year do not have a job to go to. So, I'm sorry. The notion, and I don't in any way.
You and I both agree here that we should be trying to find more places for our new doctors in the NHS. I totally agree with that. Fundamentally, though, is that I would want to do that by putting more money into the NHS. You have no plan to do this because your plan is to privatise the NHS, which would not increase the number of spaces for doctors. What it needs is more funding, which Labour have done some of, but it needs even more.
Yeah. And also, as pointed out, doctors don't do social care. And hospitals don't just employ doctors. In fact, a very small percentage of the overall employees of a hospital are doctors. There are nurses and surgeons and cleaners and catering staff, etc., etc. All of which rely on a stream of relatively cheap labour, which you're not going to get from 50% of doctors, you twat.
Is understand why people take the view, because it is a lie that is peddled. The notion that the NHS needs more immigration to function is the opposite of the truth. The NHS is in part... Well,
it's not even saying that we need more immigration. It's saying that without immigration, it would have faltered already.
Exactly.
It's saying immigrants have made a ridiculously massive contribution to society. So you trying to, like, peddle hate against them is grotesque.
Under the pressure of enormous health tourism that is happening, and our own British doctors who are struggling, and the BMA's on its knees right now begging the government to create more training places for them, because there's 50% of them, according to the BMA, you can look it up on their website, do not have jobs.
Okay, I'm going to move on. I know you want to come to that, but you'll definitely get your chance. Right, I'm going to take another question now, but before I do, I just want to say where we are next week, which is Bishop Stortford in Hertfordshire. The week after that, we're off to Swindon.
You know what I'm going to say? For the Americans, Bishop Stortford is a real place. It does exist.
Are they only going to go to posh places? I guess you did say Swindon, but like...
You know, Swindon's a shithole, yeah.
It is a shithole. I mean, literally, I mean, fucking Sargon of Akkad is from Swindon, so you know how much of a shithole it must be.
Literally.
So if you live in or near either of those areas, Bishop Stortford or Swindon, you want to come and be part of the audience, ask your questions, go to the Question Time website, follow the instructions there, and hopefully we will see you. Right, let's take another question. Big story of the day. Robert Cumming.
If Donald Trump does get peace deal in Gaza, will the left-leaning party policies, will they finally admit that he's the Don done good?
What the fuck, you illiterate twat? What the fuck was that sentence you just spouted? Done good. You fucking absolute penguin.
Has the Don done good? Well, I think the Don thinks he's done
also,
good.
just to answer this question seriously, no. You don't get to do fucking 10 months of a genocide, and then when you eventually go, you know what, maybe we should stop doing the genocide and just go back to killing them less frequently, that you get like a pat on the back and a smiley face balloon. No,
exactly. Again, like as you rightly point out, he had spent 10 months arming and funding the genocide and continually giving credence to whatever Benjamin Netanyahu said, literally being his fucking puppet.
Yeah.
The only thing that's changed is that A, Trump wants a Nobel Peace Prize, which he didn't get, lol.
Lol.
And second of all, is that because the Republican base is turning against Israel, right? There are committed ultra-Zionists in his cabinet, but fundamentally, Trump's allegiance is to his own ego. So being the one who ends the war is something that he wants, not for the interests of Palestinians, but for his own interests, and ensuring he maintains the MAGA support base, given that lots of them are wondering why loads of American money is going to Israel.
Yep. Like, you know, his announcement the last couple of weeks ago about how they're going to stop funding public healthcare in foreign countries. And someone asked the very easy point, does that include in Israel? Because, of course, they're not going to stop funding that. That would be crazy. Yeah. And in terms of them losing the argument and having America turn against Israel, there's a reason that they're spending ungodly sums of money trying to get, like, influencers on TikTok and stuff to do pro-Israel talking points. And literally they've set up a media tutoring course, which includes people like Van Jones, who's going to tutor people in the media about doing more Zionism. Because apparently the American media is not Zionist enough.
Or literally, and the Trump administration are forcing TikTok to be sold to Zionists.
Yep. I think they're scared, chat.
Doubt about that. James?
Look, we should definitely recognise President Trump's role in what's happening in the Middle East.
Enjoy irrelevance, you fucking piece of garbage. Enjoy losing at the next election. I will personally enjoy you losing your seat. Fuck you.
And we should recognise the fact that us working with him and with other partners around the world...
Literally still doing the flights from Akrotiri. Shut the fuck up. Record amounts of war material is being sold to Israel now by Britain. We have never sold them more than now.
Is the way that we have now got to this position. And, you know, can I just say that we've had so many false dawns in terms of getting a ceasefire, getting hostages out, getting aid in over the last 2 years that I almost dare not to hope that this is a real breakthrough. But it does feel a bit different. You know, it does feel there is a glimmer of real hope in what has been announced in the last 24, 36 hours.
Anything to mention about the fact that Smostrich literally tweeted out, in Hebrew naturally, but the translate button is there, how they want to get their hostages back and then go straight back to doing the genocide again? Any thoughts on that, friend? Because he's a high-up member of the Israeli cabinet right now.
He is indeed.
No, you're just not going to mention that? No? Okay. Marcel asks, flight to what? The flights from RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus. They are reconnaissance flights which are flown virtually every day since the beginning of this particular leg of the 70 years genocide against the Palestinian people, which flies on... Is it Gaza City above that it usually does? It does flights, it does loops around the city, gathering reconnaissance on people and places and movements and stuff, and sends it directly to the IDF. So they can more accurately target their weapons of death against innocent people.
Yeah, the Times have confirmed that they are intelligence sharing with Israel, yeah.
Yeah, so that's cool. So we're not even just passively, like, giving our support to them. We're actively engaged in a genocide. Keir Starmer, the most interesting thing about Keir Starmer is the degree to which he is waded in Palestinian blood. Let that settle in.
Hours, and, you know, I just hope so deeply that this is a ceasefire that lasts and all the hostages are released and aid gets in, and then we get on that pathway towards a two-state solution with a safe and secure Israel alongside a Palestinian state, which we know is the way to have long-lasting
Not safe and secure,
in
though.
the region.
Not a safe and secure Palestinian state. Safety and security only for the Israelis.
Yeah. Well, she does have that right.
True.
And I think that's what we need to focus on.
Are you saying that you contributed to this peace deal? Are you saying the Labour government contributed to it?
The Prime Minister's been playing a role with international partners.
Well, Secretary Rubio in Trump's cabinet has come out publicly saying that the early and, in their view, premature recognition of a Palestinian state actively set back the peace deal.
Yeah, but that's a lie, and you're licking Trump's arse.
Yeah, because fundamentally Trump doesn't care.
Yeah.
Trump is the one that matters, and Trump doesn't fucking give a shit about whether we recognise Palestine or not. Like, it was mentioned in passing when he came in a state visit, and he was like, I don't agree, but I don't really care. Like, he doesn't care. He just wants the Peace Prize.
Yep.
He wants to peace rights, and he wants.
That's why he's constantly going on about how he saved a war between fucking Agrabah and fucking Albanistan or whatever. You know, look, he just makes up countries that he's stopped wars in, apparently. Yeah, and look, they're just dick riding him. That the Reform Party just dick ride him, and I'm just gonna say, dick riding is not an appropriate mode of transportation.
True.
Do you want to apologise?
The recognition. Let me take this head on, right? The recognition of the state of Palestine was a decision that we took along with other international partners. Other countries did the recognition
Not America.
around the same time as that we did, and that's important.
You all
because
made
it's
a bad
important to
decision.
have. It's important to have a collaboration with international partners when we're talking about what's happening in the Middle East. And the reason why we did that, the reason why we decided to recognise Palestine at this stage, is to make sure that we keep alive that prospect, that hope of a two-state solution.
So Secretary Rubio literally said that recognising Palestine prematurely
state alongside Israel is the way to have long-term peace.
Yeah, but he's a Zionist liar. Why would I give a fuck what that cunt has to say?
Exactly.
And security for both the Palestinians and the Israelis.
I should say that we're recording this programme before the Israeli cabinet has finished meeting and signed off on this ceasefire deal. I'm saying that.
They have subsequently done so, but I mean, again, they've already had high-profile members come out and say, no, we plan on breaking this ceasefire agreement as soon as it's convenient for us.
Literally, that's what. Because you're absolutely right.
Yeah, ridiculous. Thank you, Ella Bella Init, for 7 months of subscription.
Just in case it all goes pear-shaped. But I'm obviously fervently hoping that it does not. Zack, is it time for left-leaning political parties, that's why I'm coming to James and to you first, is it time they admit the Don done good?
Well, I think the first thing to say is that Israel's ongoing genocide has resulted on average in a classroom of children dying every single day in Palestine. 55,000 children are malnourished, so of course a ceasefire should be welcomed. But also let's be clear about who Donald Trump is. Not only is he a racist misogynist, he's someone who said that Gaza should be turned into a luxury Riviera. So I don't think for a second we should pretend that he wants a ceasefire because he cares about Palestinian lives all of a sudden. He wants a ceasefire.
Yeah. What I will say, though, is I've made this point before, but I think it's really important, is that no one actually cares anymore whether Trump is a racist or a misogynist. You've made your mind up about Trump, about whether or not you think that the things that he says and the opinions that he holds are relevant to your opinion of him. What you actually have to do, if you want to undermine Trumpism, especially undermine Trumpism spreading to this country via Reform UK, talk about what he does, rather than talk about what he is, which can be meaningless to some people, especially other people who have racist or misogynistic tendencies, is to go, this is a man who black bags people off the street with a Gestapo and sends them to fucking foreign torture camps. This is a man who has declared people who disagree with him as enemies of the state via NSPM 7. This is a man who literally just kills fishermen for fun in the waters outside of Venezuela. This is a man who is breaking the constitution and wants to become a dictator through unitary executive theory. Stephen Miller specifically said this, that he would have plenary authority, absolute authority. That is the problem with Trumpism, is the fact that he is a dictator who has done terrible things. Racist and misogynist, he well is, but I don't think many people are going to have their minds changed unless they actually understand the reality of what Trumpism has done to America.
Well, I mean, firstly, he didn't really focus on it, he just mentioned it, and I think that's fine. I think it's right to call a spade, so to speak.
Like a baby
What I think is... What I like about the answer he's giving is that you drag it back to the fact that there is a genocide ongoing, rather than... Because the thing that Trump wants is Trump wants the oxygen. In the same way that Farage wants. You want the oxygen of publicity. That's the only thing that allows them to be anything. Because without that, they don't exist. The media created Trump and the media have created Farage. So don't talk about Trump. Just say, no, obviously he doesn't deserve it, and then talk about Palestine.
Yeah, 100%.
And that's fine. Honestly, I like his performance so far.
Yeah, me too.
It's going nicely. Thank you, Jason, for becoming a member. Much love.
I think second, whilst welcoming the ceasefire, we also know this is really a three-stage process. We need this ceasefire as quick as possible, but we also then need to talk about peace. And we need to make sure we're bringing everyone around the table. And I think our role in that is making sure that Palestinian voices are heard in the same way that Israeli voices are heard. And the idea that Tony Blair is going to be at the head of this table is like bringing an arsonist to put out a fire. It just makes absolutely no sense at all. And actually, we need to...
Honestly, I will suck your soul out, mate. I know I shouldn't do that, but like, come on now.
make sure that the right people, the people on the ground from the grassroots, are the people leading this. And then thirdly, I think there does need to be a reckoning. We need to recognise that this has been a stain on our humanity, our global humanity. And our government has not just been complicit, they have actively enabled with the selling of arms to Israel. It's time to stop the genocide, stop sharing intelligence, and make sure we have a free Palestine. Thank you.
True.
Can I just,
True.
Robert, where are you sitting? I've
True.
lost track of where you are. Can we just get a microphone back to Robert? What's your view?
What do you reckon, chat? Will he be able to string one sentence together? I can't.
Well, interestingly, I do like it that Zack went thank you at the end, expecting an applause, and never came.
Oh no! Oh, bless him. Bless him. I suppose it's difficult in a way because you don't want to applaud after he's gone like they've killed a squillion people, because it then looks like you're applauding the deaths of children. So it's a little bit, yeah, it's a little bit
True,
much.
true.
Yeah, I'm no big fan of Trump, but I mean, if it does work, then you've got to give him some sort of credit. And yeah, he probably is doing it for himself, his own ego. But who cares if it brings peace? It doesn't matter, does it?
Well, I mean, it does, because what about if there's a war in the future where his ego is suited bombing the shit out of it? That's not a sensible approach to public policy making, you fucking dullard. Obviously that's bad. A lunatic like that. What about if public opinion turns and all of a sudden genocide against, let's just choose a random group of people, Inuits, is a good idea? So his ego would be served killing all of the Inuits. No, that's a fucking dreadful thing. You daft cunt.
It's perfectly reasonable to say that we are all happy for there to be a ceasefire, even if all of it is being done to satiate Trump's narcissism. But we shouldn't have to rely on the narcissism of an all-powerful leader in the United States to get justice for people under genocide, right?
Yeah, exactly. Can I suggest the Belgians? No, we're not doing suggested groups to genocide. No. You fucking mad bastards.
Although if there's any group that deserve it...
It's not a real country. Oh, I'm a bit French and a bit Dutch. The two worst things you can be.
Sorry, that's a joke, by the way, chat. There's a joke because Belgium literally committed one of the worst genocides in human history.
It would only be fair. It would just be a score draw at that point. Just
true.
give the Congo... What you do, right? You give the Congolese people 24-hour purge style to just do what the fuck they like to Belgium.
And then go like, we're quits, right?
Yeah, exactly. No,
Cool,
there you
right?
go. There you go. Debt paid. See you later. That is not public. Yeah, that is not official Green Party policy.
No, none of us here support the idea of kind of retroactive genocides being done to settle scores. No.
Especially as British subjects, because we are fucked. Because there's so many, no one would survive, because there would be a queue of people at Dover waiting. There's like the Indians, and there's Australian groups, and there's fucking all sorts. Native peoples of North America, everyone wants some. God almighty. And the Inuits. Actually, I probably shouldn't call them that. I think there's a better term for them, but you know what I mean.
Okay, man here in the stripy t-shirt.
Couldn't we have reached this point a lot quicker if Trump and Starmer and all the politicians had put more pressure on Israel to actually stop the genocide in Gaza?
Yeah.
And it is a genocide because the UN says so.
True.
Yeah.
Could we have got there?
Yeah, literally, yeah. I was told that America couldn't just stop this. Joe Biden couldn't have stopped this at any point. Trump couldn't stop this. This is oh no, it just turns out as soon as the Americans decided they want to do something, it happened.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out here that what we actually learn the most here, because of course, as we've said, Donald Trump, whatever, he's doing it for his own ends, like, who cares? The thing we most learned here is that Joe Biden is the most fucking genocidal prick ever to be at the head of the United States government. In that he literally had the entirety of the first year of the genocide to stop it. He had the power to stop it, and he didn't, ever. No ceasefires, no pressure, no nothing, right? At least the first ceasefire
Oh, you dropped out. Yellow. Helena.
They're quicker.
Helena, you have dropped out. Maybe try dropping out and coming back in or something. I don't know. Making a very good point, but it's stopped. Oh, the stream just froze as well. Oh, that's a shame. Well, anyway, the point I was going to make, addendum to the point that Helena was making, was I read an extract from what's her fucking name? Kamala Harris's book about this, and just like the entitlement, the fucking entitlement of this bitch. She was going on about how the Palestinian, you know, anti-genocide campaigners that were like heckling her at speeches and stuff, they really got to her. And I'm just like, did it? Did it really get to you? Because it doesn't appear to have got to you to the point where you changed your fucking policy at any point. I wish it had got to you. I wish it had forced you to change your opinion. Maybe then you wouldn't have lost the popular vote to a known rapist. Fuck's sake. Have the Belgians come for her? Good lord. Is she like officially, is she down as such? Apparently she is. Apparently literally that's, yeah. Oh, that is not good. that is, hello, Jack Mel. The Jack Meller. Well, I didn't read the whole book. Not at all. I'm not fucking. I'm not reading an entire book by fucking Kamala Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Victory
But I did read part of it. We'll wait a minute. We'll chat amongst ourselves for a second, yeah. Whilst we wait for possibly Helena to come back, although who knows? Maybe the Belgians have invaded and they've taken over Nottingham. Who knows? Yes. Welcome, Taya Fraser. Welcome to the Kevolution, friendo. Yes, and hello there, Malfi. Malfi? Alfie? Whatever. Hello there. I had
Boiled like a baby otter.
I had to take a call in work. Has Zack called Zero fascist yet? Not to my knowledge, no. Not at this point. Hey, thank you, the Jack motherfucking Miller, for 10 gifties. I will just...
Boiled like a baby otter.
Yeah, I'll turn the alert box up. We don't need it 10 times. But thank you. It's short for Malfred. Alright, chat. There's no need to violate me like that. Come on now. Kev, do a ceasefire with Belgium to release the hostage. No. I don't negotiate with terrorists, and all Belgians are terrorists. People who are regular viewers will think I have a serious problem with those from the Low Countries, and I've got nothing but love for the people of the Netherlands and Belgium and Luxembourg. I don't give a fuck. I'm not trying to be, trying to be rude or anything. It's just you sound funny, okay? You do say you've got people called Jizz Horncamp, and that's just hilarious. That's just fucking funny to me. All right. I don't think she's dead. I fucking hope not. Jesus Christ. What else would I do? What would I do for content, chat?
You know how I think I literally said yesterday on stream about how sometimes my meter runs out when I'm live. Well,
oh, okay. Oh, that's what happened, is it? Okay.
Yeah, literally. Let me go back live again 1 sec.
Okay. Well, the people who came over, you can just leave again. It's fine.
Ooh.
Bless you.
For some reason, it's changed the wrong screen. It's now showing you the.
Showing what?
Oh, sorry, on my streamers for some reason.
Okay.
Screen capture. Kevin, there we go.
Okay. Yes. Love you, bye. They literally are all leaving. You fucking turncoats! You disgraceful. Unbelievable. Use me like a second-rate hooker, and then just leave as soon as you're done with me.
Oh, but yes,
Fair
where were we? I was just like talking about. I forgot where it even was. Oh yeah, that was the only reason why we got a ceasefire in the first place was because of Steve Witkoff going over there and getting a small ceasefire. Biden couldn't even do that. Turns out there was a stop the genocide button that Biden had on his desk the entire time and decided not to push.
Before you leave, at least hit the follow button. It's free.
True.
I've got people who aren't even following me, have used me as like a stopover, as a fucking no justice waiting room while you get your fucking meter sorted, and you don't even hit the follow button. Disgraceful. Anyway, that's fine. I don't mind. You do you. Yes. Oh yeah, no, I was just making the point actually that I read a bit of Kamala Harris's book as well. And she was like, "Oh, the peace campaign, they really got to me during the election. Not enough for you to change your fucking policy at any point."
Nope.
Well, it didn't get to you enough then, you dickhead. God almighty, the entitlement of these fucking people. They really do think that you just owe them your vote. And I'd just say, you supported a genocide and then lost an election by the popular vote to a rapist. You've earned your place in American history.
Yeah, literally. What's ironic, actually, is I actually don't think Kamala Harris did that bad of a job during the election either. You got to remember, right, that internally the polling from when Biden was still the presumptive nominee had the Democrats losing to like 400 electoral votes, right? Like she was carrying the cup. She was fucking Weekend at Bernieing the Democratic Party over the line to only lose by a few million votes rather than getting completely obliterated.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And she's thinking of running again, yeah. Fucking hell, man. Like, honestly, they want to lose. They want to lose. They want to be perpetual fucking losers. Rather than institute any kind of progressive change at all, they would rather just fucking lose. Ridiculous. Anyway, are we ready to go? Are you all back up?
I'm all set. So if you share the screen,
cool.
Good to go.
Oh shit, yeah, no, I probably should do that. Yes.
Nigel.
I don't think we could have got there quicker because Hamas was not releasing the hostages.
Sausages!
And actually, the British government could have put pressure when they unilaterally, when they declared declaration recognising Palestine. Why didn't they put and release the hostages as a condition? Why didn't they put conditions?
Because turns out, right, Palestine isn't just Gaza.
Yeah.
I understand that everyone likes to, all of the Zionists like to try and say that all of Palestine is Hamas, but first of all, it's an inalienable right of the Palestinian people. The fact that they haven't been recognised so far is a fucking generational outrage, right? Better late than never, though, I guess. And the reality is that the protection of statehood is actually probably at this point far more important for those in the West Bank who are going to see the fucking E1 settlement plan.
Yep. Literally, yeah. Oh, hang on.
Hamas, they didn't. That was ridiculous.
Okay
that was. Of course I'm not, sir. Please don't.
Not members of Hamas.
Sir, of course I am not.
Who did nothing wrong.
Of course I am not. Please don't put words in my mouth. I'm saying actually we could have helped move things forward if actually we'd said, at some point or some alternative thing, part of the hostages were part of the deal. They weren't. I think that was absolutely terrible. And all the other countries just.
Okay, well, why not say, okay, we're not going to recognise the state of Israel until it gives all of its hostages back?
Yeah, or indeed it stops being an illegal occupant.
Yeah.
Maybe you shouldn't reward the terrorism of Irgun Lehi and the Haganah by recognising Israel in the first place.
Yep. Oh no, but they're prisoners.
Spoiled like a baby otter.
Including the children. Please do tell me what crime those children committed to be in an Israeli jail.
Quite.
Because others joined in and did the same. They were all wrong. Doesn't make it right just because other people do stupid things as well. It's a bit more complicated than that. In terms of the answer to the question, the gentleman's right. Donald Trump transparently deserves some credit for this because he's probably the only person in the world who could help actually get us to this point.
And he could have done that as soon as he became president. In fact, he could have done it before, if he'd wanted to, because of course he got there was some negotiation. If you remember, during the election, he knew that it was obviously hurting the Democrats, so he literally said in private talks with Israeli officials for them not to negotiate a peace deal whilst Joe Biden was president.
Yeah.
So even before he became president, he was already fucking up peace chances. But secondly, he could have done the exact opposite if he'd wanted to. He knows he has a lot of support for Zionists and of Zionists, and could have, behind the closed doors, gotten a peace deal over the line, or at least started. But he wasn't interested in it. He could have done it day one when he became president. Literally, first thing he could have done: ring up Benjamin Netanyahu and say, if you fire another fucking rocket, you don't get a penny.
Literally, super
and
easy.
It stops instantly. Okay, but he didn't want to because he's a fucking Zionist prick. Or actually, I don't even think he is really a Zionist. I don't think he really believes much other than Donald Trump is the greatest thing ever. That's
exactly. He's a transactional man.
Yeah.
He is a narcissistic man, but fundamentally, he doesn't have much ideologically outside of that. The problem, of course, is that his campaign was run by committed ultra-Zionists.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The actual acting president, Miller, is a Zionist. Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah, and of course AIPAC or is it AIPAC or IPAC or EPAC? I forget how to say it. Like certain other YouTubers.
It's IPACman.
IPACman have bought and paid for both him and his campaign and all of the people around him and all of the Republicans and most of the Democrats in Washington. So it's the path of least resistance for him, isn't it?
Exactly.
Along with and working with, of course, Qatar, Egypt, Turkey and others. But this is a horrendous situation. I'm really pleased that we've got to this point. But as somebody who's met the parents of hostages, and I was in Israel and Palestine, by the way, a few weeks ago.
Okay, so you're going to tell us a sub-story about that. You're going to tell us any sub-stories from Palestine? Because I think some Palestinians have suffered as well. You might want to mention any of those. Or are they not worth humanising because you don't see them as human?
I wonder which one of those.
Thank you, Bree, for becoming a member. Much love. Much love.
I have seen the harm and the damage on both sides. I am relieved and encouraged. It looks like we are now going to see an end to the solution. But let's be clear here. There was
end to the
a
solution?
ceasefire. It was broken on the 7th of October when Hamas conducted...
Are you sure about that? You sure there was a ceasefire? You sure there was definitely a ceasefire ongoing, practically speaking, at all on behalf of the
Indeed.
Israeli
Shall
government?
shall we ask the people of Jenin? Was there a ceasefire on 2023 before October? Should we ask the worshippers in Al-Aqsa who were getting gassed by the IDF? Did that look like a ceasefire to them?
Yep.
Conducted terrorist attacks.
Woman at the back there in the glass.
I've been to Israel and I've been to the West Bank several times over the years, and I've met some really, really wonderful...
I think this person might be a vicar. There's a couple of subtle hints that this person might be one of those new woke vicars that's destroying Christianity.
Jewish people. I met some really, really wonderful Palestinian people. And I've encountered some very scary extremists on both sides. But what we have here today from Donald Trump are words. It's deeds, not words.
Yep.
The detail behind what happens after today, and I really do pray today that that ceasefire happens, is the devil in the detail. Is this going to be a long-term lasting peace? I really don't know. I really pray they do. But until we recognise as individuals, as people who live, just trying to live their daily lives on both sides, and to try and understand the impact on both sides, and to put to one side the labels that we so happily slap on people, and we just see Jew and Muslim and Israeli and Palestinian and Christian. And we actually talk about what that means.
Well, talk about Christians. You're going about people just wanting to live their lives. Christians get spat on in Israel because they're not Jews. No, that's not
Christians
all.
get murdered in Palestinian for being not Jews as well. So
Well, that's also true, yes. But my point more broadly was about the fact that it's not just like these aren't just like passive people just ordinarily existing like you or I might be. A lot of people in Israel are deeply, deeply extremized. That's not the right word. Radicalized is the word I was looking for. To the point where I saw it was an amazing interview that a guy called Tatum, right? He's a former American cop who's like a PragerU twat.
Oh, Brandon Tatum.
Brandon
yeah,
Tatum,
fucking, He's literally the fucking lowest IQ person I've ever seen. He's a real dumb.
Fascinating, honestly. He could take over as the head of the FBI if your man steps down at anyone. Yes. Yeah. Anyway, he was interviewing Benjamin Netanyahu, and his brag was, we walked around Jerusalem, and we only got spat at once. Now, for me, a good holiday, a good religious vacation would be not getting spat on at all by anybody. But he was like, we only got spat on once, so that's fine. And Netanyahu's face was a picture, like, this is not the propaganda I paid you for. Ridiculous.
Means and the detail and the complexity behind that, then they haven't got a hope of anybody truly understanding the other person's point of view. It's too political, it's too much about the easy slap on the labels, and we need to think about the people it affects on both sides.
Well, that was meaningless guff.
Yeah, this is the problem with the Church of England. Actually, with a lot of religion, I suppose, is that when you do this nicey fluffy stuff, it doesn't really practically mean anything in the real world.
Nope.
Yeah, love your neighbour. What the fuck does that even mean? Like, be nice to
I mean,
people?
sure,
Cool,
we all
but my
love our
neighbour's...
neighbours, right?
But my neighbour's double tapping my fucking apartment block. What the fuck am I expected to do here?
Exactly.
Like, it's not practical. That's what I meant about the other day about not wanting the Green Party to just be like a hippie thing. That doesn't fucking work. Like, actually, the point you made with Polanski earlier about don't just go on about a fucking poem that's nice. People don't give a fuck about poems. They care about feeding their children, you know?
Dear, is it time for the left-leaning political parties to admit the Don done good?
Well, look, in my lifetime, I think this is the closest we have come.
Oh, here we go. We are about to see Olympic-level dick riding.
Yes,
This
absolutely.
is going to be, like, he's going to be doing fucking handstands and all sorts. He is throwing it back, epic style.
To an enduring peace in the Middle East in my lifetime. I think that is an incredible thing. Of course there's more work to do. Are there ways this could go wrong from here? Of course. But the fact that we are in this situation is something to behold. I'm personally hugely grateful for it. I think if it succeeds, and again, we are closer to that success than ever, certainly, again, in recent history, I think huge credit then must go to President Trump. I want to reiterate, though, the notion that Labour have in any way contributed to this when literally Secretary Rubio has gone on the record to explicitly say that the early, in their view, premature recognition of a Palestinian state set back the process is important. But yes,
And
look,
why
I
would
echo
Marco
that
Rubio
perspective.
lie?
Yeah,
Why would Marco Rubio lie?
A politician who has a definitive position that is one side of a two-sided debate. Why would he lie about anything like that? That would be crazy talk. No, we should definitely just believe him.
That there has been untold suffering on both sides, and it is enormously hopeful right now. And I really hope President Trump succeeds.
So the Nobel Peace Prize Committee announce who they are going to award that prize to tomorrow. Now, Donald Trump has made no secret that he says lots of people tell him he should get it.
No one tells him. Well, actually, no, that's not true. There probably are sycophantic wankers, like the fucking head of FIFA probably said it or some shit, right? Yeah, that probably does happen. But that doesn't mean it's remotely true. And again, it's just another way in which he's such a pathetically broken individual. The only reason he wants this is because it's a thing that the black man has that he doesn't have.
Literally, it's a fucking It's like tiny dick syndrome.
It's pathetic. It's absolutely fucking pathetic. Like, he doesn't give a fuck about this. If he'd wanted to earn a peace prize, he could have been a genuine peace president. He probably would have won it then. But he's not going to, obviously, because he's not been a peaceful president in any way whatsoever. And he wants it because it's a thing that the black man has that he can't stand that he doesn't have. And he's used all of his life to just being given everything. And this is one of those things which you don't just get given, unless you're Barack Obama, I guess.
Exactly, and I'm just like, maybe if you wanted to foment your idea as being a peaceful president, maybe you shouldn't have assassinated Qasem Soleimani and then murdered a bunch of nuclear scientists.
And literally done more drone strikes in 4 years than the drone king Obama did in 8.
Literally, I mean,
Yeah.
ironically, it's that you probably, if Joe Biden had just like spent 5 minutes speaking to Netanyahu to tell him to not do a genocide, he might have been eligible for it because he is the person who reduced drone strikes more than anybody. It's crazy, really. Like, he actually wanted to have better ties with countries like China, probably because he had Sanders in his ear trying to get more internationalist foreign policy. And then he was like, all of that goodwill, pulled out of Afghanistan, right? Done all that stuff, right? All of that, I'm going to respond by funding a genocide.
Well done, Joe. You've earned your place in American history, you blood-soaked, demented, dementia-riddled fucking loser. You corpse.
Literally.
Both literally and figuratively and spiritually, you fucking corpse.
You kind of get the impression he thinks he should get it as well. Should he, Zia?
I think that's a decision for the committee to make.
Well, of course it is, but do you think he should get it?
All right, so you know what? Let's say...
Oh, straight talking, telling it like it is Reform Party, not at all like a politician. We all know you think he should get it, so just say it. Even though you know it's unpopular, say it.
Let's talk about this. President Obama was awarded that award. He was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in his first year of his presidency, and his own words, in Obama's own words, he said, for what? I think is objectively and decisively true. That what President Trump, like him or loathe him, if you will just look at the objective facts, the the peace accords where across the Middle East, which he got no credit for.
Hang on, did he just take credit for the Abraham Peace Accords for Trump? Did I just hear this prick right? Okay.
Yeah, he did do that.
Okay.
Or whatsoever. And I understand why people have concerns about President Trump. But if you look at it objectively, if President Trump won it, I think it's very difficult to make an argument that President Trump doesn't deserve it.
Annabelle.
Well, just those 2 points. First,
again, I told you.
Peace Prize. No, I don't think he should.
I told you Zia Yusuf was going to make his cheeks clap on him. I told you. And he did.
Being sensible on Ukraine now. What he has done since becoming US president for a second time is embolden Putin, is encourage aggression, and made it more difficult for there to be a resolution to that conflict. This is not a peacemaking president for all of his potential in getting that agreement over the line in the Middle East, which of course we should absolutely all cautiously welcome. But to the question about whether Don has done good specifically on the issue of Israel and Gaza, yes, I think he has, and I think these developments completely discredit the actions that we've seen of the left in Britain and the way in which they have fueled anti-Semitism in this country.
Oh, here we go.
Again, source. I mean, we've been calling out Israel. We've specifically been saying that Israel and the Jewish people aren't linked, and you're the one going, actually, no, the genocide, all those people that are being killed, it was done specifically for Jewish people because the Jews wanted them all dead. And I'm like, no, that's not the truth. The Jewish people don't support genocide, right? Like,
yeah. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use her argument against her and say, why are you trying to stifle my free speech? Okay? You calling me an anti-Semite just makes my anti-Semitism go underground. Okay? Why are you trying to stop... People don't feel in this country like they can bring up their genuine concerns about Israel without being shouted down by the woke Zionists. Do you see? Do you see how annoying and shit that is? Don't fucking do that, you whingy bitch. Also, you're the one directly, as you point out, conflating Israel with all Jewish people, and therefore the genocide the Israeli government is currently doing with all Jewish people. And I don't think all Jewish people inherently have blood on their hands, unlike you fucking ravenous anti-Semite.
True.
to such a degree that 1 in 5 people now hold views which are considered to be anti-Semitic, which personally...
According to
Yes.
whom? What definition are you
most-
talking about?
And they're mostly in Reform UK.
That is true. Yeah, that is true. Although one of them, of course, is Anna Kasparian. I don't know if you saw her thing yesterday about Larry Ellison.
No?
Yeah. She did a
What did
very
she
weird
say?
thing. Well, it wasn't even really what she said. She essentially did a weird scheming Jew laugh thing about him. She basically recreated the Happy Merchant on air. It was very peculiar. You should definitely look it up.
That's
I find absolutely
Yeah, it is bad.
horrifying. It has also discredited the Starmer administration, which over the course of the last 2 years, since that terrible pogrom on October the 7th, has treated one of our great allies and the democracy surrounded by a ring of fire in the Middle East as though it's some sort of adversary. So we have
sold them lots of weapons and done flights for them and allowed them to land and train here. And yeah, no, that's definitely how we treat adversaries. This is a very serious person we're dealing with here.
Quite.
suspended certain arms sales. We have recognised Palestinian statehood, which, as Zia says, has made peace that much more difficult to...
How?
No, it hasn't.
How? In what fucking way has it made that more difficult? That's such nonsense. Like, literally tell me, what is the mechanism by which that made peace less viable? How? What's the causation?
Oil like a baby otter.
Thank you, boy goat. Fuck's sake. Not boy goat. Goat boy, Aaron, for 10 gifties. Much love.
Achieve, and it would be rather nice if we could hear some sort of apology or some sort of...
You support genocide. You apologise and then fuck off forever.
Look at that look from Zack.
Yeah.
Look at that look from Zack. Oh, it was good.
I can't wait.
Daggers.
And behaved in this way.
Zack, you wanted to come in.
Yes. So, I'm Jewish, and the reason why that's relevant is I'm one of 5 Jewish people to lead a British political party in the last 100 years. So I take anti-Semitism really seriously, in the same way that I take Islamophobia seriously, because I recognise when they come for one minority group, they come for all of us. And I was really proud of Shrewsbury from the conversation we had earlier about migration and integration, because I think what we're hearing here about the compassion and the kindness towards the other reflects the very best of being British. You can be, in fact, the only way to be morally consistent is to condemn what happened on October 7th and the terrorist attack against civilians, and condemn the genocide in Palestine. Because as...
True.
Biggest applause of the evening. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Your deputy leader has done nothing of the sort. He's stoked the flames in his comments. I don't know how you could say that. The idea that the Greens are nice, fluffy...
Excuse me, when you come for the muffin, you come for me too.
Absolutely, I'm short king.
You keep his fucking name out of your mouth. The little hamster legend, alright?
Fluffy bunnies. The day after the 7th of October, he made inflammatory comments, undeniably inflammatory comments. Now, after people
Like
questioned him, he did then come back and apologise for them,
Can
which
you
I
tell
think...
us
Okay, so what then? Like, you were defending inflammatory comments that haven't been apologised for. Go fuck yourself. Do you know the Muffin Man, Kev? I have not had the good graces of Allah to have met the Muffin Man personally, but I hope to someday. Have you met them? Did you meet the Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man?
At the conference, did you meet Muffin Ali?
I did meet Muffin Ali at the conference.
There you
Sorry. That's right. You set me up for the
It was unexpected though. It was unexpected. I wasn't. Yeah.
Well, I don't have the quote here, but honestly, you can find it out. Now, he did. I think he's also taken other comments down off social media. So I'm afraid. Look, let's be clear here. You've got members, senior members of your party, stoking the flames here, and let's not pretend otherwise.
Well, let's be clear.
Okay, you served in the government of Boris Johnson. Shut the fuck up. You want to talk about racially incendiary comments? Look at your own fucking party. You literally had one of the few Muslims who's ever joined your fucking political party and made it to the highest levels resign, saying that you were institutionally, root and branch, Islamophobic.
Zack, can you enlighten us as to what those comments were?
I genuinely don't know what the comment specifically was, but I think we're hearing a rattled political attack here. Because as a Jewish man, I feel the genocide very, very deeply. Imagine what it must be like to be a Muslim man and to see who could be your family and your relatives, to see how that's being behaved. Now, I want everyone to treat politics with sensitivity, with nuance, to bring kindness and compassion. I think the woman up there, I think, spoke really powerfully earlier about bringing...
Zach, can I just say, I'm a Muslim, and you're calling me a fascist. Are you going to extend that courtesy to me?
You absolutely are a fascist.
No.
You're from a far-right party.
Whoa! Whoa! Fight! 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 Fight!
I was hoping it wasn't going to end up here. I thought it was... please can we talk to policy, please?
Well, no, because it's all culture war nonsense, isn't it? That's
It's
all
true.
the
I mean,
right
like,
ever
whatever,
want to talk about.
Look, I do think that, you know, we're getting closer to fascism because of people like Reform UK, but it's all you hear when you say this, despite no matter how much you think that this is a useful description, it doesn't make the debate go anywhere good, and just means that Reform UK supporters think they're being called fascists too.
I mean, a lot of them are. That's the problem.
Let's just be clear about that.
Hang on, Zia, wait. I'm going to let Zack talk, and then I'm going to let you come in. Now, wait a minute.
Your concern about Muslims extends only so much as they agree with your political
I realise
opinion.
he's made an allegation. I'm going to let Zack talk, and then I'm going to let you respond.
Let's bring the receipts.
That's funny. As a brown person in a party full of people who hate brown people, and you're only accepted because you agree with them.
Well, because he's rich. He's accepted because he's rich. That's it. That's literally it. His own concern is over money and making more money. That's all he cares about.
Yeah.
He joined forces with the Swedish Democrats in the European Parliament. This is a far-right Nazi group. They want to deport people, not based on the colour of his skin, but from the places that they've come from. They also, Nigel Farage talked about it being the end of democracy because of the way certain ethnic minorities are voting. These aren't robust words, as Annabelle called them earlier, or we've heard on the conversation. This is racism, it's fascism, and we should call it out.
Zia.
100%.
Okay, so what
and
we
worth
want to
pointing
do is
out
pull
too,
people on the
right?
basis of whether...
I think it's worth pointing out too that people might not know who the Sweden Democrats are. So these were people. Let me find some quotes from the people who initially started the Sweden Democrats. Let me find them. 1 second.
I think one of them said Muffin Man.
Absolutely, absolutely. So they have come from the activist group Keep Sweden Swedish, who said such phrases as, quote, Twitch, this is a quote, by the way, "Don't let your daughter become a Negro toy," and "Negroes threaten their victims." These are two things which were slogans of the people who started the Sweden Democrats, right? Like,
Jesus Christ.
Like, they literally have links to, like, people who used to be in the Swedish neo-Nazi party.
Yeah.
They are quite literally, like, actual, like, neo-Nazis.
Yeah.
It's not unreasonable for Zack to make this criticism, but of course most people are going to hear Sweden Democrats and they don't know who's being spoken about here, but they are genuinely the most fucking horrendous. I don't think there is a far-right group in Europe, I think, that's worse, outside of maybe Fratelli d'Italia.
Well, I was about to say, there have been groups like Golden Dawn and stuff like that.
Yeah,
the Balkans. The Balkans have been, they're not great in some respects. But yes, what was I going to say? Yeah, in Europe, all these parties do this. They'll call themselves something, innocuous like the 5 Star Movement or the People Party or just something that sounds vaguely nice. And then you look at their policy and it's like, oh, mince all brown people into a fine paste.
To be fair, the 5 Star Movement are actually leftists.
No, I know, but I'm just meant like that's the thing that all of these parties do. The Freedom and Loveliness Party, Like
wow.
What?
Wow, that's what they're usually called.
Yeah,
Just the word wow.
Yeah.
That they are legally entitled to be in this country. That has nothing to do with race, ethnicity, nor religion. Now let's talk.
Okay, but you want to remove their legal right to stay in the country. That's the point, isn't it?
Exactly.
You accused me earlier, let alone fascist. You said that I was peddling disinformation, and I think people watching this program at home, given the Green Party, are right now to be.
Hypno boob incoming. Guarantee
Let's
it.
go.
Guarantee
Let's go.
it. This is one of the worst. Like, if this is the worst they have on him, he's fine, I think.
They're surging in the polls. It's important that people know this. When Zack Polanski is making seductive claims to you, it's important that you understand, before he came into politics, he literally made money by charging women on the promise.
Hey! There we go.
Hypno boob. Yes, love it.
Kev number one.
Love it.
Of their breasts by hypnotizing them. That is a true statement. And by the way, if you think
No, it isn't.
that's
No, it isn't actually, but okay, cool.
About the Green
if
Party,
you
is
think
this
that's
what we're getting?
insane, his policies are even more insane. He wants a world without borders. He wants open borders. He wants us to.
What are you talking about? Where's that? Where's he ever stated he wants completely open borders, you lying bastard?
Or a world without borders at all. He wants to dissolve all nation states. Weird how he can be in support of a Palestinian state, yet also want to abolish nation states entirely. Because he's literally said that he wants Palestine to have borders. Yeah. That sounds like a world with borders to me.
Yeah.
Stand down and destroy our nuclear deterrent as Vladimir Putin belligerently marauds into Ukraine. He wants a communist.
Is that the Vladimir Putin who your former leader for Wales was taking money from?
And also, like, we're an island nation with a pretty reasonable standing army who's a member of NATO. We're not getting fucking invaded, nukes or no nukes.
Yeah.
Economic system. He wants to legalize all drugs. And in Zack Polanski's version of Britain, his version of Britain, it is legal to sell fentanyl, crack cocaine, and heroin, but illegal to rent your flat out. This is the most unserious person.
Based!
Literally
Woo,
based.
we stand. Yeah. Let's fucking go.
Let's
also,
go.
just not true. Like, we don't want the Green Party policy is to abolish landlords through regulation and taxation, not by making it illegal to rent your house out.
Yeah.
British politics in my lifetime.
Okay, listen, I'm going to let you respond. There's a whole...
Oh, sorry. Can you just wait on a minute, Fiona, please? We need to get rid of all of the applause that fantastic attack had. We just let that settle down for a second. There's too much noise in the room. Lots of support there.
Things there. Do you want to start?
Oh no, it's silence. Absolute silence.
Because not everyone may be aware of it, but as I understand it, you spoke to a journalist in The Sun who came to you and said, "Can you make my breast bigger through hypnotherapy?" And you said yes, and gave it a go.
I said no, and they said, "Would you be willing to do it as an experiment?" I said, "As long as you make it clear, it's not something I do. It's not something I charge for. It's absolutely
Zack, that's not true. I'm sorry, Zack. I'm sorry. I've got a correct record on that. That is not true.
And then actually, amazingly,
people
hang on
look this up
hang on a minute.
themselves.
When you talk over each other, no one at home can hear. As I remember, you were quoted as saying, actually, loads of people might go for this because it's safer and cheaper
what I would say,
than a boob job.
Right. What I really want to do, what I really want you to just kind of like zip it, Fash Boy. That's what I would have done, right? So he starts talking over me, zip it. Shut up, mate. I think, quite frankly, this needs to happen more often.
Yeah.
This was 12 years ago, before I was a politician.
Just giving you the chance to respond.
I think it's important to own when you've made a mistake, and I've owned that. It's 12 years on now. I think Tony Benn, one of my favourite politicians, said, "I don't care where you've come from, I care where you're going." And what I want to ask Zia, if we're talking about people's past records, Nathan Gill, this is a man who was found guilty on bribery with the Russian state. Now, Zia said that Nigel Farage and Reform did not know who this man was. But Nigel Farage, including the day after Brexit happened, was pictured with 4 men behind him. One of them being former MEP.
Okay, my brain is broken by the internet. When I pictured Nigel Farage with 4 men behind him, it was that meme. You know what meme I'm talking about, chat. I don't need to explain it to you. If you are equally brain broken, you already are picturing Nigel Farage on that sofa.
For Reform, Nathan Gill. The man that Zia says, no one knows who he was. So were you lying, or was Nigel Farage lying?
Zack, I'm afraid, if you want to use the word lie, let's be clear about something. You are lying. What I said is I have never met. I took over as chairman in the summer of last year. I will tell you, I have never met Nathan Gill in my life. I have never met...
Farage has met thousands of people. He doesn't know who this man is.
So was that
a lie?
I said he meets tens of thousands across the
including his
course
own
of a year.
MEP.
Over the course of a year.
And Zack, is this believable? This sounds like
at the time that this guy was.
He was the leader of Reform Wales.
Yeah.
He was literally the leader of Reform UK in Wales.
Yeah. Exactly.
And was a member. I think was an official in UKIP when Nigel Farage was head of UKIP too.
Yep. But he doesn't know him. He doesn't know anyone about it. It's fine. It's fine. Ignore it.
polling at like 1% in Wales. Listen, here's the fact. Here are the facts of the matter. Reform.
Hang on.
I have never met him before. He is not an important
What
figure
about Nigel
inside
Farage?
reform.
Because you're
Again,
filibustering and everyone can hear it.
Nigel was not leader when he had a position inside.
Oh, here we go. He's just a politician. He's just the same as
Also,
all these
like-
other slimy bastard politicians.
Nigel Farage was the majority shareholder of Reform UK Limited at the time. Him being a leader is fucking irrelevant. He's always been central to the project.
Yeah.
So was he stood behind Nigel Farage in the picture, or was he not?
If we were to
Okay, I
count
tell you
up-
what,
if we were to count up
hang on a
the number
minute.
of people
This
who
is
are
about bribery
standing
from
Everybody there in the audience,
Nigel
can I just
Farage, my
say,
friend.
To be fair, right, he was behind Nigel in that picture, but then Nigel didn't see him a lot because he was at the back end for the rest of that particular scene.
people
It
in
would
the
be
audience,
hundreds of
hang on,
thousands of
Izzy. I appreciate you both feel really strongly about Nathan Gill. But I can see that people in the audience are going, you know,
Please
I'm
Google
not
the name,
sure this
because
is going to
he's
make
been
an
found on
enormous...
bribery from Russia.
Right,
Pretty
okay,
serious for
okay.
our national
Zach,
security.
you've made your point, but I
Thank
think
you.
there's other things that the audience wants to talk about. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And me.
Right, where are we with time? All
Zach,
right.
Can I just ask you one very quick question? Do you think that it is helpful and conducive to having open and free discussion of often very contentious issues if you immediately launch into ad hominem attacks on anybody who disagrees with you or dissents from your worldview, rather than...
You literally referred to the entire left as anti-Semitic.
And didn't justify it.
Yeah.
Like, at least Zack justified the things that he was saying. It's not an ad hominem if you back up your insults with facts, right? If you back up your words that you describe people with facts about why they are that, right? Yeah. That is not an ad hominem. That's just like, ad hominems and insults are different things. An ad hominem is when you replace an actual argument with an insult or with an epithet.
Yeah.
That's what she did. Zack didn't do that. He backed his shit up by saying, look at these links to actual racist and fascist parties in Europe and links to fascists like Vladimir fucking Putin.
Yeah. Thank you to Davey B, who says, breaking, Ash Reagan has quit the Alba Party. Okay.
What, she's joining Reform UK or something?
I don't really know. She will now sit as an independent MEP in Holyrood until next May's elections. It is understood she plans to run again as an independent candidate.
Ah, so she's up her own arse.
Yeah.
We didn't know that already, did we?
What's this? In a letter to the party leadership and members, she said that while Alex Salmond had convinced her to defect from the SNP to Alba in October, the party has since chosen a different path. Okay. I don't know what that means. What's that? She said she would now concentrate on getting her members' bill unbuyable through Holyrood. It would criminalise those who purchase sex, but decriminalise those who sell. Often support for people. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, bullshit. Some bullshit.
Introducing people, shouldn't we actually discuss the very, very important issues at play?
I agree. I don't think this is an ad hominem attack. I think if it's bribery from Russia, that's a pretty serious...
All right, exactly. I think we do think... No, do you know what? No, I'm not, Nigel, I'm going to stop you, simply because there's other questions this audience really want to ask, and they're not going to get a chance unless we allow them to get a word in edgeways. Emma Lentil, where are you? Have I pronounced your name properly, actually?
What I will say is, whilst that did descend into nonsense and was fucking pointless, the fact that they're coming for him, the fact that they're gunning for him is a sign of positivity. We should be very hopeful for that, I think, because it shows that he's having an effect. That he's actually... The party is growing, the polling is looking better and better by the day. Yeah, these are positive movements, and they're scared. And they should be fucking scared.
Actually, first of all, yes, there we go. Emma, off you go.
The welfare system should be a safety net and not a lifestyle choice. Who will be brave enough to sort this out?
So it sounds like, Emma, you're not very happy about it.
I think it's very easy for people to not go into work. I still think it's not very easy. I don't think it's getting any better under the government we have now.
James?
I think you're absolutely right, Emma, that people who can work should work. I think that should be a fundamental of our society. I think a lot of us would agree with that principle. And one of the things that we're conscious of is that a lot of people have been put on benefits and kind of written off. And they're just written off to many years or a lifetime on benefits. and not help to get into work, even when they can work, even when with a little bit of support at the right time in their life, they would get into a world of work and then be able to hold down a job. And one of the things that we're doing is investing £1 billion over the next 5 years to help 300,000 people into work. Now, these are people who are out of the job market and not looking for work, but they can work and they just need a bit of help to get into work.
But hang
that is
on,
crucial to make
the
sure that they get
plan
into
you
work.
had on benefits all went pretty pear-shaped because you were trying to save, what was it, 5 billion or something on welfare reforms. Then you had a massive rebellion, and so you decided, right, we'll just do 2.5 because we're not going to get it through.
Well, we took those reforms to Parliament, and people know what happened when we discussed it there. But what
You took a massive L. Yeah. It was hilarious.
I mean, literally, they'd been telling you on the backbenchers they had misgivings for months.
Yeah.
And at no point did they even try and negotiate with the backbenchers and just went into the day of the vote having done no negotiations at all. Well done. Thanks.
All went rather horribly
what
wrong.
I'm talking about is the focus on getting people into work, because actually the best way to help crack this problem is to say to the people who can work and who should work, right, what do you need to get you into work? And actually just today we've launched one of the ways in which we're going to spend some of that money I spoke about earlier, which is getting people into GP surgeries to say they can meet people who are unwell and who are maybe on benefits and say, right, what do you need to get you into work? How can we help get you into work? Because the one thing which I think is just unacceptable is for us to say as a country, as a government, you know what, if you're ill and you're not working, but you could work with a bit of help, we're just going to forget about you and we're going to pay you.
Yeah, I agree. Landlords should be forced to do a real fucking job. Yeah.
Also, like, he says one of the best way of getting people into work is maybe just have jobs that aren't shit.
Yeah.
Maybe have better pay, better working conditions, you know?
That would be good. That would be good.
Your benefits for years and years on end, and we're going to write you off. That's what's unacceptable.
Nigel.
I know exactly what you're getting at, and it's frustrating lots and lots of people. Now, we were tackling bits of the welfare bill when we were last in power, and if any of you did watch
Office,
you would have seen that this was a core theme of Kemi's speech and what we've been announcing, because in order to get the welfare bill down, that is vitally important in terms of growing.
Also, Kemi's speech. Can I just say, like, there's this kind of weird, like, presidentializing of stuff is bad in of itself, but also, like, the British media establishment are fucking weird people, right? Hang on, where are we? I saw this particular one. Another one of the stealing a living people. Hang on, where the fuck is it? Hang on. I definitely liked this, didn't I? I think. Where is it? I can't find it now. Anyway, referring to Kemi Badenoch as Mummy.
What the fuck?
In it was the Telegraph or one of those fucking papers. I definitely. Why did I bookmarked it? It must have been taken down or something. But it was fucking one of the headlines from the paper about. Oh, here we go. Tim Stanley, the fucking weirdo. I found it. Tim Stanley. Mummy is moving to where the voters really are.
Yeah, I agree, Manic Heath Preacher is extremely, extremely normal.
Very normal. And also, Kemi Badenoch said the Tory ideology, just right of reform, without mentioning the F word. What the fuck is the F word? Like, I presume it isn't fuck, because that would just be a weird thing to put in the subtitle. Like, what does that mean?
I don't even know.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know. And it's behind a paywall, so I can't even find out. I don't even know what the fuck is. But I think she did mention Farage. She certainly mentioned reform, I know that much. Also, Farage isn't technically a word, it's a proper noun. So you couldn't use it in Scrabble, it's not real.
The economy and making sure that we've got stronger borders, the themes of our conference. The two come together because we can only spend what we have.
I mean, it's probably worth pointing out is that much of the increase in health and disability spending happened under Conservatives, as you were in power a long time. Nearly £20 billion increase from 2019 to 2024.
Yeah.
Well, and again, some of this is hangover from the pandemic, where we spent £400 billion out of necessity. The problem is the pandemic is having massive long-term consequences, and we need to help people into work. 6.5 million people are not able to work. But Fiona, forgive me because you've interrupted me, and you always do this on the show, and I never get to answer the question because I always end up answering yours. Like,
hang on, I can absolutely give you a chance after. Don't blame me, Nigel Huddleston, if you don't want to answer the question.
But the point here is it's really important because, look, our manifesto going to the next election and the announcements last week, we were able to make announcements on things.
Don't pretend that your current leader or policies are going to be in place at the next election. That isn't true. And we all know that isn't true.
Like abolishing stamp duty, business rates relief. How and why? Only because we've done the hard work to say this is how we would pay for it, and this is specifically how we would be able to reduce benefits. Because, for example, there's way too many people who do need help and support, and one of the best ways you can do that is getting a job by making sure that they get back into work with, say, low-level mental health distress. So these are people with anxiety and other things. It shouldn't stop them from working, but also the whole thing here, they do need a job. This government is doing a terrible job, 180,000 job losses since they got power. Therefore, you need to spur on the economy. So I say we've got a plan here. You're making a really important point. It is so frustrating for people who see other people, their neighbours, whatever, have a better lifestyle than they've got on benefits. That's not right. It's not fair, and we need to absolutely correct that.
Woman there in the stripy top and glasses.
Hi. My question would be, when we talk about...
Yeah, no, that apparently it's, the F word is Farage, yeah.
Oh, right, okay, that makes sense. But like, also, it's just so frustrating again that just the whole conversation is about how many people there are on welfare, as if we don't have one of the most kind of draconian welfare states in Europe.
Yeah.
We spend far less than our European partners on welfare outside of, the state pension, which is a big part of our welfare budget that rarely gets talked about, but regardless. On top of this, there's this idea that somehow there's this huge amount of fraud that just is there, that they can never describe, they can never point to. They just assume that it's there, rather than assume that, I don't know, maybe people are sicker and more unwell than they used to be because of the shitty governance that we've been subjected to for 14 years.
Yeah. And also, as with so much of this austerity stuff, now it's been ratcheted down to the point where it's, a skeleton, the nation state now. People act as if this is the way it's always been. Like, we couldn't possibly increase it at all, even though we were spending vastly more in the past, and perfectly fine doing so. Like, we survived for generations spending a lot more, with nationalised industries and all sorts. It was lovely. But now we can't do. The government can't do anything. Heaven forbid.
The welfare and the spend. In the last financial year, 48% of our spend was actually on pensions, and we're doing the triple lock. And every minister here is, every party is committing to that triple lock. How are we going to afford that moving forward? Are we going to work longer and longer? Like, when are we going to make that question and go, is that sustainable?
And you think it's not sustainable, by the sounds of it.
No.
Basically, the plan is keep raising the age at which you can retire, and to the point where it becomes so much in excess of the actual age at which people are dying that you don't have to pay any pensions anymore.
Exactly.
Okay. Man in the stripy t-shirt and glasses. Yeah.
Oh, hi. My biggest problem with this is there is a massive stigma attached when it comes to claiming benefits, even when it's for the right reasons. So I think that if we can work to help people if we can overcome that stigma, then I think that we can start to help people get on the right benefits that they need, and that we can start to get things moving again in the direction that the country needs.
So government spending on health and disability benefits at the moment is set to increase to nearly 100 billion by the end of the Parliament, and that's bigger than the entire education budget, for example. So do you think the welfare bill should be cut, or do you?
I honestly think that it might need refocusing, but I definitely don't think it should be cut.
Who's laughing at that? Let's hear what you think, sir. I heard a kind of sort of yes. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Let's go to the fucking dumbass heckler. That's always a good idea.
Yeah, the guy laughs at the disabled person,
Yeah, brilliant. This is very normal.
Yes.
Totally no bias in the editorialising of this at all. No, this is fine.
Quite.
Very normal.
I'm not trying to stigmatise anybody that struggles.
You did just laugh at the disabled man. I don't know how you think that's not stigmatising. Like, honestly, I hope you never know a day of peace again in your life. Not because anything happens to you, but because of the internal psychological machinations of knowing that you are one of the foulest people in your town.
Struggles with mental health issues and struggles to find their place, whether it's in the workplace or in the world in general. But sadly, you know, there is too much going out and not enough coming in, and there are some hard choices.
Why is it never the hard choices to tax rich people more and always fuck over the poorest more?
The thing is, even if you're doing it within the microcosm of what the welfare state looks like now, why is it never tough choices for pensioners? Like, it shouldn't be either. Let's be real, right? It shouldn't be tough choices for either pensioners or the disabled. But the fact that whenever we talk about the sky-high welfare bill, it's never about the triple lock. And it's never about continual increase in the state pension and how much of the welfare bill actually goes, as was said, half of it on state pensions. And it's always the disabled are taking too much money, they are lying, even though the PIP fraud is basically nothing. Like, it's always this, always, every time, you know?
Yeah.
That need to be made. And I just think people need to be given the correct tools to know that they have options beyond, for example, being on long-term benefits. I think it's enabling people to make a productive and fulfilling, you know, role in society.
Well, Emma's question was, who will be brave enough to sort it out? Do you think any of the parties you see here have got the answer?
Oh, let's go back to him. Let's have the fucking horrible, fucking ableist piece of shit heckler just take over the entire show. Let's just listen to no one but this cunt.
Literally.
I seem to get the impression from programmes like this and also TV in general, the parties seem to focus on fighting against each other and polarised opinions and bickering, rather than actually dealing with the main issues.
Oh, are you laughing at the disabled? That's not a polarised opinion, is it?
No, this is a very sensible good man. Awesome. Brilliant. Thanks. Well, I'm glad we got that fucking wanker's opinion twice.
Annabelle, who will be brave enough to sort out the welfare system as a safety net and not a lifestyle choice?
I'm not convinced that any politician of any stripe is willing to...
Anyone going to mention the fact that she was the head of the IAA? IEA, even.
Nope, not a single
no,
one.
No, that's fine. No, not like she's got some skin in the game at all. No.
Actually tell the public what is required in order to have a very necessary retrenchment of state expenditure. We simply cannot be in a situation where we are spending this year £315 billion on welfare, around £70 billion.
We could cut the amount of money we give to say, I don't know, reconnaissance flights for Israel.
Also, look here, like, you want to look at welfare spending. Welfare spending in the EU, for example, Finland, you're at 25.7%, France 23.8%, Austria 21.4%. Similar sized country like I said, France, as I said, or Italy, or Germany up at 19.7%. UK 10.8%.
That is going on the state pension, and yes, we do need to look at the triple lock and reducing it to a double lock, which would be linked to inflation and to earnings, and we must look at out-of-work benefits. Politicians talk a very good talk about the welfare state and fairness and how it must pay to work, and yet they've created a system where the incentives are often for people to do the exact opposite. It is grotesquely unfair that you have examples of households who are on benefits bringing in more money than households where two adults are on the national minimum wage.
Well, how about we raise the minimum wage to something you can fucking live on then?
That, first of all, a really good point, because, you know, employers pay shit because our welfare system is so draconian that it gives you so little that they don't have to pay anything more to tempt you out of welfare anyway. That's the whole point of having a welfare state, push up wages for everybody else. And second of all, right, taking a couple of tiny corner cases of, like, disabled people with kids who get a lot of welfare because of the fact that they can't work, and if they're that disabled, they can't work, and of course they have kids need looking after too, meaning that their needs are much greater than most other people who are on welfare, and saying, well, this very specific instance is more than a household where they earn minimum wage. I'm just like, well, that's not the case for the vast majority of people on welfare, especially given that 40% of universal credit claimants have fucking jobs.
Yep.
Wage, that can't possibly be right. And yet, as we saw with the welfare row before the summer, Labour is simply not going to be able to take a scythe to our bloated welfare budget. The Tories presided over an enormous increase in welfare spending. And you just wonder where on earth the money is going to come from, because the tax burden is already at a post-war high. We've got over 50% of the population who are now net recipients of the state, and that just keeps ticking up and up and up and up.
That's how the state works. That is quite literally how the state works. Like, either you are more than what you contribute, or you are less. It is always hovering around 50%.
Yeah.
That is literally how it works, given the people use public services. Like, the numbers she's quoting here from the Telegraph included the amount of the NHS people use. I'm like, yes, people use public services. They all pay into it. Half of the population are above the median. Half the population are below. That is fucking how that works. It's the dumbest stat they keep trotting out. I hate it.
And what I love is for them to lie to me with that grotesque posh accent as well. That's always super nice.
Literally.
I like the paid mouthpiece of the billionaires, who, again, it's not even being mentioned that she's the head or former head of the IEA. I presume private school. Have we done a school check on this person?
It was state school as well. She was like Edinburgh University or something.
Oh,
so
okay.
She's not like uber posh.
She does sound a lot posher than a state school.
She does, yeah.
Like, I don't know what state school she went to where you get it.
Then again, so do I. I sound posh than a state education, which I had.
Yeah, but you don't sound anywhere near as posh as her.
I mean, that's true.
No, this is fucking crazy. Yeah.
Who ultimately is going to be footing the bill, because we've got a shrinking number of taxpayers at the moment. So currently, as I say, I don't think that any politician is really willing to come out and tell some genuinely hard truths, but perhaps at some point in the coming years they won't have any choice.
So, Zack, am I right? The Green Party want to increase health and disability spending along with abolishing the two-child benefit cap. So you don't want to see it come down, you want to see it get bigger?
Yeah, Emma, so I disagree with you, and I'll tell you why. The 4 wealthiest people in this country have more wealth than 20 million people. Inequality in our society is absolutely huge. In fact, there will be people who go to sleep tonight.
And if she was being honest, she'd turn to him now and say, yeah, that's the point. That's what we are the IEA like. Yeah, no, that's what we've been fighting for. Yeah.
Who can make more money than any of us could earn in an entire year. And many of you will have seen my party political broadcast that 10 million people have seen.
I did.
What I'm saying,
I did, and it made me genuinely well up. I almost cried.
It was good, wasn't it? It was good.
Was
Trying to tug at people's heartstrings. Not done enough that on the left.
Yeah.
That broadcast is we need to be taxing the super rich, not plumbers, not hairdressers, not people who are trying to just earn a living and get by, but people who have huge inordinate amounts of wealth. So when it comes to telling the truth and when it comes to hard choices, why is it always hard choices for our working class communities, for people living in poverty, for people who are working really hard but not being paid enough by a corporate company that they're having to take benefits despite the fact they're working? And why are these not tricky choices for multimillionaires and billionaires? We need to tax wealth and not work. It is time for a tax on the super rich.
Yes, 100%. Honestly, just hearing him say just basic social democratic stuff, like, Zack, if you ever need me to hide a body, honestly, look, I don't need to know what happened or the rights and wrongs of it. Just tell me. I'll turn up with a van, a roll of carpet, and some lye and spades, and we'll fucking sort it. I'm telling you.
I mean, it's so good that he mentioned the fact that people who are claiming benefits are in work, right? That the real problem here is that, again, we've not got enough redistribution and our wages suck. Like, people aren't tempted to work because what's the fucking point with shitty conditions and shitty wages?
Exactly, yeah. Like, the way you make work pay isn't just by, like, beating the poor with a stick. It's that you pay people properly for jobs that they do so they can afford to live, they and their families on, like, one income. That used to be a thing that could happen. People pointed out in the 80s it was not abnormal for The Simpsons to depict one person without even a college education having a house and a family kept. That shouldn't be a fucking crazy notion. But in neoliberal hellscape world, not a chance.
Can I just ask, what do you think that the individuals who you would like to tax will do in response to some sort of measure like this? We're talking about people who are international, who are highly mobile, and who will not hesitate.
Okay, but why aren't you calling upon their patriotism? Why is it only patriotic? Why are you only calling for patriotism from people who have to put up with cunts putting flags up everywhere?
I mean, a good point is about to be made by Zack, I think.
Well, hopefully so.
Hesitate to move to another jurisdiction if the tax regime here becomes too unfavourable?
Good question, Annabelle. Thank you. So we're talking about
You're
assets,
welcome.
so it's very difficult. Glad we're being so polite. It's good that we're not. You can't move an asset. So, for instance, the Duke of Westminster owns half of Mayfair. He can't just pick up Mayfair and leave. But also, I think we should be more patriotic about that than our country. I think people want to live and work and earn money in this country on their assets because they love this country, because they love our communities and the integration we were talking about. I don't think it should be some kind of corporate sink for people just to have wealth and own assets, which then if they don't want to pay into our NHS or don't want to pay into our education or invest in our communities, they say, oh, I'm going to leave. If that's the case, then I think we should be prouder of our country and wave them out the door. There's literally no evidence that a wealth tax would actually make people go. It's just something that's often propagated by high net worth individuals, because you can imagine why they might want us to think they're going to leave, because actually they don't want to pay 1%, 2% on their assets. I'm talking about 1% on £10 million or more, or 2% on £1 billion or more, which could raise between 15 and 25 billion pounds that would drastically reduce inequality. Our communities are crying out for this.
Zia, so let's get, by all means you comment on that, but let's get to the question, back to the question. The welfare system should be a safety net,
what I
not a
will say,
lifestyle choice.
like, there's been a non-zero number of people who have left, like Norway, for example, because of the increase in the amount of the wealth tax. Has it been enough to make it, like, not useful? No, not in the slightest. It's been a tiny fraction.
Yeah.
It's a choice.
Yeah, well, look, reform are very clear. We are on the side of people who set their alarm clocks before they go to bed and wake up early in the morning and go to work. And we speak to so many of these people across the country, regardless, you know, people earning close to minimum wage, all the way through to people earning hundreds of thousands of pounds a year, who say to us, why do I bother? As has already been made, the point has already been made, there are many households in this country who literally take in more money, not working, than households.
Yay, parroting fucking right-wing bullshit. Think tank points. What a surprise.
Of course. Who work. There's nothing about that that's remotely acceptable. And I'm sorry, Zack, we live in the real world. The British people I agree with you, there are so many people in this country who have real problems. But the only way we're going to solve those problems is understanding how the world actually works. We don't live in a world...
Is by privatisation and cutting spending, because that's worked for the last 40 years. Fucking hell.
Where the fantasy world where we can... you know, grow the size of women's breasts by hypnotising them, and the notion that a wealth tax, there's no evidence a wealth tax doesn't work. France
lecturing us about poverty.
Yeah.
Hang on.
That's reform art.
France. I'm a multi-millionaire who started with nothing and created hundreds of jobs, and I'm proud of that. And yes, I had luck. And here's my luck. You know the luck I had being born in the United Kingdom.
Like, you didn't start with nothing, Zia. You started with all of the infrastructure of the United Kingdom that was there available for you to have access to for your whatever business venture you went on to be able to operate, right? Do you think you would have made any money? Do you think you would become a multimillionaire if you didn't have a road for your people to drive on, if you didn't have an NHS making sure that you people that you employed were healthy and able to do their jobs, or an education system that taught them the things that they needed to be good employees of yours?
Yeah.
No, but these things all require investment from the state. Things that you want to cut and you don't want to pay in to be able to support. Yeah. That's your position, because you're not self-made. No multimillionaire is self-made. They rely on public and social infrastructure that keeps this country going. And the reason why our country has been completely collapsed in terms of not only kind of public investment, but also private investment as well, and broadly economic growth is so low, is because all of these necessary parts of the public realm that need to exist for companies to function have been stripped back by conservative austerity. And you want to make it even worse.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, by the way, chat, don't worry so much that they're not clapping the economic populism points, because this is fucking Shrewsbury.
True.
These are rich white people. This is not really the audience he's trying to get to.
amazing, loving, welcoming country. They welcome my parents here, and by the way, has social mobility. One of the reasons I'm in this in politics is because I am so concerned that social mobility is on the wane, and there are so many young people in.
Wow. So you want to do the same thing that destroyed social mobility, but on crack. Brilliant. Like, you literally want to turbocharge the thing that killed social mobility.
Yeah, the welfare state is the biggest engine to create social mobility. Public spending on education is the best way of getting social mobility. Or indeed, rather than talk about social mobility, i.e. making working class people no longer working class, and that's the way that you make their lives better, how about they make the lives of all working class people better? By making sure that whether you have social mobility or not, you have a good standard of living regardless, which would be better for everybody.
Also, didn't he say both of his parents were doctors?
Both worked in the NHS, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hardly starting from nothing, is it?
No. I imagine he, wasn't on the bread line.
In this country, lacking opportunity. One of the problems that we have right now is that we have the welfare state is a runaway train that is dragging this country to bankruptcy.
So
many
what would you
times
do about
over.
it here? What is reform
So here's
plan
the first thing we
or
would
policy?
do.
Except, of course, it's many times smaller than in foreign countries who are doing just fine.
Literally.
Cool.
1 in 6, and I appreciate some of the audience here won't like it, but here is a fact. 1 in 6...
1 in 6 of them are brown! Smelly brown people! Is his party's policy, I think.
Yep.
Recipients of universal credit alone are foreign citizens.
Hey! Honestly,
Too crazy, innit?
I am like Nostradamus, but for racists. I can always predict a racist.
Taxpayers should not have to fund a food bank for the world, so we will make British welfare only available to citizens of the United Kingdom.
Yeah, we shouldn't have a world bank. We shouldn't have a food bank for the world. Just a food bank for British people, because no one will be able to afford to eat otherwise. Yay!
Woo!
I'm so patriotic that we get our Brits-only food banks.
Brilliant.
What about British citizens of British citizens? What would you want to do about the welfare bill?
Well, so that's the first significant saving we can make. The second.
Well, here we go, because the argument is always from these people, well, we need to stop spending so much on foreigners so we can help our people. And then we go, okay, what are you going to do to help our people? Absolutely nothing. Fuck them as well. That's it. That's literally it. They don't want to help anybody. Fuck the poor regardless. They just want to be racist about it first.
Quite so.
Second thing we need to do, we absolutely need to materially increase the number of in-person assessments. I mean, a vast percentage of the new cars sold in this country every year are through the Motability Scheme. And if you look at how many young people, probably the biggest tragedy right now that no one is talking about in this country is I think it's about a quarter of our young adults are signing on to welfare, and all of the evidence suggests that once they do that at such a young age, they never come off. We have to make work pay. One of the craziest things about politics in this country that nobody, the Tories over 40 years and Labour seem to want to do nothing about is the fact that if you are on benefits in this country and you say, you know what, I actually want to start working again. I want to start working again, whether you're young or old. You pay a marginal tax rate of north of 100% when you start working more than 16 hours a week. You literally have less money in your bank account. If you're on benefits,
Okay, can we just be clear though?
And so let's fix those
Let's just be clear though. I mean, you've talked about stopping universal credit for migrants in this country.
Is he talking about the emergency tax thing that sometimes happens? Because that is...
No, it's that you lose once you lose your welfare, you're essentially, and you go into work. That means you've been
okay.
There's a certain amount of extra that you've taken away from you. Like it's reverse taxation, I guess. But whatever. Like that's just how welfare always ends up working in lots of instances, right?
Yeah.
All forms of welfare, yeah.
What about welfare for people who are not migrants? As I understand it, I think because either you have told me or Nigel Farage has told me, Reform wants to make significant cuts to the welfare.
And she sees them both on this programme so regularly that she can't tell them apart anymore. They're just one person who's permanently on this fucking show.
True.
Welfare bill for British people.
Fiona, we have no choice. Otherwise, the country is going to go bankrupt several times over the 30 years. The cost.
How does that work? Shut the fuck up. Several times over. What are you talking about?
We're a sovereign currency issue. We can't go bankrupt.
There's
Like
no-
like people keep talking about this going to be an IMF bailout. I'm like, sterling has actually gone up in value, especially given that the dollar has tanked, right? Like the pound is a safe store of value. We don't have any issues with currency value. We don't really have much issue with inflation anymore. It's slightly higher than it could be, but whatever. Those are the main constraints in terms of public spending, and there's no problems. There's no problems.
Of borrowing for the United Kingdom on a 30-year basis in the bond market is at multi-decade highs. And I always say this, there are many people, young and old in this country, who do need help from the state, who do need our welfare system to support them, and quite rightly too. And nobody will suffer more than them if we fail to make difficult choices to make sure that people who can work go to work and that work is rewarded. And that's what a reformed government will do.
This is so much noise from you. I wish I'd see a detailed plan. It's pure populism without a detailed plan. That is not credible. Actually, we've got two parties here that just
well, you ballooned the size of the welfare state. You took steps.
Okay, let him make a point.
You've just made that comment, and then Nigel Farage has come out and said that he actually wants to get rid of the two-child benefit cap. Choose someone.
For
Stop
British
trying.
people in work.
Stop trying to say everything to
Not brown people. No brown people money. No.
everybody. It's not credible.
For British
Are you
people
big government
in work.
or are you low tax? You can't be
We
both.
want to scrap the
Choose
two-child
one
benefit
and
cap.
stick to that position.
We want to scrap the two-child benefit
You want
cap
to do
for British
everything,
people
Zia,
in
and of
work.
course you do.
That's what we want
I get
to do.
it, because, you know, it's really popular. But that's not government. You need to be responsible.
Are you
need to live
proud
within
of your
your
record
means.
with regards
your
to the
last
welfare
manifesto
state?
had 100.
Hang on, wait.
Your last
You've talked,
manifesto.
let Nigel talk, then you can come back.
Your last manifesto had £140 billion of unfunded tax and spending commitments. Let me be very clear. We made mistakes when we were in government. Kemi outlined in her speech this week how we're going to go back to proper conservative values and principles. Personal responsibility, low tax, small government, living within your means, so that then we can have a vibrant economy that generates...
And they totally mean it this time, guys. You can trust them for a fifth time.
And even then, like, we tried your whole cut the size of the state, cut taxes bullshit for 14 years, and it failed miserably.
Yeah.
It's made the country shit.
Yeah, I mean, well, we've tried it, since Margaret Thatcher, we've tried to do this constantly, and it's just gotten worse and worse and worse.
generates the taxes to pay for the public services. You are going around, as are you, promising absolutely everything to everybody. It's really nice to hear, but you need to be an alternative government. You need a team around you who can deliver. And saying populist stuff just because people like to hear it, that is not credible. I need to get them out.
Let's talk about
We
living
need to
within
get
our
you
means.
guys.
Let's talk about living.
You have to be quick, Zia. 'cause
Don't try and smear Zack Polanski with this nonsense. Zia Yusuf isn't offering anything like the hypno boob. Okay?
Exactly. Zia Yusuf does not have the commitment to large tits that we in the Green Party do. Honestly.
Exactly. He's got no. Look, you talk about the economy
Got no
shrinking.
fans. He's got no fans.
He's got no fans. He's got no stadium. His team's shit. What's Reform's plans for the shrinking boobs? Got nothing.
Exactly.
Embarrassing.
Okay, very quickly, let's talk about living within our means. The Tory government in their 14 years ran a deficit in every single...
Apparently your stream is dead.
It's not dead on my end.
Okay, someone's lying to me.
One of those 14 years,
Because of
despite
the
almost
mess we got
every
from it.
single Tory chancellor
Well, you'd make it
promised
worse.
to stop it. And you tripled the national debt and took the tax burden on British people to the highest level since World War II and made everyone's lives worse in the process.
what would you
and
Okay,
that's why the
okay.
Tory party is dead.
We're out of time. There's a man up there waving his hand desperately. I'm afraid we are out of time. I just wanted to say that we were also hoping to fit in a question about climate, because a number of you asked about...
Oh, no, don't talk about that. Why would you ever talk about that?
No, what are we talking about? White faces in Handsworth?
Yeah, no, we need to talk about migration all the time, every time. But, you know, don't even when you've got the Green Party leader on, don't ask him about climate. That'd be crazy. I can't believe some cheeky fucker had the temerity to say, I don't hear the Greens talk about climate much anymore. Do they ever get asked about it anymore? Is it even a thing that people talk about in fucking journalism, you know?
And also, just like we all know the Green Party are good on climate change. Like, why did you need some more proof of this?
Yeah. Just because, like, the Lib Dems only ever talk about Brexit and fucking Reform only ever talk about migration and Kemi Badenoch only talks about the Chagos Islands, some other people have different topics that they want to talk about as well. You know?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Hey ho.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was fun, wasn't it?
I enjoyed it. I thought Zack did nicely. Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of bits I would have had some. I would have had some advice on to different lines, but broadly, I thought it was a good performance. Broadly, I thought it was good.
Well, I think they've only got to fit Nigel Farage in another 42 times before they have him back on again. So,
yeah,
he'll definitely be better next time. Cool.
Okay, should we send it into Ray K, the Palestinian who wrote it into me the other day?
Well, I'm not.
You're going to keep going?
I'm carrying on. Yeah.
Oh, well, I'll raid into you then. Fuck it.
Okay.
Everyone go and check out Kevin Logan and follow when I raid in.
Yes, do it. Anyway, go and follow No Justice MTG on all the platforms. She knows the muffin.
I do know the muffin. Bye. Free Palestine.
Bye. Yes. Because I wanted to talk about... Oh, hang on. Yeah, no, well, it's gone now. Anyway. I wanted to talk about... or wanted to watch this. Oh, yes. This is slop, everyone. Absolute fucking slop at its sloppiest. The Polanski effect. It's going to be these two fucking meltoids talking about Zack Polanski. And I need to listen to this. This is like... How do I describe this? This is like... This is chicken soup for the Kev soul. Okay? It's self-indulgent nonsense. But I need to watch this. And I was either going to watch it off stream or I might as well watch it on stream. You know? That's the way I'm looking at it. Oh, I'll turn the alert box off. Fuck! Anyway, welcome in Raiders. You didn't get to hear the nice noises because I turned the fucking thing off. But, yeah, hello. Yes. Thank you. Everyone go and follow No Justice MTJ. I'm Kevin Logan, socialist from the UK.
We got him. Victory is ours.
There you go. It's back on now. Fuck yes. Sorry, Kip, I have to cheat on you with Sam Cedar. That is totally understandable. Anyway. Don't forget, if you're new here, you can hit the follow button and subscribe and do bits, messages and all of that shite.
Victory is ours.
And you'll get a text-to-speech on Twitch and I'll read it out if it's on YouTube. These are things. Fuck yes. Anyway, dickheads.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got
Hello and welcome to the agenda on Politics Social. I'm Graham Hughes and I'm joined, as always, on the agenda by Phil Morehouse of A Different Bias fame. How's it going, Phil?
I'm all right, thank you.
You all right? Yeah, all good. Of course, someone calls me. Someone called me at the exact moment that the episode starts. Right, okay. So, turn that off. So I'd just like to say a big shout out to everyone in the chat. We've got Ellen there, we've got Chris C, we've got Chip. We've got Gallifane, Anderson, and Respectful. All you need to do is troll. Okay, so today, Phil, I thought we'd talk a little bit about the Green Party conference.
Lay it on me, lads. Lay a big old steamer on me. Let's fucking go.
A little bit about the Tory Party conference. And then talk a little bit about if Labour have anything to learn from Zack Polanski, who was on Question Time last night.
Let me guess. Phil's going to say no, because they've already got a great leader who everyone loves. Don't look at the polling.
And obviously he's the new leader of the Green Party. So where do you want to start? Do you want to start with the Tories?
Go on then.
So they had their conference this week in a broom cupboard to nobody. It was embarrassing.
Well, it would have at least looked full if they'd done that. That would have been a better idea.
Big empty room. It was cringe, wasn't it? It was embarrassing. I was embarrassed, second-hand embarrassment for the Conservatives. And Kemi Badenoch made this boring-ass speech, but the next day the newspapers... Yeah, but the newspapers it was like Steele of the New Iron Lady all over again.
Yeah,
it was like...
Because that's just how the media is, isn't it?
Isn't it embarrassing, though? I mean, fawning over the Tories at this point.
Yeah, but that's what politics is. That's all it is. I mean, you're going to go into the Green Party. They're doing exactly the same thing. It's how politics works. You have to that's where Labour went wrong last autumn. They should have hyped the shit out to the point of cringe. Yeah. They should have hyped the hell out of everything they've been doing. Yeah. To the point of cringe.
Yeah.
And beyond.
Yeah, they should have had the music video. It should have been like the White Stripes. It should have been like words coming up on the screen like this, like the intro to Doctor Who as you go through a time hole. You know, that's what it should have been like. It should have been like, we did this, and we did this, and we did the,
Exactly.
and like exciting, triumphant music. And we smashed the Tories, and we told the oligarchs to piss. You know, it should have been all that.
And we know that it works.
You told the oligarchs to piss. What world are these fucking people in? You told the oligarchs to piss off. I don't know what party he thinks he's a member of. He cannot possibly think he's a member of the Labour Party with Keir Starmer, right? Not a chance. Not a fucking chance. Hang on, it's now dark enough that this might be of use. Oh, you can sort of see it a little bit. There you go. We told the oligarchs to piss off. When? When did that happen exactly? Literally when?
Because, like, you could look at, like, Trump. I mean, it's not just Trump, but, you know, he's the big showman. He does this sort of stuff all the time. If you ask his supporters, so are your eggs cheaper yet, or has your pay gone up, or is your house better? And they go, no, but it's coming.
Yeah, but
so people will do that as long as you can persuade, as long as you can show that link between what you've done, which is you've provably done, and what it's going to lead to. As long as that makes sense to people, they'll go along with it.
We should just lie to people, like Donald Trump does. We should just lie to people. That's fine and a normal thing to say out loud in public.
Colin in the chats, to cringe and beyond. I like that.
Yes.
But yeah,
that should have been their conference slogan.
Yeah, to cringe and
right?
beyond.
We made a mistake. Actually, if Starmer...
Interesting stream title. It is indeed an interesting stream title. You're very welcome, Weirdness. It's true.
Speech, I wouldn't have made it 45 minutes. Bloody hellfire. I'd have just come out and I'd said, right, we got it wrong last week, didn't we? We didn't get government wrong, and I would list all the things they've done, all the legislation they're putting through, the stuff that...
Yeah, we froze your granny. We tried to fuck over the disabled even worse than we already were. Woo! Genocide! Yeah, you should really parrot from the rooftops your fantastic successes. This is the most briefcase shit ever.
Done in the budget, which people don't know about. This is all really good stuff. It's my fault, ladies and gentlemen. You know, I was too doom and gloom, so that was a mistake. What we need to be doing is shouting from the rooftops, all of these things we're doing because they're going to lead to great outcomes, and we are going to go cringe and beyond. Absolutely what you should have done. Thank you very much. I'm not going to make your bums go numb for the next 45 minutes. That's all I need to say.
The only thing that came out of Kermit
also,
Badnock's...
Nigel Farage is a twat.
Yes, they should always say that. Every line should end with that, shouldn't it? Pig Latin style. Yeah, Kemi Badnock's speech. The only policy in there was one policy, just one, and that was about abolishing stamp duty. Now, just to be clear, you don't have to pay stamp duty on your first house up to a worth of 300,000. 300,000 to 500,000, you only pay 5% stamp duty. If it's over 500,000, you have to pay above the 500,000 your full stamp duty on your first house. So the number of people, first-time buyers who are buying houses that are worth more than $500,000 is 1% of the population. And yet the newspapers was like, oh my God, this is amazing.
No, the thing is, right, no, it's not. The problem with stamp duty is, well, there's lots of problems with stamp duty. It is actually, on the left and right, considered a shit tax. But the problem with it is it hasn't risen to with house prices. So in actual fact, a lot of people do pay stamp duty even on a first house, because the average price of a house is now above the threshold. So, but the reason why she said it is because there's a strong suspicion over summer that, in fact, Rachel Reeves basically leaked the fact that she's thinking about getting rid of it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so what they're doing, the reason why the media will be hyping this out is because...
Talk about the Green Party. I don't give a fuck about the Tories. They're dead. Dead. Thank you, Niall, who says, don't forget the hungry kids ignored. Well, that is true. That is true. To be fair, I was trying to do the music video like thing, just trying to remember. All of the terrible policies, what do they have? Yes, thank you to the new people who joined on the YouTube. No, on Twitch. Or on YouTube if you have. I don't fucking know. Anyway, yes. Welcome in, one and all. You can give me money to watch slop. Which is what I'm doing right now.
Cars, first of all, no one likes stamp duty.
Yeah.
And no one likes it. No one thinks it's a good idea. So you'll get... So it's not even something that's that tribal. You'll get plenty of genuine experts. It's, for once, the Telegraph will be able to find an expert that backs up their bullshit. But the other thing is, it's win-win for them. Because if Rachel Reeves announced the end of stamp duty, that's because our Kemi forced her into it, right?
We did that.
Because they just announced it. Because that's what you can do with government. That is what you can do. Opposition can work faster than government because it doesn't actually have to do anything, just say things. Whereas government has to do things.
Yeah.
So, you know... If you know that Rachel Reeves is thinking about doing it, you just get fit. That's why there's all this talk at the moment about the two-child cap, because they know that Labour are basically getting rid of it.
Yeah.
But they haven't formally announced it yet, because you have to formally announce it in the budget.
So they're trying to steal...
No, you don't. What the fuck are you talking about? Labour have done policy making via the media for the entirety of the time they've been in office, right? The idea that, oh no, you need to formally announce it to the House of Commons, an official... No, you can just announce it. You could do it tomorrow. There's no such fucking thing has to happen. You liar.
Steal thunder from Labour announcing this in the budget.
Technically, you are supposed to. Technically, all government policy is supposed to be announced first and foremost to the House of Commons. But we know it doesn't fucking work that way, obviously.
And if she doesn't announce it, she can say it's a missed opportunity.
Yeah, exactly.
Win-win.
Opportunity.
Is pointing out that Bobby J, Robert Jenrick, Robert the Degenerate, stole Kemi's thunder with those disrespectful...
I do quite like Robbie the Degenerate. It doesn't quite work, but it made me chuckle.
Racist comments about a place I spent a lot of my childhood. Yeah, so this is comments he made earlier in the year to some Tories in March, where he talked about not seeing another white face in a part of Birmingham. And
Handsworth, you put some fucking respect on its name. Okay? The least you could do before losing that seat inevitably to a pro-Palestine candidate is to at least learn the name of the fucking thing. Okay?
I mean, just what the... Well, and that overshadowed the whole conference. Like, that's all everyone was talking about.
I mean, I actually didn't, in the end, do a video on it. I talked about Jenrick last night in another video, by the way, which bombed, which shows that no one's interested in Jenrick.
No.
That's the thing. Because I was wondering to myself, and I got my answer.
Well, your audience aren't. That doesn't mean no one is.
So Jenrick clearly, if he becomes Tory leader, has fewer boundaries even than Badenoch, and he will just be openly racist. Because what he was talking about, if I did do a video on it, unfortunately a load of other things came up, but if I had done a video on it, the point I would have made is they were linking this with the idea of integration, to which I would ask, how are you supposed to integrate the colour of your skin?
Yeah.
Because normally when they talk about integration, they're talking about cultural integration, aren't they? Whereas this, he specifically cited colour of your skin. It was proper Enoch Powell.
Yeah.
Oh, it won't be long before you're living next door to the black man. Yeah, and?
Yeah.
Whereas, so he's basically channeling the same...
Well, you wouldn't want to become an island of strangers now, lads, would you? Well, that's the thing. There aren't timestamps, so I don't know where the Green Party bit begins. Is there a timestamp anywhere here in the... No. Although someone did say vote Green. Fair enough. Actually, you wouldn't have seen that because it's off screen. Boop. There you go. Cheeky little like. Although that does drive up engagement, but whatever. Yep. Look for the captions and look for green. I don't know what the fuck that means. It's the Morton.
Same thing. But it's like, but he links it to integrating. It's like, how do you integrate your skill?
Link the video and I'll do it. Go on then. Okay. I'll post the link in this chat and you can do it for me, because fuck it. To be fair, this was broadcast as I was broadcasting, so like I didn't watch it or anything. I couldn't possibly have pre-watched this.
Skin colour, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to put makeup on, or are you supposed to do a Michael Jackson here? What's going on here?
Yeah.
Why don't they
do a Michael Jackson? I mean, if they did a Michael Jackson, Keir Starmer would probably appoint them as ambassador to the United States. Allegedly.
ask him that? Kemi Badenoch was trying to deal with this dog's dinner in an interview this morning and making a proper arse of it, as you
still
would.
talking about it?
Yeah, some journalists have asked Kemi Badenoch about it.
Yeah.
And she's tried to defend him without defending what he said. You know, the usual thing. You do have to do this sometimes as a politician. One of your colleagues
I'm not a
shit the
politician,
bed.
but yeah,
well,
go
you
on.
don't. You're not a politician. But politicians...
27 minutes. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do before I am going to nip in for a quick piss. Because I've been going 3 hours. So, whilst I'm away, be extraordinarily generous and do bits messages or something. And I'll be back in a second. I'll put you on the just starting screen. I need to get I need to really set up a I'll be back in a minute screen, don't I, really? But I'm having a piss break, so you just put up with this. I was just thinking back for a second there to No Justice earlier, telling Robert Jenrick he can lick T-word butthole. Very fucking good. They don't talk about Zack until for more than 30 seconds. What? Hang on. Well, someone said 27 minutes, so we'll have a look. We'll see.
It's not as though these are all pie in the sky stuff, but starting that discussion.
But what I'm
is
trying to
amazing.
tell you is, Labour. Your premise is that Labour should look at Zack Polanski. Oh, we should do that. No, they should see that Zack Polanski is doing what I have said, and they should come to me.
Sorry
because I'm on
to
their side.
soothe your ego here.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is you're like it's basically like saying, like, okay, let's say someone breaks.
Right. Like, I know you're an arrogant prick, but you can't possibly believe that. You have not been advocating that they take a fundamentally different stance on virtually every topic. 23 minutes? Oh, for fuck's sake, would someone get the right... Okay.
Headline, by the way, sorry.
Sorry?
Where
Well,
was
that was the name of the thing that they gave it, and now and it got the publicity for them.
Who
saying
came
the
up with the
Greens
headline?
want to abolish landlords, and so
Okay, who
James
said that?
O'Brien on Monday spent an hour talking about the possibility of
Who
abolishing
said?
landlords.
Who said they were going to abolish landlords?
The people who put forward the
Is it the Green
policy.
Party?
Yeah,
or is
yeah.
it someone that's so they have said they're going to abolish landlords. Then they've listed a load of policies that don't abolish landlords. So that's lying.
Well, no, it goes towards abolishing landlords. You put all these.
I love Labour Party people saying anyone else is lying. Jesus. Way to go, champ.
things into place, there'll be hardly any private landlords.
We've had. No, there'll be loads of them.
Why? Why would you go in for this?
Things stop someone
You've essentially
buying
got
a
to
house
pay
and then
people to
renting
live
it.
in your house. It would
but
end buy-to-let mortgages.
Yeah, but that's a recent thing. We had landlords before then. Okay, it's something we should
Hardly
get
any.
rid of.
No,
but
in
there were
the
loads.
1970s, it looked like landlords were on the way out. And landlordism,
They
don't forget, is
Did it?
something that the people on the left don't like. But it's also people on the right don't like it as well. Adam Smith, famous, I guess.
Wow, if you have to go back to Adam Smith for someone on the right who doesn't like landlords, what the fuck are you talking about? What right winger today isn't like totally chill with landlords? Can anyone point them to me? Can anyone point me in the direction of the anti-landlord right, please?
Yeah,
He
economist.
wrote The Wealth of Nations.
But he's the one who
He
talks
hated
about
landlords.
wealth tax. Yeah, but he also promotes the wealth tax that works, which they should listen to.
Yes.
Lands tax.
So this
Lands
is something.
tax.
But what I'm talking
It
about
doesn't
is
get rid of landlords.
If we
all you
turned
have to
up,
be a
Phil,
landlord, you have to buy a house and then rent it.
If I turned up with my list here, right, which I handily had written down, of these individual policies, none of them are going to grab a headline. None of them are going to get an hour on James O'Brien discussing it on a Monday morning, right?
Labour
on a
can
show that
easily
gets
get
over
that.
1 million people listening to it.
Labour can easily get
they
that.
turn
We've
up and
already
say,
explained how they do it.
abolish landlords. It gets people's attention.
Yeah, but Labour can do that easily anyway. What you're
They
saying
can, but
is,
they don't.
No, I know they don't. But what I'm saying is, you're saying, right,
yeah,
okay, let me try and explain really simply. If you're saying what can they learn from Zack Polanski, you're telling me he's doing something that no one else has suggested or done before. Whereas what I am telling you is that all Zack Polanski is doing exactly what you and I have been saying Labour should have been doing for years.
But
So
the
it shouldn't- it's not
difference
that they
is...
should-
Which is having totally different policies. Is that it? I mean, I don't remember you arguing they should have completely different fucking policies. I don't remember you arguing that they should stop doing the genocide either, particularly. This is fucking madness. What is this? See, this is what I wanted, chat. This is the kind of cope. The kind of extreme fucking cope. And you know what? I'm pulling it out, chat. They're being so fucking copey right now. Ah, you fucking prick! Boom.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething.
I said what I said.
Listen to Zack
We've
Polanski. They
just
should listen
talked
to us.
about it, and he's proved that it can work because membership of the Greens has now overtaken membership of the Lib Dems in just the last couple of weeks. That is mad, considering how many Lib Dems there are. You know?
Yeah, but well, yes, that can be a good thing, but you also know it can be a bad thing.
Well, yeah, I know.
Labour had huge membership under Corbyn.
Yeah, but what you're getting,
and what? Why is that a bad thing? Oh no, there were fleas! Haha, terrible! Honestly, I should have saved the Copacabana for that, because that's the copious thing I've ever seen. Jesus Christ.
is a lot of those people who were following Corbyn and Sultana who have made
that's
by the way,
and that's
tell me about
my
this?
point.
Have they made
So that
friends
is
again?
exactly
Does
my
anybody
point.
know?
Right.
What's
Because
happening there?
This is what I would say. So what Labour should do is they should make sure they're engaging better with the media, and that includes social media.
Yes.
But you have to look at who you're engaging with. If all you're engaging with is people, if you need to change their mind on something.
Yes.
Right? You need to change their mind. Now, is Zack Polanski persuading people who don't already agree with those policies to agree with those policies? Or is he just pandering to people who already agree with them?
Are the Labour Party changing people's mind, other than to not ever vote for the Labour Party again? Is fleas a code name for daggers in Corbyn's back? No, it's what the Labour Party comms people were referring to leftists in the Labour Party as. Like, is the Labour Party changing people's opinions about their policies? Because so far, everyone seems to hate all of your policies. You know.
Like, there's plenty of people out there, that great big long list of pointless policies you just mentioned there, that has nothing to do with abolishing landlords.
What pointless policies? Ending buy-to-let.
Okay, so you say end to buy-to-let, right?
Yeah.
Is there a load of people out there who already approve of ending buy-to-let?
Yes.
Right. Are there a load of people out there
who've never thought about it? Yes. There's a load of people. No. There's a load of people who haven't thought about it unless we have that conversation. And what Zack Polanski is doing rather well at the moment is getting people to talk about this stuff. Talking about wealth taxes that could work.
But what I'm saying to you is
Labour... And he almost said the same thing you did about, assets. You tax the stuff that can't move. You don't tax these individuals.
Exactly.
What you said. He said that on Question Time last night.
Yeah.
So it's not as though these are all pie in the sky stuff, but starting that discussion.
But what I'm trying to tell you is, Labour. Your premise is that Labour should look at Zack Polanski. Oh, we should do that. No, they should see that Zack Polanski is doing what I have said.
God, he's a smug, arrogant cunt. Honest to God, he's genuinely one of these people who thinks he knows so much more than he actually does.
They should come to me.
Sorry
because I'm on
to
their side.
soothe your ego here.
No, that's what I'm saying is you're like it's basically like saying, right, okay, let's say someone breaks the leg, right?
Okay.
And they go to hospital and they get it set, right?
Yeah.
And they get it set and they come home. And then a mate of theirs breaks the leg, and instead of going to hospital, they go to the mate whose leg's been set and say, "Oh, you need to help. You're gonna help
they
me set my
copied the
leg."
person who went to the hospital. They went, okay, that worked. You broke your leg, and that's the thing that worked. So when I break my leg, I'm going to do the same thing.
Okay,
because
so then Labour. So then, by that logic, Labour should look at the experts, then the media experts.
What the fuck are you talking about? How did he get... Oh, this guy's insufferable.
Stop it. Get some
He's
help.
insufferable. How the fuck did he come to that conclusion from the thing that was said? What are you talking about, you knob? I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Oh, Jesus Christ. Welcome to life in Britain as a Celt. Well, I am a Celt who lives in Britain. I'm very well aware of the English and their annoying shit. Anyway, fucking end me. Thank you, King of Silver River, for 9 months. And Phil is still a Malty, is indeed. I do wish Phil was in charge of Labour comms. Couldn't be any worse. I genuinely would love to see it as a social experiment. I mean, like you say, it couldn't really get that much worse considering how bad their comms are. And I want to see him flail and, like, fuck it up. And probably make things worse, actually, yeah. Because, again, he genuinely thinks that he knows so much about all of this. And he obviously doesn't. And that's fine in a way. You don't need to know anything about this stuff. It's, you know, it's fucking weird in-depth shite, really. But have the humility to understand your own limitations. This person is like Dunning-Kruger on speed. And that's a problem. That's a problem. So make him the head of comms, and it would be great banter first and foremost, because he'd fuck it up straight away. And to see him do, it would be great content for me to see him do it. So Labour, please employ this creature as your head of comms. He couldn't be any worse. Give Kev money or ban Kappa. Yes. Yes, that is how it works. You also have to be nice to me as well, or you get banned. That's a fact.
That's what they should do.
No, but my point is that Zack Polanski, policy aside, just interacting with social media, coming out with bold stuff that gets people talking about it, and I think that's the important thing, because all we've been talking about for the last 10 fucking years has been Brexit and immigration and trans people.
But
let's change the conversation.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And Labour could do that.
You say that he's been bold. I say he's pandering to people that are already supporting him.
It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
Well, obviously not, because he's massively increased the number of people in his fucking political party. So he convinced people who previously did not think to themselves, I want to join the Green Party, into thinking, I want to join the Green Party, and then doing it. Like, that, I'd say that's a pretty significant step forward. Whereas what Keir Starmer has done is very much the opposite of that. He has changed people's minds from, I want to be a member of the Labour Party and I'm happy to be here, to, fuck this noise, I would literally rather get arse cancer than stay in this political party and cut their card up. So in a sense, Keir Starmer has changed minds. Not necessarily for the better of his party, though.
What matters
in politics?
You're always going to have people who support you, and there's people that don't support you. But that's a minority. Both of those are minorities. The majority of the people don't give a shit. They just get on with their lives.
Something's happened.
What's happened?
My new fucking something. It's all right.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you meant like...
No. Wait,
bomb's gone off or something. What's happened?
Something has. I don't know. Oh, shit. I know what it is. Right.
Sorry, I knocked my keyboard. Are you playing World of Warcraft while you play?
No. I knocked my keyboard into my Stream Deck, which I hardly ever use for anything, but I knocked it into the volume up button, and it constantly, and you just...
And I was just booming over the speakers. Sorry, mate. Didn't mean to stop you. Just before we go on, we have got a couple of super chats that I have to acknowledge. Paul...
Yeah, the neckline is a bit of an issue as well. That is true. The arse cancer party coming soon. True!
Thomas, thank you very much for the £10 super chat. My grandparents, who were quite poor, managed to buy the house they had rented for decades after the war.
I've been meaning to get a Stream Deck for a long time. Just because I want a soundboard type thing, you know? I want to be able to, like, just... Because the thing is, that Gennaro Gattuso clip of him going, sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit, was so applicable to so many things. you'd get you'd get so sick of me playing it. For real. Oh. Sorry, I'm going crazy. Do you want mine? It's been in the cupboard for 2 years. You could do with a second keyboard and some macros. What the fuck is the... Where's the macros? I don't know what that is. Do you have a tablet? I do have a tablet. You can get a soundboard app on your phone or tablet. Okay, I'll look into that. Because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm scared. See, this is the thing. But whenever I do something like this, I look into it and it starts saying words at me that I don't understand, and I get scared and switch it off. I can't be bothered. It starts going on about gigabytes of this and fucking downloading stuff, and I know it's over. No, don't care. Honestly, I think I might be the least tech-savvy person who's ever been able to turn on a stream. Hey, hello Viv. Everyone follow Vivian Wolf, otherwise something. I couldn't be bothered to finish the sentence, but you get the idea.
Under the first refusal scheme.
Oiled like a baby otter is good, but I don't know that it's that applicable in many situations that I would need it on a soundboard. And you know, you're guaranteed, when it's something rare like that, the one time it would be useful to use is the one time you'd forget to use it. Or that the tech fucked up and it didn't work or something. Whereas sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit. Is always useful. Stop it, get some help. Always useful.
Phil, those schemes work. I don't think Phil was arguing that they didn't work.
No,
you're saying
I'm
that
arguing
exist.
that they don't abolish landlords.
Yeah, it's on the way.
No. It might move things back in the other direction.
Why do you have a law against murder, Phil? To try and stop people murdering? Will it be 100% effective at stopping murders? No, it won't. But it stops a lot of them that would have happened otherwise if it was
Yeah, but there's a difference. Yeah, but no one said, when they introduced the law against murder, which happened quite a long time ago, to be fair, no one said this will stop all murders.
Yes.
Oh, for fuck's sake. He thinks this is such a gotcha. Wow, they used slightly more direct language in the title of a thing than is technically 100% accurate. So fucking what, you fucking briefcase cunt? No one cares. Oh, God. Imagine living with this creature. Oh, it would drive you fucking spare. Oh, my fucking head, it feels like it's going to explode having listened to him talk for 5 fucking minutes. Malty fuck. Oh, my head hurts now.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, that's what the objective is at the end of the day, isn't it? It's like,
oh, did someone explain macros to me? Hang on. Yeah, thank you, Journeying Jordan. I'll check that in a second. Get a simple one with big shiny stickers. You can put stickers on, so you know the exact thing. Make stickers of the emotes and then put them on the buttons. It's real. Oh, okay. Is that what macro? No, macros are easy when you know how. But that doesn't explain what they are. Just tell me what the fuck they are. Oh, fuck. Macros. Macros can refer to macronutrients. I don't think this is the thing that's being referred to, if I'm entirely honest. I don't think it's that. Create or run a macro. Okay. In Word, you can automate frequently used tasks and create... Again, I don't think this is the thing. We're not running a Word document, are we? What are macros? That's nutrition. Okay, macro... Stream Deck. You don't need Stream Deck, you need macros. Oh, why are they two different fucking things? Easiest way to set up button macros on Stream Deck. Right, okay. You want to hold control while pressing a sequence of other keys, then suck a dick. I don't care. I already don't care. A macro is a tool. I know someone whose dad was a tool maker. Fact. A macro is a tool so that you can press a single button and it performs a series of actions. Well, isn't that what the Stream Deck is? Or is a macro a subdivision of the Stream Deck thing? You want me to just make you one. Make me one what? Uses macros to... honestly, I hate everyone. All of you can fuck off. All of you can just, like, do one. I hate all people on Earth. Technology was a fucking mistake. We need to go back to using sticks to make fire and then cooking fucking gazelle or something. Fact. I can make you a Stream Deck if you like. Go for it, I guess. Ken has macros. Ken has a headache. No, he doesn't really. The Stream Deck button will trigger a macro. As an example, you push a button and it changes the scene in OBS and turns on your webcam and plays a sound effect. There are 3 commands in a macro. You can set a macro to fire when you press a key... Oh, okay. I'm with you. Right. I'm not having anything linked to a fucking keyboard. My keyboard just needs to be a keyboard. No. Death to the West.
But this is... But you're talking about objectives now.
Okay,
so
so here you go.
There's a key difference.
Advertising 101. If you put reduce the number of landlords... First of all, it's too many words. Secondly, it doesn't sound exciting. You say abolish landlords, people will be like, what? What? Let's have a discussion about... Why would anyone say that? And then you can say, well, most landlords are evil.
You didn't present it. You didn't present it to me as a headline-grabbing thing. You presented it as they are abolishing landlords, and they're not.
Oh, well, if I can make you great macaroni cheese. Yes. Oh, I'd fucking murder some mac. Absolutely. Oh, I'm hungry as fuck now. I'm gonna go get some food. White House slams no bail committee. You minge. Fuck yes. What an absolute fucking knobber. White House slams Nobel Committee for not awarding Peace Prize to Trump. Rejected. The White House has issued the Nobel Committee has accused the Nobel Committee of placing politics over peace. For awarding its most coveted prize to a Vuvuzelan pro-democracy activist. She's not even that. She's just a fucking random rightoid politician. And a Zionist. Imagine that. During one of the greatest, and I say great as in largest, purges of humanity in recent times, done by Zionists for explicitly Zionist reasons, the Nobel Peace Prize Committee have decided to give the Peace Prize to a Zionist. Honestly, you haven't embarrassed yourself this badly since you gave the Peace Prize to the Drone King. Now, it is funny, like, frankly, I'd have been fine with them giving it to Satan over Trump, right? Literally the embodiment of evil over Trump, just to see him have a bitch fit and could be like, and cry and shit his pants at the same time. But They could have given it to, like, literally, like, an actual peace activist or something. Like a person who has done some work to promote peace. Or an organisation which has done work to promote peace. Rather than some random right-wing wanker from Vuvuzela. Which is how you pronounce the country correctly, okay? 1,000% tariffs for Norway. Well, this is what they were saying. They were saying they were worried he was going to tariff Norway. Look, because he's so stupid, and his people are so stupid, they don't realise that it's not the country of Norway that decides this. The Norwegian government doesn't fucking decide this. There's a whole, like, fucking separate organisation. Well, there you go. On Friday, the committee announced Maria Correa Machado would receive the Peace Prize for her tireless work promoting democratic rights for the people of Vuvuzela. Trump has been outspoken about his desire for the award, taking credit for ending several global conflicts, most of which took place between countries that don't exist. Like Azerbaijan, or whatever the fuck it was. I thought it was Sweden. No, it is Norway, isn't it? The Nobel Committee's Norway. Have I gone mental? Hang on. Isn't it Norway? Have I gone mad? Oh no, it's Sweden. Sorry, Sweden, not Norway. Hang on. The 6th Nobel Committee is the Norwegian Nobel Committee. Responsible for the... there you go. Okay. So Nobel, who was Swedish, wasn't he? Most of them do it in Sweden, but for some reason the Norwegian Nobel Committee is responsible for the Nobel Peace Prize. So we were both right in completely different ways. There you go. So it's mostly Sweden, but this one is in Norway. So yeah, it's not the Norwegian or indeed the Swiss government, the Swedish government. Or the Swiss government, but specifically the Swedish government on this occasion, that decide these things. Yeah, the original one was given to this Antifa group, fucking terrorists. True. Anyway, Trump is a big old fanny, and no one gives a fuck what he has to say. What a loser. Al's, massive Al's in chat, everyone. Actually, that's the wrong way round because it's reversed. Al! Massive Al's in chat. One Al nerd for Donald. You can't spell Donald without L. Boom shakalaka. Greta should have got it. Well, yeah, I mean, the entire flotilla should have got it, but, you know. They decided to give it to a Zionist instead because we live in a very normal world. Very normal.
If I did that, I apologise because my intention was to say they got the headlines. They got an hour of James O'Brien talking about it because they called it abolish landlords rather than... we will take a look at Section 21 and look.
I could do that tomorrow.
This is like, the Labour Party in 2019 in December when the Tories had "Make Brexit Happen" or whatever the fuck their slogan was, 3-word slogan, get Brexit done, right? Labour were knocking on people's doors in the middle of winter, going, well, what we're going to do is we're going to have a second referendum, and in that referendum, we're going to ask people if they want to have a.
And whose policy was that exactly? Can I just ask, who was the shadow Brexit secretary who foisted that shithole of a policy on the Labour Party and thus the country? Was it Sir Keith Stonger? Was it Sir Kid Starver, Casey? Perhaps? Technically it was QC, wasn't it? Because the Queen was still alive at the time. Can we get some lols in chat for Lizzie still being gone, by the way? Because that is still fucking hilarious. She did literally pay off her son's pederastic victims. So, you know. Lols in chat for that bitch being dead.
Quantitative easing of the relationship with the European Union, and then on the back of that we will negotiate with the European Union what that deal could look like, and then we'll be offering, and by then everyone's shut the door. Everyone's shut the fucking door. But you need those 2 words, abolish landlords, to get the conversation
I could get
going.
that from Starmer tomorrow.
Do it then, please.
He won't listen to me. We've already said this before.
So you can't, no, hang on, whoa, dickhead. So you can't. The thing you specifically said was, I can get this from Starmer tomorrow. He says, go for it. He says, he won't listen to me. So you can't get it from him then. You can suggest it to him and he can tell you to go fuck yourself for the millionth time. And you'll still remain a part of this fucking political party. Even though you're basically in a kind of intellectually abusive relationship where you think you have all of these great ideas and you put it to them and they go no and then do the most right-wing thing they can. Kev was a Luddite in past life, destroying looms. Am I going to have to do genuinely do a show on Luddites at some point? Because you're all using the word Luddite as a fucking insult. Betrays your lack of leftist history knowledge. Okay? The Luddites were not anti-technology. In any fucking way. They were anti-people being put out of work. And out of their houses, because they often lived in mill towns, where the mill owner owned the fucking house that he and his family had to live in. And it was almost always he that worked, obviously, in the factories. Women worked in more domestic service type roles, but you get the idea. The Luddites, even in the most heavily Luddite areas, if the factory owner recompensed people put out of work by the looms, and didn't kick them and their family out on the fucking streets, their factories were never touched. Because it was never about technology being bad, it was people shouldn't be impoverished due to technology. But if there's one thing you have to say about the... If there's one thing you have to say about the British establishment, they are nothing if not fucking geniuses at enforcing their view of every single group, be it a current group or a historic group. They're always viewed exactly as the establishment want them to be viewed. Forever. So Luddite becomes this, oh, you're terribly backward, you understand. If you don't like technology, or you don't understand technology, you're a Luddite. Then that's not ever what it was about. At all. Also, Vandal is another one that annoys me. They shouldn't be called Vandals. The Vandals were actually a much put-upon people, chased halfway across Europe and then all the way across North Africa, and the Romans still wouldn't leave them alone, so they sacked Rome once. And their name became a byword for damage to property. Pointless damage. They sacked Rome once because they stole their queen. Interestingly, they took Rome from the south, which is a very rare thing to do, because you have to get there via ships and stuff, because, you know, it's a peninsula. Most people take Rome from the north. They did this in the year 100 BC or something like that. You know the next army to take Rome from the south? The American 4th. In 1944. Little fact for you.
He said how to do it. All Starmer has to do is he just has to get How many times have I said it? He just has to get journalists round in the morning, do a press conference. They will publish that story.
Yes.
Whatever he chooses to talk about. He doesn't have to. It's easy.
Yeah.
He could do it. He doesn't need... Again,
and it's been
the Zack Polanski in
proved.
this?
It's been proved to work by Zack Polanski.
No, it hasn't. It's a different thing.
Just before we go on, Phil, sorry. Urbane Legends, thank you very much for the £5 super chat. Talking about renters, it would dramatically improve renters' lives. That's all that matters. It's going further than Labour. Matters to us who won't be able to own ever. Yeah, absolutely.
455 AD is when it was sacked. Not by the Vandals. Wasn't 455... 455 was that the Visigoths or some shit? I'm sure that was Germans, wasn't it? Okay. Well, my memory's a little bit off. But either way, it took a long time before anyone else took Rome from the south, because it's not easy to do it.
Right, and going back to the stamp duty...
Or at least pre-flight, it wasn't easy to do it. Now you don't even have to go, like, in the water at all. I mean, they did, but you don't have to.
Thing. Again, it is a minority of people who are going to be celebrating that. Well, it was rich people, nepo babies mostly, who were celebrating the idea, Kemi Badnoch's big idea of
the sack of Rome in 455 was carried out by the Vandals, led by their king Gaiseric. Gay. A peace treaty, blah blah blah, something, who cares? Visigoths in 410, Vandals in 455. I like that I do a current affairs stream about Visigoths.
Abolishing stamp duty. Which, you can say, well, she says abolish stamp duty, but would it really stop all duties on buying and selling houses? Because there'll be something else, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, you'd have to replace it with something else.
Yeah.
You do it on the selling. You put a tax on selling houses.
MH Carer's saying Labour's not in opposition, that's why it's different. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
No, that's why it's a
party
different
of protest,
thing.
The party of... But what I'm talking about is the communication. The communication that Zack Polanski's done. With
two
fuck all
differences.
budget over the last 2 weeks has been better than what
Yeah,
Labour's done with a budget of millions over the last 2 years.
But you're forgetting two things, right? Three things, actually.
Okay,
Labour have... There's three massive differences between Labour and the Green Party. The Green Party...
Yeah, there are three differences. And that's Zack Polanski's massive left bollock, his massive right bollock, and his huge, throbbing, veiny cock. Three things not possessed by Keir Starmer.
Like all small parties, can afford to just target an easy type of voter. They can afford to have an inefficient vote, right? Doesn't matter to Zack Polanski if he lets reform. He says he's not going to, but he is, because it's impossible to do otherwise. He just needs to appear. He can identify a type of voter, like the Lib Dems. So what the Lib Dems do, but they've managed to make it more efficient, do it in a more efficient way. What the Lib Dems do is they identify a type of voter that it's easy for them to appeal to, and then they target the seats where that type of voter is the key voter, right? Now, that limits them, so they can't possibly form a government based on that, but it allows them to still target a lot of seats, and they won a lot of seats. They won 72 seats, and they could win a couple, 2 or 3 dozen more at the next election, right? So Labour can't do that.
Yeah.
They can't do that. They have to appeal to more people. The other thing that Labour have is they
Yeah,
have...
and that's true. You can't say that was it fourth and about to be third largest party in terms of membership is a small party. They're not. And you can't say, well, they don't have that many MPs, because, I mean, neither do Reform, and they're probably about to become the fucking biggest party in Parliament soon. Some of the polling has the Reform Party, has the Green Party not that far behind the Tories, and not that far behind Labour. There was one that said it was 2%. I'm very, very sceptical as to the source of that. They are very, very pro reform. So they downplay Labour and Tory votes in order to sort of big up the reform vote. I don't trust their polling at all. They're always like having the occasional poll from a company that's a little bit askew from the averages that that other polling companies are getting is neither here nor there. That's fine, whatever. Statistical quirks happen. But when one polling company is consistently overestimating significantly one of the political parties, that gives me an indication that they are weighting things very poorly. Almost like they're trying to lie to people because they're not actually a polling company, they're a propaganda outfit.
Have to make sure, particularly now that they're in power, they have to make sure that what they say they're going to do works. The Green Party don't. Some of those things
you're
you've
talking
listed,
about policy, and I'm not talking about policy. I'm talking about communications.
Yeah, no, but
and what they can learn
but I'm
from
still,
the guy with.
In terms of the communication, you've got to communicate policy. So the policy still matters, right?
Of course,
the policy
of course.
matters.
I didn't say it didn't.
No, but listen, the Green Party can a lot of those.
And thank you, Solly, for subscribing on Twitch. I nearly missed that because I'm a knobhead.
Policies you listed, by the way, some of them would have unintended consequences if you just did them quickly, right? He can ignore the unintended consequences even if they've been shown elsewhere, right? He can sell any policy he likes as long as it appeals to that one type of voter. Whereas Labour have to deliver. If Labour put in a policy in place and it backfires, they'll get clobbered for it.
I'm not arguing against that. I'm not arguing about policy. I know that they're an opposition party and Labour are in government, and they're two very different types of things.
Yeah, I'm not saying that Labour are doing it right. They're doing it very wrong. I've spent years saying that they're doing it very wrong.
So what
I am trying to say to you is
positivity, interacting with social media, and having slogans that people can get their head around instead of getting lost in the minutiae of detail that just bores people to
Zack Polanski isn't doing those things.
Well, I would argue he is. But before I do argue that, I just want to say thanks to 4x4, Doc 4x4, for being a member for 9 months and saying, abolish landlords, I'll take Ginger Island. But then you would become the Lord of Ginger Island, my friend, and you would have to pay Ishmael 100 quid a week to live there, which is a quarter of all the money you make. But anyway...
YouTube users are way smarter than Twitch users. Different species. Oh... You gonna let him talk to you like that, Twitch chat? You gonna let fucking Trip donk on you like that? I don't know. I wouldn't put up with it myself. But, that's you do you, whatever. Yeah, it's fine.
Paula, thank you very much for the £2.
What you're saying is you're making a profit.
I'm not making a profit. No, for make like the stuff I take from this channel, a quarter of that goes to Ishmael to live on the island I own. So yeah, don't worry. I do pass
That's more important. I thought you were going to sell it to American refugees.
Yes, American refugees are going to.
Someone's doing that. Have you seen that? Somewhere down south. He tried to sell his house and he couldn't sell it, so now he's going to raffle it off with his stick. He's going to flog raffle tickets for $10 a pop to Americans who want to flee Trump.
Yep, that's a good idea.
I'm going to guess he's not going to tell them about Nigel Farage.
Anyway, Paula, thank you very much for the £2 super chat. There's no statute law against murder, really. Well, yeah, because it's such an old law. Urbane Legends, thank you very much for the £2 super chat.
What do you mean there's no law against murder? The fuck are you talking about? There definitely are people in jail for homicide. That you're just wrong. Fundamentally.
Landlord reform appeals to the under fives, the under 45s, the under fives. That big voting block of toddlers. Landlord reform appeals to the under 45s. They're a big block. And One Angry Pagan, Labour strategy seems trying to be closer to key voters. Labour strategy trying to be closer to key voters. I think that's what Phil was saying as well. And Urbane Legend says, let's agree, thank fuck he's moving the Overton. And
is he though?
Yes.
Is he?
Yes. What the fuck are you talking about? They literally, you're discussing it now in a way that you weren't beforehand. Yes. The Overton window is shifted. Yes. God, look at his chin. He looks weird. Anyway.
We're having these. The mainstream media is having these conversations that it wasn't happening.
But is it changing anyone's point of view?
Yes. Oh, for fuck's sake. Dickhead. Dickhead. Don't change the point. Admit that you were wrong. For once in your life, please admit that the thing you said was bollocks. Don't go, is he changing the Overton window? Yes. And then move on to a different thing. Acknowledge that your bullshit, that your incredulity at that statement was misplaced. It's fucking embarrassing. It's like listening to a fucking 10-year-old who thinks they've worked the world out. It's embarrassing. You're a grown adult. Fucking act like it.
You're wrong. It's too early to say.
The people who don't care either way, because
so
they're
you've seen
discussing it
movement in the polls.
People, no, I haven't even looked at the polls. I'm talking about.
I look at the polls every day.
I'm talking about.
It's too early to say.
The vast majority of people who don't even think about this stuff. Like the whole bite.
I'd happily debate him in a bowler hat or otherwise. But I don't even know how to get in touch with them, frankly. They don't appear to be wanting to be gotten in touch with. If someone knows them and wants to, can hook me up, by all means. Something to ruin your day. Ghislaine Maxwell is getting a pardon. Why? What's Trump's possible justification for that? Look, he's just a pedo. Trump is just a pedophile. Simple as that. They're pro-pedophile.
Buy-to-let thing, right? Most people don't know that didn't used to be a thing. You couldn't get a mortgage for buy-to-let before 1995, and then they changed the rules, and suddenly you could, and then you had this explosion of the landlord class. Now we have these the old council homes. The Tories sold off 2 million council homes just by the end of the 80s, and they didn't build any new ones. And now,
right, and the Labour Party, both under Blair and Brown, and now have not reversed that policy. You're still doing it.
Now, 42% of them are now in the hands of private landlords. So they've got renters in, like they used to when they were owned by the council, but instead of the money going to the corpy, it's going to Sheriff Fatman.
Well, sorry, Jimmy's just said that. Jimmy Anderson, your Jimmy Anderson's bowling technique, in fact. He said, bloody hell, give Zack a chance. I am doing. Honestly,
no, you're not.
I'm actually saying, no, I am. What I'm saying is, at the moment, you're saying positivity. I'm saying, I'm actually following him because I'm interested, right?
Yeah.
I'm interested in seeing if his project works on social media. And I am telling you, on social media, he is nothing but negativity, right? It's 100% literally negativity. Then you talk about active on social media. I'm saying, yeah, good. And what he's attempting here on YouTube.
Should we have a look at Zack's feed and see if it's 100% negativity? Hang on, what? What? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Umphy! Umphy! When the fuck did this happen? I had no fucking... I can... What? I could DM him. I'll just send him a cheeky little DM. We're just friends, you know. Just like, oh, Zack, what's up, man? You good? What's up, bro? Look, I'm not saying, right, you have to love me because I've got friends in high places. I'm just saying the future Prime Minister follows me. I'm just saying. It's fine. It's fine, chat. It's fine. It's normal. It's normal. I have no idea when the fuck that happened. I don't remember that notification coming across my timeline at any point. But it did at some point. Fuck yes. Maybe you could get him on the show. I mean, obviously I'd love that. That would be fucking amazing. But that's obviously not going to happen. But I'd love to. Anyway, my whole point was, me and my oomph, me and Bestie, right? Or we wanted to check out whether he's constantly negative.
Palestine Action is a complex one. So they're a British direct action group that was prescribed as a terrorist organisation by the government in July. And to be clear, that means membership or support of the group is a criminal offence punished.
Yeah, you can't say I support Palestine Action. It's illegal. It's literally terrorism. So don't do that.
Up to 14 years in prison. Now, this came after activists broke into Brize Norton, the big RAF base, in June, and caused £7 million worth of damage. And as a consequence, have been designated a terror organisation. More than 2,000 people have been arrested at demonstrations across the UK. You oppose this categorisation. Why?
It's absolutely outrageous. We're seeing 89-year-olds with walking sticks and wheelchairs being arrested.
Why would you not think that actually breaking into bases illegally, causing millions of pounds worth of damage to planes is not an act of terror?
Because there's a genocide going on, or as you call it, an ethnic cleansing.
But that's whataboutery. I'm talking about what they actually did.
I don't think it's whataboutery at all. I think that's the British public saying if our politicians are not going to listen to us, we're going to take non-violent direct action.
Well, it wasn't non-violent. It was literally breaking up planes.
I don't think the plane's going to cry from its hurt wounds.
Palestine.
True. I don't think the plane's going to cry from its hurt wounds. They did a terrorism. I'm printing off your Stream Deck now. What do you mean you're printing it off? Well, it's paper. What? I don't... Can it be paper? What the fuck are you doing? What? I don't know what that means, but enjoy things. Yeah, enjoy quizzing or whatever you're up to. Good for you. Ah! Umphy! When the fuck did this happen? Oh, 3D printing. 3D printing. Okay, cool. Well, I'd look forward to your 3D printed thing then. I didn't know that was a thing. Anyway, we were trying to find out, is he doing just negativity? Because I would argue that wasn't negative, but whatever. Farage, yeah, I don't know what the, yeah. This needs addressing. Who's what now? It does need addressing, yeah. For real honest truth, politicians, shocking, I know, join the Green Party. That's a positive. Polanski is considerably better at this stuff. Won't someone please think of the planes? That's solid. That's solid. What's this? That gets a retweet, definitely. Defend democracy in Worcestershire. Which is how you pronounce that, America. Don't worry, you don't need to. Membership at record high, polling at record high, winning elections. That's positive. I called out such and such. Yeah, this is... How is it remorselessly negative? A brilliant response under pressure. Okay, cool. This is so powerful and important. Oh my... Oh, God. Oh, okay. I might need to unfollow him, chat. I might need to block him. You can't be retweeting Alistair Campbell. That is unacceptable. Tish tish. Am I just looking at his reposts? I thought that was... No, these are just all of his posts. I'm not just looking at his reposts. I don't see a lot of negativity, in all honesty. Like, Jason Reed's cool. You should go and follow him. Yeah, I don't see a lot of negativity. I don't know. You can say it's wall to wall negative. That's just not true. You're just incorrect. Umphy is. That is kind of cool. It does remind me a little bit of when Jeremy Corbyn followed me, and that was before he even became leader. He was just some random backbencher on my initial channel, on my initial Twitch, not Twitch, Twitter. That got fucking yeeted into the sun because I told a Nazi to play Roblox. Has he tweeted Kev is awesome yet? That would be positive. It would be positive, and yet he hasn't done it. He's remorselessly negative. Chat. Fact.
But, and it's too early. I'm going to say it is too early. I'm not going to judge his new channel after just a month. But what I'm saying after a month
channel
is he doesn't seem to have a plan for it. All he's done so far is get other people who already have a platform to talk to him about things.
That's a good way to grow your channel, though, isn't it?
It is. Well, arguably, I assure it. I've never wanted to do that.
Oh, I found his channel now. It's halfway down the page.
But what I'm saying is he hasn't.
I don't think it's not likely we're going to have a talk with him. I think. Just saying. A lot of LGBT... Oh, hang on. Oh, it went off the screen. Apologies. A lot of LGBT Greens and Labour folks followed me, but I have noticed them unfollow after I said something like, take children away from gender critical. Always the spicier takes from Viv. You are maybe a bit of a loose cannon, Kev. Yeah, but what about Ken, the bowler hat man, who is a totally different person and not a loose cannon, and will totally have a nice, respectful dialogue about potential disagreements, and then we will shake hands and drink a pint of ale together. Whereas Kevin, he's a cunt. Fact.
Actually done anything himself.
Ken is an adult.
Whereas
yes.
You can't just keep... Or can he? Is that all he's going to do? Get people in and piggyback?
Yeah.
Or has he got a plan for his own YouTube strategy? So when you talk about social... Again, you're talking about... This isn't about slating what Zack Polanski's done. I think it's a good... I've said for ages that politicians should use social media more. I've said that they should use support base out there. There are people who are out there who have their own platforms. Of course you should try and engage with that. I've said that Labour should do it. I've said the Greens should do it. I've said everyone should do it.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying to you is...
Also, why is he bitching about his fucking podcast? Oh, podcast. Why is he bitching about his podcast? You realise he's also the leader of in terms of membership, one of the biggest parties in the country. Like, come on. Why are you judging him by the success of his podcast? Oh, podcast. Who said that? What?
You're saying that Zack Polanski has things to teach. I'm saying that Zack Polanski is himself a student.
I didn't say that. I said that Labour can learn stuff. Not necessarily that he's going to be teaching, but like, I don't think it's a proactive thing that he's doing to try and get Labour to learn something from what he's doing.
What I'm saying is,
in terms of like, going to school and teaching someone. I think that they can look at what he's doing and going, okay, right. Oh, maybe this is...
Yeah, they could go, I don't know, look at some vaguely progressive policies and go, actually, they're very popular. Maybe we could do any of those. And we'd be slightly less hated. Although, to be fair, I think at this point, they're kind of soiled goods. I don't think it matters particularly what they do. I think that it's gone. The opportunity for them to like be the next government has gone. It's over. Because people don't trust them. Even policies like the digital ID policy was actually not as universally despised as I thought it was. It still was unpopular, but like there was a significant chunk of the population that liked the idea when previously polled in the abstract. And now that he has announced it, everyone hates it. So even people who like a policy, when they hear Keir Starmer, Keith Starmer announced that policy, all of a sudden hate it. So it doesn't matter what he does at this point. That good energy, the possibility for him to win people around is gone. People don't trust him, people don't like him, they've made their mind up. It almost doesn't matter what policy he now produces. He is damaged goods. Thank you, Mr. Satnav, for continuing their sub from a Prime/gift to Tier 1. I don't quite know what that means, but yes, okay. Oh, that's not ideal. I don't quite know what the story actually is here, but massive blast at Tennessee explosives plant leaves several dead and others missing. Oh, God. Military explosive facility. Several people are dead. At least 19 are unaccounted for. Yeah, that's not great. Ooh. Well, I mean, it sounds horrible to say, but let's hope it was just, quote unquote, industrial disaster rather than like anything terrible. Like, you know, a terrorism or something. Be those damn Antifas from Portland. Talking of which, did you see? I'm all over the place here, but I don't give a fuck anymore. Did you see these lads? There's like a fucking frog brigade in Portland that are like walking them down. Literally, imagine being the frog guy at the front there and you're literally walking them down. Jesus Christ. I wouldn't... No, that's tempting fate. Don't do that. But, yeah. Literally marching them back into the detention thing. Good. No, awesome. I appreciate both dressing up as a frog and making fascists back down. These are both good things. Combine them and you have a doubly good thing.
This is where we've been going wrong all this time, because it's all well and good for us on these channels to say Labour's comms are shite, but having someone who's actually proving simple ways to improve their comms, but I think this is significant. And
how did
I
they
do
think
feel
their
like
comms
in the
were
last
good
couple of
before?
weeks he has moved the conversation, maybe not the Overton window, but the conversation on from the obsession
That is the Overton window, is the discussion. It's the range of, like, acceptable, popular discussion. Have I got Threads? I do. I am on Threads, yes. I don't use it very often, but I am on Threads. What is this? Oh, there's more than just frogs. Fucking hell. There's all sorts going on. We have... Is that is it the Duolingo bird? Or whatever the fuck it is? There's a giraffe. Oh, they're on both sides. There's fucking frogs everywhere. Is that a beaver or something in the background? There's a unicorn. Is that an axolotl? An elephant and a panda? Fuck yes. Let's go. Honestly, it's anarchy. It's anarchy in Portland. What they definitely need is, like, armed force to take over. It's crazy. Donald Trump is literally a fascist. Is Tennessee a solid red state? I believe so. Yes. Certainly in presidential terms.
Asylum seekers and immigration and stuff that the right want us to talk about all the time ad nauseum. Do you know what I mean?
No, because that's what he's talking about as well.
What? Okay, well, you know. I'm looking at what they've got on this channel.
What Labour should do...
Labour sold their
really
souls
simple.
to billionaires.
Right.
That's
Labour...
Gary Stevenson.
On them. They've increased taxes on them. He doesn't talk about that.
Have they increased taxes on them? Where is that exactly? Where is that taking place?
They
raise taxes but not living standards, having a go at Labour, which is what you expect.
Well, yeah, but okay, so all right.
The one with
no. You've just said
the
a
one
thing.
with Zoe.
Right.
Our country needs immigration. Putting forward a positive
that's
case
the
for
positive one.
God,
That is
I'd
the
love
one-
Labour to do that.
That's the one positive one. Yes, but you say that. I explained in my stream earlier today exactly why they're not doing that, right?
Because they want to win the votes of racists who will never vote for them in the first place.
They're not raising living standards. Okay, so let's go through. Tell me how this doesn't raise living standards. So you boost the minimum wage above level inflation. How does that not raise living standards?
Look, mate, you can cope all you like. Living standards have not improved. Whatever they have done, or indeed have not done, living standards have not improved for the vast majority of people in this country. So clearly, they haven't done anywhere near enough. Have they?
What?
Does
Sorry,
raising
I was reading
minimum
something.
wage above the level of inflation raise living standards or not?
From what point? From the point we are now, or
From the point they were before they got the pay rise. Does getting a pay rise above inflation raise your living standard or not? This is not one, by the way, all this.
marginally.
It's either yes or no. So
Well,
the answer is yes.
marginally. You know,
Okay, I'm not saying it's
wages
one
haven't
thing.
increased with the
It's not
amount
one
of
thing. Is
inflation,
it yes
have
or no?
Oh, this is sad. I don't want to play the Copacabana again, but I feel like this is really embarrassing.
Is it yes or no?
Why? Why does that have to be yes or no?
Because either it raises living standards or it doesn't.
Okay, so at the same time, your water bill's gone up, your electricity bill's gone
No,
up, your council
no,
tax
that's
has gone
part
up.
of
So
inflation.
has it raised? No,
It has
you're
raised it
still
above.
Living standards have not increased. Thank you, Mr. Satnav, with 500 biddy bits. Much love to you. If someone else does a thingamajig now, we would get onto a hype train, and then the fingering can commence. And boy howdy, do I have a long list of people / institutions I'd like to finger. That's a weird way of selling that as a thing, isn't it? At the end of the Labour government is projected living standards will fall everywhere except Scotland, where they've got an actual, vaguely progressive government, yeah.
those levels, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. They're adding a penny to your life, but then, you know, the fucking bills are going up by, you know, 10 pence or whatever. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, he can do this cringy cope shit all he likes. It's not going to convince anybody. Like, you do realise on the doorstep, people just go, my life isn't better. Fuck off. And close the door in your face.
Certain people. So
minimum
it's
wage,
a bit more nuanced than yes or no.
minimum wage. No, it's not, because I've said in real terms that means above the increases in energy bills and water bills and council tax.
No, that's above the inflation for the previous year. Or previous period that they're judging it by. Not what it's going to go up by in the time that you get that fucking raise.
Does that happen, though?
Yes.
So how much have people's wages gone up by?
Well, it's about £1,500 or something, £1,500.
And then how much of all the...
But what I'm saying is, if it has gone up, I'm just trying to say, look, we're going to spend a whole hour just going through my list here, because I've got a list of about 10 things.
Oh, no.
So
I've got a couple of super chats. Can I deal with the super chats and you can come back to what you're about to say?
No, hang on.
Okay, go on.
Do it quickly then. Either raising minimum wage, I'm not saying raising minimum wage above its pound value last year, I mean specifically above inflation. Inflation includes bill rise.
You're a knob. You are officially a knob. Thank you, Thinking Saber Cat with 100 bits. We're not just on a hype train, everybody. We're on a treasure train. Whatever the fuck that means. We're on a treasure train, okay? Which takes you to Treasure Town. Apparently you get 35% on 5 or more gifted subs at level 2. Okay, I don't know what that means, but if you want to do that, you can. Bits and subs at whatever level are always greatly appreciated. Much love. Or to Pound Town. True. Saving money on gifted subs. Apparently so. Yes. Only 5 money per month. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, yeah, thank you for the bits, Thinking Cybercat. Much love. Much love.
Rises. It admittedly doesn't include rent rises. We can't do much about that. But it does it above bill rises. Does that work towards raising living standards or not?
It works towards it, yes.
Right,
but
Next
it will not raise living standards for everyone in the country, not by a long chalk. Plus people who are on minimum wage.
I've got a list of more.
Whatever.
Right.
Could I do super chat?
Oh, God, he's just going to carry on just being a knob now, isn't he? I've got a list of talking points that I got from the Labour Party website. I'm going to bore everyone to fucking tears by reading it out in excruciatingly stupid and fucking asinine ways. I'm going to be an arrogant little wankstain and ruin everyone's fucking evening. Thank you, MB... Hang on, did I turn the thing off? No, the thing's back on. Why didn't it make noises? I don't know. Thank you, MB2K with bitty bits. Let the fingering commence, indeed. And thank you, DeWolfie, for 100 bitty bits. Much love. Can't do anything about rent rises. Maybe abolishing landlords will help, you doll. Well, they're not abolishing landlords. They're doing something slightly different, and therefore I win. Briefcase.
That's first. Like
no.
Oh,
just answer yes or no quicker then. Then the next one. Raising pensions above the level of inflation.
Doesn't help
For
me.
the people it affects.
Doesn't
just to
help
be
me.
clear. Yes or no?
That absolutely does not help me at all. In fact,
No,
it takes
I
money
said
off
for
me
the people it
'cause
affects.
I'm not a pensioner.
For the people it affects. Does it or not?
Does it what? Does it make their
Raise the
lives
living
better?
standards.
It depends. I'm going to say this again. It depends.
How
You
does
don't know
it
the
depend?
circumstance-
How if you've got more money after you've paid your
you
bill?
can't take
It's funny that he's going to try and, actually, his way out of, like, the fact that his government are dog shit. Like, if your government have done so much to affect living standards and bring everyone into the fucking, the light of pure Starmerism, how come everyone fucking hates him? Literally, how come everyone fucking despises the guy? How come his polling numbers are in the fucking toilet?
Take everything into account. You just admitted yourself you can't take into account rent.
I can't take
or
rent
the price
into
of a
account,
pint
no.
of beer going up from £1.50 to £7.50.
It does take that into account. It does take that into account.
I mean, Just the cost of living at the moment, an extra 1,500 a year isn't going to touch the sides. That's about 125 quid a month.
Yeah. How much do you think these bills have gone up?
We were paying last year with our, maybe the year before when the prices just went absolutely.
He's literally just like, you can't do this to average voters when they go, well, my life isn't better. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's not a response to that. Yeah, no, it has, because we've done stuff. So your life is better. Because they're still not going to fucking vote for you. We've only got 30 seconds left, everyone, to get to level 2 of the hype train. Otherwise, it's like you don't want me to finger people. It's almost like you think that would be a morally abhorrent thing to do, to finger the corpse of a fascist. Really, chat? Is that actually how you feel? Yeah, exactly, on the doorstep. Do you have an itemised ledger of bills that proves you are doing wrong? Or doing worse? Absolute briefcase material of the worst kind.
Fucking crazy. We're paying hundreds of pounds a month for our energy bills. A month?
Yeah, how much
to pay about 500 in our entire
How much
year?
has it gone up? How much is it going up?
I haven't got the numbers in front of me.
I have got the numbers. It's going up by £35 a year.
But putting up minimum wage, which I don't get, right, and putting up pensions, it's not going to help me. And for the people who
it doesn't have
it's
to.
supposed to help.
But there are other things that are going to help you. What I'm saying is, I'm trying to go through a list here, and it's like
I think it's more nuanced than
Either
that.
something does improve cost of living, or it doesn't.
Not for everyone.
It doesn't have to for everyone. Because I'm going to go through some things for other people.
For a minority of the minority of the people that you're talking about, yes, it will
right.
improve.
So yes. So then,
he's even an insufferable wanker with another member of the Labour Party. A guy that actually likes the Labour Party, apparently. And even with him, he has to be a smug twat. Either it does improve it or it doesn't. Everyone hates you. Not necessarily you specifically, because most people obviously don't know you. But, like, people hate the Labour Party. Massively. And you can't, well, actually, your way out of that. People will not vote for you. You've had your chance, and you fucked it by trying to be the Tories. Which is amazing, given that the Tories were turfed out for being the Tories.
improving public sector pay.
Yes, for the people who work in the public sector.
So,
for
making energy bills cheaper.
A number of them, not all of them.
Making energy bills cheaper.
Have they done that?
They're putting in place things that you know. All right, okay. So let's put it this way: if we have 95% of our energy coming from clean sources, not fossil fuels, will energy prices go down?
No.
They won't. If we don't have the price
coupled,
pegged to gas.
Pegged to gas.
So
Oh,
you're saying,
that's not the question you asked. Ask
that
me
is
if
the question I asked.
If we unpeg it from gas, yes.
If we have 95%, you're trying to tell me if we have 95% of our energy coming from clean sources, that we're still going to peg it to the price of gas when the government wants energy prices to go down.
Are they going to be able to get anywhere near that level of renewable resource production anytime soon? At all? This is pie in the sky nonsense.
Well,
is that what you're telling me?
Your question was if 95% of our stuff comes from
my first question was
will it take the price down, and not if it's still pegged to gas? You've said
my first question was actually lowering energy
Have
bills.
Labour said they're going to unpeg it from gas?
Well, yes, because that's the whole point. That's literally in the manifesto.
I've not seen that.
That's the whole point of transition.
Literally the first I've ever heard of it. It was in the manifesto, was it? That they were going to do this. You, Phil Morehouse, the knower of Labour Party's secret super-duper policy, which they've never mentioned publicly, you know this. Do you? Right.
Transitioning to clean energy so that we don't have our... It's literally
Why
says
can't they
it there.
unpeg it now?
Because we still get too much of our energy from gas.
And what happens if we unpeg it? Like, do we stop buying gas? Do they not sell the gas to us?
Yes.
Qatar.
Once you've been pegged, you can't be unpegged. High five.
So like, you're not getting any more gas?
All of a sudden, basically, yes, because then you can't make money.
From gas?
From gas.
Because if anyone brought it over here, then...
There's no one to buy it. There's no one to buy it.
And so the amount of... Because it's 43% of our mix is from gas.
Because so how does the energy get from the power station to your house?
The energy pixies stuck it up their arse and they come out and they fart it into the wires. That's how it happens.
Along transmission lines.
On the national grid?
Yeah. So
how do they bill you a different amount for electricity that came from a solar panel as compared to a gas power station?
On Octopus, they say it's 100% renewable and we're going to charge
they lie, though, because their prices went up, the same as everyone else's, when the price of gas went up a couple of years ago.
Fuck's sake.
Well, yeah, because it's apparently it's
attached
attached
to a lie.
to
So
gas.
how do you do it? How do you do it in a way that's not lying to people?
I don't know. I don't know what the situation is. I don't know why.
The situation is the electricity that comes into your house has come from the national grid.
Yes.
And everything, all power stations put it onto the national grid. So you have to charge the same price for it. You cannot really have dual tariffs. If you want gas-fired power stations to be a thing, not just as an emergency backup, then you have to allow them to make money.
Okay.
Or you could nationalise it. You know, if you were an actual Labour Party, you could do that.
In order to do that, you have to make sure it's profitable.
I said I didn't see this in the manifesto. Like, transitioning to net zero, I would assume that would, at some point, they'll say, right, we
Net
don't
zero's a
need
different
to
thing.
peg it to the gas anymore. But I've not heard them actually say it. Like, the
They
big problem is that
say,
it's attached
they
to
even
gas
said it in the
and
conference as well. They've said it in the campaign and they said it in the manifesto.
No, they didn't. It's not in the manifesto. Stop fucking lying. I read that document and I don't remember any such fucking thing.
Whole point. See,
I think Labour need to explain this, and with Sammy we're on this.
You can argue about the communications, but they did say it in the manifesto, right? And they've said it in the campaign.
Did they?
Like that is actually their main point. Their main point about the clean energy, they're not actually pushing it as an environmentally sound policy. They're pushing it as an economic policy.
Yeah, which there should be, because I want energy self-sufficiency and it will be cheaper.
But that is what they're doing.
We will be less. We will be inoculated against price shocks caused by some idiot.
Given that
invading of
Labour have, whether you've read and seen it or not, or you didn't listen to Ed Miliband's speech, given that they have said the whole point of transitioning is so.
Right, I'm going to skip forward and see if we can find anything about the Green Party at all.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, the people ask him how, and he says, "I'm going to get rid of all the people who aren't white."
Yes, that's the policy.
That's his plan.
It's not.
I don't think this bit's about Zack Polanski either.
His plan. He's not going to do it. It is his policy, though.
Yeah. Phil, not you, Phil. Different Phil. Phil in the chat. Phil Spicer, thank you very much for the £5 super chat. If buy-to-let mortgages end, that would potentially mean those with the cash might simply expand their portfolio, favours cash buyers. It might do, yeah. I mean, none of this is a panacea. None of this is going to solve all the problems in the world at the moment. But the housing crisis and the fact that people are paying £2,000 a week to stay in a tiny little rabbit hutch in London in rent, that situation wouldn't exist. And it doesn't exist in other countries. It wouldn't exist if we not brought in this idea that you could, first of all, sell you could buy your council house and then sell it onto a private landlord at a profit, or that you could go into a bank and say, I haven't got the money for a property, I want some money to borrow off you, and I'm going to put someone else in that property, and they can work every hour God sends, and they will pay for the property for me.
Yeah,
and that's
like kind of a leech on somebody else's labour. Yeah.
It's a mad system.
It is a mad
Goose
system.
Springsteen, which is an absolutely fantastic name. Thank you, Goose, for your £20 super chat.
At 1:05 they talk about it, don't they? Okay. By the way, thank you everyone for the hype train. Much love.
Like their wildlife. So we had this pet lion, right? And it got loose when they were sort of doing something to the enclosure, and it sort of attacked a couple of people. It attacked a kid, and then it attacked a bloke who tried to protect the kid.
The treasure train, not the hype train, obviously.
They're not going to die, but, they obviously need medical treatment. So he went out. They had to go to his house and say, can you get your fucking lion back? Which he did. And obviously he's been investigated because obviously he didn't secure the lion, right? You're not supposed to let them go wandering the streets. But he has at least said he's going to pay for the private treatment for the people who were injured by his bloody lion.
Happy birthday. It's not my birthday. Trip, are you just here causing trouble, aren't you? Slagging off Twitch chat, wrongly suggesting it's my birthday. I got my eye on you. And only partly in a sexual way.
Lion.
Yeah.
So it is so just going back to your point there, it does tend to be a standard thing if you're rich and, something...
Yeah.
Farage didn't cause the crash, admitted. It's not quite the same as the lion, but nonetheless... someone was injured and you sort of, in a certain situation, you sort of feel, well, I'm very rich. I'm going to at least make sure that you're all right, that you're seen to.
Well, thank you very much to David Faulkner for the 15 Hong Kong dollars. That's very kind of you, mate. Here's something for Ishmael and family. Oh, that's really sweet. For Dormelina and the kids. I was going to just mention I've lost where it is in the chat. It was in the chat. Someone asked, I don't know if it's directed to you or me or both of us. Would you vote Green to keep refuck out? I've already done that. I did.
I voted Tory to keep refuck out. I will vote for. I have a very.
Of course, you'll vote for the Tories. You're literally a Labour Party member. How would that actually be any fucking different? Baby Shark! Baby Shark says refugees are welcome here. Fuck yes. I'd vote for the Tories to keep reform out. Jesus Christ. Brilliant.
Strict.
That's the point. How do you pronounce that? Is it Blahaj or like Blahar? Like, how do you pronounce that word? I think I've only ever seen it like said. No, not said. Written down and not spoken aloud.
Hierarchy of things I will vote to do. I have really sold tactical voting. The reason I left Labour, remember, is so I can more explicitly sell it at the next election. I will vote for... I have already voted this year Conservative because they were the only person...
So, do you remember how we were all Tory enablers? Do you remember that, chat? I think we'll go back and we'll have that again. We'll have that sentence again, I think. Do you remember how we were all Tory enablers? At the general election last year, if you don't vote for Labour, you're a Tory enabler. Interesting, Philip.
So I can more explicitly sell it at the next election. I will vote for... I have already voted this year Conservative because they were the only person that could beat...
Tory wanker.
The Reform candidate.
I voted.
I have a very
Green
strict.
Locally here.
The answer is yes.
In where I live in Durham, and we have 2 Green councillors in a sea of refuck. Everywhere else is refuck. I do think that voting makes a difference, especially in local elections.
Oh yeah.
But I'm very glad that I have a couple of Green councillors to stand, because the Labour weren't going to win. Labour weren't going to win here, unfortunately. I will do anything that I need to do in order to keep the fascists out. I mean, the Tories are bad enough. Reform are demonstrably worse, and the damage.
Well, it depends, doesn't it? Because Kemi's trying to pitch the Tories as to the right of reform. She wants to out-reform reform. Like, come on now. They are worse in some ways, but in terms of, like, getting rid of the 2-child benefit cap, they're better. Nigel Farage is a little bit more, at least, a little bit more subtle with his racism than Robert Jenrick. You know. So it depends exactly how one views things, does it not?
Which they will do to this country is off the charts. Think about the damage they've already done with their fucking Brexit. But then they're going to scrap net zero. They're going to take us out of the European Convention on Human Rights. They're going to,
which the Tories are also going to do.
They're going to really do a number on us. If you're
literally the two policies that you just mentioned are both Conservative Party policy. How are they worse then? Fundamentally. Please do tell me that.
You're not a multi-millionaire, you are going to suffer under a...
Now, don't get me wrong. In a general sense, I think they are kind of worse. But because the Tories are chasing them, the Tories aren't fundamentally... They aren't really any better. Most of what the Reform Party come out and say is just being aped by the Tories. So voting for the Tories to keep Reform out it's a non-choice. You're literally voting between a lump of shit and a different shade of a lump of shit. You're voting for shit. You're eating fecal matter.
Fuck government.
The whole country, and you know what? I'll just say another thing. There'll be no recovering from it. Labour are getting it at the neck at the moment because they haven't magically overnight fixed everything.
No, they've made things worse, demonstrably worse.
After 14 years of massive damage. What Reform UK will do to this country will be unrecoverable.
Yes.
Seriously.
Okay, but I've heard this from the Labour Party about the Tories in the past. Because this is what you do. You try and scare people into voting for... Essentially, the Labour Party is now the Conservative Party. Right? That's just where they're at. They are like an old-school Conservative Party. With neoliberalism thrown in there, to be sure. But they've pitched themselves as a centre-right party. That's it. Let's not pretend otherwise. They're literally introducing a kind of trans version of Section 28, for fuck's sake. Like, they're literally... They're early Thatcherite party. So pretending that I need to be scared of reform when you're just the Tory party that you told me for 50 years was the most evil thing ever, and you have to vote against them, otherwise you're a Tory enabler, when... By the way, Phil, you are literally a Tory enabler. I can proudly say I have never voted for the Conservative Party. Very proudly say that. You can't. By the way, if someone wants to clip that bit of him saying he's a Tory voter and send it to No Justice, I would be greatly appreciative. I think she'd enjoy that.
Yeah, like what Trump's doing.
If you look at America's not going to recover from Trump. No. Even if, let us say, because in all honesty...
America hasn't recovered from the Civil War. What are we talking about?
Although it looks like doom and gloom over there is hope. The fact is Trump's an idiot. A lot of the people around him are idiots. You know, and the fact is that Trump can't even behave strategically. Like, he's now managed to get the Department of Justice to charge that New York attorney now. So he's got Comey and Letitia, what's her name? Forgotten it now.
James.
The one who prosecuted him a couple of years ago.
James.
Yes. So now she's been indicted for...
Okay, like, I mean, that's a serious topic, and that's fine, but I wasn't here for that, so I'm just gonna... Oh, I forgot that was the fucking image. Jesus. Yes. Chitty chats and kitty cats. How are we all? I'm done for the evening. I'm gonna go watch some football. There'll probably be really shit games on. I think, like, maybe Sweden are playing or something. No offence to the people of Sweden. I love you all. You're glorious people. You hold 5 of the 6 Nobel committees. We learned that earlier. Second mention for Sweden tonight. Boom. Also, Henrik Larsson, fucking legend. Just saying. Anyway. Yes. And Sebastian Larsson, Birmingham City legend. But again, just Larssons. Generally, Larssons are okay. Grand larceny? No, that's not okay. Anyway. Yes. Why did I bring up fucking Sweden? Oh, I'm talking. Oh, football. Yeah, we're going to go watch some football. Anyway. Lamp Boob. That's an amazing name, Lamp Boob. That just struck me there. Yeah. Albania, Serbia today. Oh, okay, so there's going to be like some sort of horrific war incident, I imagine. I would think. I don't know. But, oh, pardon me. No, I don't want to go to analytics. I need to go to the thing. Fuck off. Edit video. Right. I'll be back tomorrow, probably. I might try and do a football stream, although I keep saying that and I keep fucking forgetting to do it, or like falling asleep or whatever. But I am committed to doing that that channel. The Young Turks is on. I don't think so. That's it. There's literally just the Young Turks, or there's an NBA channel I follow, which is of no use to anybody. So if you're on YouTube, you can just go about your business. I have nowhere to send you. My apologies. Business. Navarra are also on, but like... let's go over to Zack app, shall we? Oh, Denims is going. Should we clout chase? Would it be terrible if I clout chased a little bit? And sent you into Denims? Who, by the way, is an umphy on Discord. I haven't messaged her in like 3 years. We were on an episode of Hippy Dippy together. Go and say hello to Dennis. You are unable to raid Denims at this time. Okay, I'll try one more time and then assume that she's got like raids turned off because, you know, why not, I guess. No, it's not having it. Okay, we'll go over to who was it? Zack app. Presumably she's got raids turned off. Which is fine. You're entitled to that if you want to. Okie doke, everybody. I will see you all tomorrow for something. I don't fucking know. I'm tired. I'm quite tired. I've been going like 5 hours or whatever. Thank you everyone for listening and watching. Thank you for your support. Thank you for existing. Thank you for being awesome. Free Palestine. No pass around.